Try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the burning sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never kill. Holding the line, bound by the rough thread of hope. Yeah, we've got blood in the fight, and we won't stop till you're empty of both. Oh,
Welcome one and all to the final day of the first week of the EMEA Regional Finals for Space Guards. While there are greater achievements beyond, today is one of the biggest days of the season for our remaining 32 players. Only half of them will leave today with access to Week 2 and a coveted TFT Pro Circuit spot. For everyone else, this elimination stage will be the end of the line. My name is Canafit, brought to you alongside Trouble Inc. and the General Kenobi. How are you guys feeling about already being on the final day of the first week?
You know what, Kenobi? I'll let you go first because I feel like our day ended really nicely yesterday with the whole Jinx thing that kind of made you seem like a 5-head because you were like, wow, Jinx is so good. And then it was like so replicable that it just made sense.
I mean, in day one, Yatora had a fantastic no scoot, no pivot curse crown setup that was also highly replicable. I mean, well, you know, but it feels incredible. The games have flown past so quickly, and I'm so hyped for the final ones today.
Well, let's start getting into it, Trouble. First of all, can you take us through the particular format we've got for today? Because again, this is different than what we were seeing before. Yesterday, only a few eliminations. Today, something different.
Yesterday, only a few eliminations. Today, even more. So basically, we will be getting cuts from the bottom 4 players every 2 games. You want to make sure that the points that you accumulated yesterday are going to be enough today with the extra points that you'll get from your games to carry you through to week number 2. So it's very cutthroat. Every 2 games, 4 people eliminated. At some point, we'll have the top 4 promoting to next week as well. And it's just a very, very cutthroat day with very limited mistakes allowed to be made.
All right, well, let's jump into a little bit of an overview of what happened yesterday, because again, the players are bringing their points from yesterday into today. So, Kenobi, could you start us off with talking a little bit about, you know, particularly for our players towards the bottom end who need to avoid that elimination?
That's right. Some players have managed to advance to today, and unfortunately, the ones that you are seeing right now are the ones that fell yesterday, notably Rico Mastery, Revan, Double, not having a chance to get to TPC for next set is a big shocker to everybody. They are household names for a reason, and the players that you see now are the ones that are barely managed to scrape by, and now they have a huge challenge. They have 2 games to claw back and get to that safe zone, and then do it all again and again and again until the end of the day if they want access to week 2.
Yeah, but the most important part is that as you look in here on the right-hand side, with highlighted in blue points, all those players are very, very tightly together. The 22, 23, 24, 26. We're going to slowly move towards the top part of the points as well, where the points are differentiating just a little bit, but you see that most of our players are in this 20 to 30 point mark, which means they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to get as many points as possible, not just to make it into the next week, but to avoid elimination from the first few games.
Yeah, and as you said, with eliminations coming in initially after every 2 games and getting more and more as the day goes on, we're looking for our players towards the top as well. Players, you know, just outside like Skipers and Kaiser, Sappho as well. But for our number 1 players, particularly the ones at the very top, we've got a big contest for those 4 top spots, even after game 2.
They have the points are so stacked up just on the first page between the 8th and the first player. There's just barely 4 points between Yak Momorai and Nuri. But it means no one is safe yet, because every 2 games, the top 4 players will also automatically already advance. And so it is super important to remain at the top right there, but it's not there yet for anybody. They have to keep fighting for, at the very least, 2 more games.
Yeah.
All right, we do want to take a moment, of course, to recognize, as was briefly touched on there, some of the players who didn't manage to make it through. Of course, you know, Trouble.
Man.
Not having Double not part of the TPC, as Kenobi mentioned, but in particular, I think shocked absolutely everybody.
Yeah, I feel like Double is the kind of guy that's been looked at internationally even, right? When he's in lobbies for scrims, when he shares a lot of his knowledge with other people, he has been recognized globally by a lot of players, top pro players as well. So the fact that he didn't make it to today is just such a big, big hit for him.
Especially because he's the consistent player by excellence. He's no doubt always goes straight to the heart of the matter, gets absolutely stellar results every time. But here, this set has been rough for him, having to play 2 in week 1 and then faltering him here is a big shocker to him. And he's expressed his thoughts on the social media yesterday, saying that he felt disappointed in himself and will do better next set.
Yeah, honestly, it's a very shocking time to be around, but let's take a moment out from our pre-show as well, just to take in some of those other big moments that happened from day 2, because it was already an incredible start, and we're hoping for even more just like this. Welcome one and all back to the EMEA Regional Finals for Space Gods and to the beginnings of the battle stage here in week 1.
Blitzcrank again in the backline, pops a passive on the Blitzcrank. Can the Tamkin survive? He gets the ult off. Blitzcrank in the backline is gonna push over the Nunu, but Graves is coming up on top. 1 tank down. Morgana only left. Is gonna cast her ult. Not going to be enough. And lo and behold, LeBlanc wins a game.
Another thing is here, Blitzcrank right into the backline, flings away the lesser Samira. I don't know if that's going to matter overall.
Oh man,
On is still tanking away, but the
This
Blitz
Orn
is
unit
throwing the
is just
Samiras
not okay.
around. I think a few different positioning
He's
changes
telling his own
would have made it
board, no.
possible.
Someone tell him. Honestly,
Wow, ping coming
Volta is
through.
laughing.
If Dasik rats another 3-star legendary, we are going to have a serious talk with this guy. We need our content, please. Come on, Revan. No, oh my god, please. Do not show me a Vex in Dasik's shop or I will cry. Oh my god, back-to-back game.
You were
Okay,
even laughing about it. Day 1 of the week 1, the main event, just absolutely ludicrous. We heard last this Jinx was hitting 613 AD. I'm sure it's even more right now as Nuri will annihilate the lobby. All right, guys, so getting closer and closer to our first game of the day. We're going to dive deeply, or rather briefly, we just don't have time, into the meta for today. We know our players, as we talked about before, are broadly, in the most immediate, looking to either get promoted or try and save themselves from elimination. Where should they be looking in the meta for those kind of options?
Go on, Kenobi.
Diving deeply is something I would love to do,
And
but
briefly.
unfortunately, we have to be very brief. And the thing is that I think what draws my eye is Master Yi and Kindred with the Brawlers have been underperforming so much, struggling both to stabilize and then to reach a late game cap worthy of contesting the other compositions.
Yeah, I feel like what I've learned about Yima Rollers is that you truly need a very, very strong opener that you can snowball with, or it's just not worth pivoting into. Now, the thing that is really taking my attention is LeBlanc. That was a unit that at the very beginning of the set absolutely dominated every board. She got absolutely gutted with nerfs, and nobody touched it ever since. It was like this transitional unit that sometimes was not even worth touching at that point. And we saw Skipea's win with that, sure, with a Radiant Rage Blade and an artifact. But we saw then other players pivot towards that LeBlanc because it was kind of completely uncontested. And then later on, see, I told our producers to make the Vex flex into a Vlex. But then, yeah, later they can pivot
Absolutely
into
not.
Flex.
No, I am strongly opposed to the Vlex. There is no way this is the new name. You have no power here. Do not
we
let
are
her
here
name
for
any new
nothing,
comps in the new
if
set,
not
please. I
Pun
beg.
names. Honestly, with TFT players, I think that's one of the, one of the ones which I can live with more. But Kenobi, as well, I just want to kind of expand a little bit on what's at stake for players. You mentioned already the TPC. This is basically the qualification day for the circuit. What does it mean for a player to get to there or indeed not get to there?
In one word, stability. You can see already some of the players having qualified for 3 of the regions, and we're looking to add all the new players from week 2 here. But it's so important to be in TPC if you want to compete in TFT in the long run, because the biggest risk for a TFT competitive player is burning out due to too many competitions in a row, having to grind ladder and then prepare for tournaments and then you have to go to LANs, and it gets exhausting super quickly. But with TPC, you are guaranteed to play these 3 and you get to only prepare for those 3. You don't have any ladder pressure. You get to achieve a healthier balance in a much easier way when you're in tier 1.
All right, well, as we close in on our first lobby, we do have something a little different for you guys. You might have seen Kate in the chat mentioning this as well. Trouble, what's our new tech we're deploying for today's game 1?
All right, we are giving the power to you momentarily. Don't take it for granted. It's only for game 1. But we're giving the power to you guys in Twitch chat to choose which lobby you want to be seeing for that game number 1. You can see on your screens right now, and I'm pretty sure there will be a poll in Twitch chat, so start voting. I know that Peter said he's gonna go and bias the chat a little bit and start voting himself. So put your votes down in which lobby you want to be checking out. I'm seeing some lobby 1, some lobby 3s. Let me influence you, okay? Because lobby 4
already in the chat
is
voting.
probably the most stacked lobby that we will get today. Starting from Lecoco, Clicornan, Volta, Lusha, Opal, Wet Jungler, and then you go Viali and Para, who just about made it through and are hungry to get these points. So I think lobby 4 is going to be a nail biter.
Okay, but on the other hand, Lobby 3 has, number 1, the villain of the tournament, Dasik, and number 2, you have Giosko, Zroyzen, and Elia, who are master at cooking. We've seen Giosko pull out some crazy things out of his hat yesterday, and I'm confident that he can do it again and make it in a super interesting lobby to watch.
I think it's outrageous you could even mention the notion of cooking without looking at lobby 1. Where we've got Sarsa in there, Skipet, Kevin Parker as well. You know, owner of one of the most memorable moments in TFT. We've also got Nuri, who is tied at the top of the table with Hypno in that lobby. So I am outraged to see not more votes coming in for that one lobby, because that's one which I certainly don't want to miss.
Okay, nice try, nice try. Let's see who's the best salesperson on here. It seems like lobby 4 is winning for the time being, so you guys will have a couple of minutes to put your votes in, but please make sure you put your votes in as long as you have time. The poll will end at some point and we'll get towards the lobby that you guys have chosen. But yeah, I feel like whichever lobby anyone picks is going to be an absolute banger, because every point counts.
It is neck and neck between lobby 3 and 4 here, but lobby 4 seems to be pulling just ahead. So congratulations.
Let's go, Twitch chat.
Congratulations, Troubling. You've swayed them. And now
it's the going first advantage. We should have preloaded some key phrases into subtly program people towards the lobbies.
You gave it to me. You gave it to me to open up the conversation. I just took what was there, man.
All right, I think yeah, Carlos is going to be stopping the count. It looks like we've got ourselves a winner.
Stop the count, I'm winning!
Here in lobby 4. Kenobi, you managed to at least make a decent case for lobby 3, but of course we'll be switching through as things go forward, and we'll try and cover as many players as we can.
So lobby 4, indeed it is. We will be moving around after that, after the first game anyway. We will be seeing most of the players. I've seen someone wanting to see more of Yakmo Murai, and I am right there with you. He's shown us some incredible TFT and also some incredible character on this interview yesterday, so I cannot wait to see more of him.
Well, speaking of characters, let's catch up anyone up who's maybe just tuning in for today with some of the kind of headline players here. We've got to start off, of course, with Dasik. Entering his villain era, he crushed dream after dream yesterday, and he laughed the whole time while he was doing it. I think he's discovered his new favorite thing is stopping other people from having fun in the competition, while also winning at the same time. One player I want to put up as a potential challenger to him, Bielalis. You know, he's a new face on the scene, became in 5th yesterday, just outside the top 4, did really well for himself. And while a lot of other people might respect Dasik and his prowess so far, I'm hoping Bielalis will be able to be a fresh face who can come in and challenge Dasik before he goes fully to the dark side.
Yeah, and well, I gotta have to talk about preventing people from going to the dark side. Has to be my thing here. We've got a new hope in Tomino and Hypno, both players showing incredible promise for the EMEA scene. Tomino going to the Tacticians round and going to the final lobby a couple of sets ago. Hypno with the Paris Open getting just shy of the final lobby, but here showing already a stellar performance and looking to qualify to TPC. Both players are incredibly interesting to watch. Hypno has a great gameplay you can also watch on stream. He explains what he does. It's super nice and a breath of fresh air for the scene, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I would like to touch on some bigger figures in general in the scene. I feel like we see all the new players coming in and we often forget who actually set down the foundations, right? And every single time I come here, I speak about Volta because I feel like he has been a pillar in general in the entire scene. I feel like he is the player with the most experience out of anyone else in the entire active circuit right now. He's been in so many TFT crowns, he's been in so many TPCs. Like, this guy truly carries the experience. And for Clicornen, I feel like we talked about him being top 4 in Cyber City Crown, which is an incredible international achievement. And yes, he hasn't achieved much else since then, but it was just last July. It was only a year ago. It's not like it's been years since he's achieved anything. And he's been looking quite better in this set so far.
I think this is a really good combination of players because Volta has got a list of achievements as long as your arm. Clicornen definitely has the capability to do that himself. But of course, one way that players end up performing their best is when they know they've got support, particularly from their fellow players. So we've got Brix with a message from Arzu. Let's go and see what he has to say.
Hi everyone, I'm Brix, Arzu's teammate. After months of hard work, dedication and commitment, Arzu is getting closer to one of his biggest goals. He had an amazing first day, finishing with 33 points. I believe he is ready to give everything he has to reach the tier 1, and why not secure a third participation for Tunisia and Africa at Worlds. He has the talent, the mindset and the determination to make it happen. I'm more confident than ever that he's ready for this challenge. ديما معاك يا أرزو، تحية تونس.
Yeah, I mean, Arzu currently in 7th place. I think with that kind of recommendation, you couldn't ask for too much more. I mean, Kenobi, tell us a little bit about how Arzu's been doing.
Well, he's been doing all the small nations proud, just like Yak Momrai, showing that it's not only about the big 3 and everyone has a shot of making it. Arzu has been playing fantastic. He's 7th right now in the standings, meaning he's just 1 point short of being in the vaunted cutoff that will see him to week 2 and then qualify to TPC to be able to represent Tunisia there and be, I believe, the first player to achieve that and then show the way, pave the way for a new generation of TFT players that can come from anywhere in the entire EMEA region.
Of course, that's been one of our ongoing things for this event as well. Of course, regional champion will be decided next week, and of course, the final 5 going to the Tactician's crown. But if you're watching all this stuff and thinking, gosh, I reckon I can do that myself, that doesn't seem too tricky. Well, we've made it as easy as possible for you. Head across to CompeteTFT.com. You can get your compete card and get your chance to join in these competitions. All you need to do is be, grind up, as a lot of our players have through the tier 2 circuit, and potentially you could be back here in future competitions to come. As Trouble said, things move very fast in TFT. You got to get onto the train. Trouble, just before we get into our first game though, where's the other places our viewers could be watching this event from?
Well, if you think that English is not the language you want to be watching, we have a bunch of co-streamers. If English is the language you want to be watching, but you want to be interacting with the streamer, here's a couple of our lovely co-streamers, which you can find all over on their personal streams, that they will be following along with us. And some of them will possibly be watching lobbies that we will not be following. So you can also find around different lobbies, different players that you want to be following through your favorite streamers.
Alright guys, so our first game is almost here for today. Again, a recap of the format. We're playing our 6 games across today. We have our first promotions and eliminations after game number 2. So that's why we've been spending the extra time on our players in that kind of spot. Once it goes beyond that point, things will start to narrow down. We'll have eliminations and promotions after game 4, game 5, and game 6. So, as the top performing players get promoted, and the bottom performing players get eliminated, it will just get closer and closer.
Yeah, it's going to be ramping up at the end of the day as the exhaustion that the players will be feeling will surely pile on. It will become not only a test of the strategy, of their preparation, but also of their stamina, both physical and mental, to be able to hold on for dear life.
And I'd love to see here our players just going all out, particularly my eyes on a Wet Jungler. He had some banger sets, and ever since, he's kind of fallen off the radar. He will forever be there as like this top player, but he needs to get back into performing again. Only with 24 points, it's all or nothing for Wet Jungler. And we're going to throw it over to Impetuous Panda and Barry Baden to take us through our game 1 of the day.
Thank you very much, Trouble. Thank you very much to the rest of the desk. We are here for the final day of week 1, Barry. We've got to see quite a lot on this patch already. I would say a pretty varied and balanced day in terms of all the different comps we got to see yesterday. But the big, I think to focus on for these first 2 games is the cutoff, right? It's going to be pretty taxing all throughout the day.
Yeah, this feels like the most stressful day. Next week, you might think, okay, Crown is on the line, but this is your qualification to TPC. This is your pro circuit future, your competitive TFT future on the line. And for some of these players we see in this lobby, so we do just have this first game, we have a slight pause. Hopefully we'll get in quickly. But looking around the players that are actually on the lower end, Panda, Jungler and Losha, 2 of Dak's most veteran names, they've got an uphill battle because from this point on, they cannot afford any more slip-ups.
That's absolutely right. And you mentioned, I mean, going into tier 2, as someone who has been competing in the last few sets, it is a stressful time. I suck, so maybe it's a bit extra stressful for me. But I think for any player, it's just hard, right? Either guarantee qualification to regionals via ladder slots, which there's not that many to go for, and even then you're qualifying to play-ins in most cases, or you do it through cups. And it is hard. There's still a very competitive tier 2 in EMEA, having to guarantee you're finishing in those top 8 positions in a cup out of 128 players is never an easy feat, no matter how experienced or good you are at the game with the variance in TFT. So most of the players in the field today, as you're mentioning, they want to avoid this at all costs. Going to TAC round, great, that could be the cherry on top, but the main goal for most of the players is surviving this day and making it tier 1.
And I think we've seen it. I think with day 1 double dropping away has kind of shown that no one's position is secure. Ultimately, he was 19th in TPC, so pretty close to automatically qualifying to second week anyway. But then has turned up here. The tier 2 players that have been practicing all season have really stepped up. And it does mean that just one bad season can see that slip away from you. But on the positive side of things, I think some of the players like Hypno, who've came into this tournament, have had such strong showings. The likes of Dasic as well, that we saw a lot of yesterday. So I do think some players finding the footing a bit more and should hopefully only have 2 more games today to progress.
A little bit of extra gold thanks to Howling Abyss, a little bit of extra 1 cost as well in terms of maybe trying to play for some of the reroll, depending on the 2-1 augment, what that looks like. We do hear some pings already. Maybe Anima has already been found and slaughtered in by some of our players.
Yeah, that has been the thing to keep an eye out for across these lobbies. It feels like even when it's been denied, it's still managed to get at least a 5th or a 6th place, but has been just so defining. In terms of what has been defining, though, these gold augments, Panda, feel like they've eclipsed even prismatics in a lot of cases. They just open up so many niche lines.
Oh, White Jungler, I think he might be considering Warpath. Yes, to scout, maybe look around. I mentioned a few.
He needs a big
players
result.
A few players were very keen on Warpath this set, specifically all the mouse players in 4v4. This was one of their secret strategies, was playing for Warpath very often. Obviously, you have much more agency to make sure this procs at some point in stage 3 or 4 with your teammates. Not going to be the case here in individual TFT for Jungler.
And we just are seeing a reminder of who is in our lobby as we're back in there.
No pauses, no. Everyone looks healthy in the heat wave, so we're just double checking that everyone is nice and hydrated.
Making sure they're hydrated,
and running.
Yeah, of course. Lakoko here, our player that is top of the standings out of everyone in this lobby, having that calculated loss early, so you might think this is a player that doesn't necessarily need to play as high risk in these couple of games, but clearly not too satisfied with what he had going early. And I think we've seen streaks of being as important as they always are. The 5 win and 5 loss players have just had so much extra resources to be able to push on in some of these games that it has been very defining.
That's right. We're looking at early learnings as well for Biawi Liss. I'll have to consider and check out his board, see what kind of comp he's angling for. I have to imagine it could be something like Lissandra, Cho'Gath. The Stargazer is the altar. We haven't seen OG Stargazer reroll in the tournament. I'm not sure if we will, but that is always a consideration when I see something like early learnings.
And we do have 3 players holding anima units. So Patient Study from Para, he has 2. We have Coco, as we just saw, also has 2 on his board with Calculator. Volta already has anima in, so somebody's going to be hopefully getting a free hit at it. It looks like players potentially, though, trying to make themselves weaker. We see on the other side only 1 unit loading in. So a lot of players trying to play spoiler as well.
Looks like Biawi is maybe considering, I mean, all his options, right? He's holding on to the Cho Lissandra, he's holding on to the Stargazers, the Talon, the Aatrox, the OG Stargazer reroll with the 1 cost. He's holding on to the Vagar Poppy as well. For now, can't really make 20 without sacrificing too many of these options. Doesn't have a TF though, this is the altar, so you really do have to try and slurp through the mountain, slot in the Stargazer as early as possible to get the altar going so that you can meet the 60 sacrifice threshold on tempo in stage 4. And there is a TF, so potentially Bowie Lewis will be playing one of the OG comps of the set.
Yeah, it feels like it's really fell away in popularity, as you've said, but I think it shows that we thought the meta has been very varied so far. A lot of niche compositions have stepped forward, and if another one that we haven't seen for, well, right at the beginning of the set, as you said, still has a place, that does show that we are certainly in a nice spot. But Para here, playing spoiler, or attempting to. Volta is the one anima player. Coco also has sold off everything, so we are seeing the tag coming through here. So these anima players not getting a free hit at all.
Really smart from Para. He had his shop locked and had anima in his shop. Was not going to buy it until he broke Volta's anima streak, and now he can be the one to play for anima without having Volta in his pool. So really had to play from Para. Para is one of the players that we saw yesterday also leaning into anima in terms of finding that good result, despite the slower cash outs after, I believe it was Dayslick that broke his streak. So very, very cool from Para here. Definitely seems to be very comfortable playing into anima as a whole.
Yeah, he's indicated that he can keep his cool when his spot has been ruined, which some players, they get a bit emotional on the cameras. We see that the grief can get to them, but Para already shown that it's not a problem for him there. And as you've said, should now hopefully himself be able to get that anima loss streak going. But it does mean if you are one of these players near the top of the lobby who's just like Opal, who's picked makeshift armor, simple combat augment, and has actually made any kind of board, you're essentially getting a bit of a free early game here.
I think like Coco's probably not going to put any units on his board anytime soon, so I'm not so sure about free anima streak here for Para. I think the Coco is, still in his pool. We see there with the cross sword, so will be some risk. As you're mentioning, quite an interesting start to the game here with all the shenanigans around, trying to break streaks. And there's going to be some players like Opal and on there just like, yep, free win streak for me. I'll take it.
I think as well, if you're looking at them at the bottom denying each other, you're thinking, okay, none of them are going to get a massive cash out potentially because they're all playing spoilers. So even better, I think, especially if you're a jungler who's on this Primordial line, which we saw in EMEA, it's been the flavor. The people have been loving to pull it out. In Americas, not so much. Basically, the Jinx reroll, Primordians not really seeing much play, but it just never wins a lobby. So we talked about it yesterday. It's bullying these early game boards. This is the type of lobby that you are very much able to do so.
Strong setup here from Klikornin has already a great itemization for a future Aurelian Soul. The Conduit, Concentration Augment as well. Ace Printing Leon, as we're seeing there, we just saw the copy upgraded on his bench. 6 copies right now, so a premier spot it looks like to play for this AP flex around Ace-Soul and then potentially moving into the 5 cost later on in the game. Did lose the win streak, obviously lost a fight there in the middle, but still a really premier spot here for Klikornin.
Yeah, seems to be in a pretty good spot, as you've said, and we've seen this line struggle when there's a lot of other fast 8 or fast 9 AP players. You struggle to get the likes of the Nunu, the likes of the Blitzcrank. But when you look around this lobby, Klikornin should be thinking, okay, the one downside to this composition has been frontline. But I'm hopefully not going to be too contested. Obviously, the likes of Bialis will be trying to pick up the Nunus later on. But for the time being, Klikornin should have a pretty free hit at this AP line. And we're just seeing the power of this Zoe early on, making quick work with these bots.
Not sure if second Luna would be better over the MF there, to be honest. So there's Zoe too. He's winning most of these fights anyway. He's facing people that are open forwarding.
Yeah, I suppose he's probably had a look around and think, okay, not too much to worry about here. Jungler did keep his streak on the other side. We saw going up against Losha's Na spot, who, as always, had a lot of copies of Na. Seems to be, if you choose the Na line, Na chooses you. And as we see here, already starting to arrive, as was the case in the handful of games it's been played so far.
If we get another NAR 3 before we get to printing, I'm going to have to start putting on my tinfoil hat and thinking that something might be up with this NAR guy after the nerf. It might be more just shows up more often in your shop or something. This is not normally at all. Volta also agreed this is not normally. He has won another game on Anima, so 2 wins in stage 2, not really the ideal place to be playing Anima from, whereas Lakoko with Kalklos and Para with his own Anima are both still on the 5-loss streak. Potentially they'll be facing each other at the start of this stage 3. Jungler, though, very, very strong spot here with a full 3-item Jinx.
Yeah, Jungler really sitting pretty here. Just no real threats around the lobby to his early win streak. As we are seeing some players starting to roll though, Bialylist as we expected on this Fate Weaver Stargazer line. 3-1 is going to be his big rolling turbo. It hasn't spiked too much yet, so even for the likes of Jungler, should still throughout stage 3 be sitting pretty comfortably. And I think we've seen 1 or 2 TF lines played, but it was more so worth the wait coming through. So I'm excited to see how this does work out.
You took the word out of my mouth. This is exactly my thoughts as well. We haven't seen this comp in a long time. I love playing it back in the, some would call Degenerate, some would call Heaven, 1-cost reroll patch at the start of the sets, depending on the type of player that you are. But it was a very, very strong comp back then. Talon was incredibly, I think, really the star of the show on the comp. We'll see if Bialylist is going to favor more the Talon for itemization, or it looks like it's going to be the TF here with the Shojin. Could go for honor roll. I mean, you should get a lot of proc off of this, right? Over the rolling
yeah, and I think the only factor is he had already rolled quite a bit, so maybe thinking he wouldn't get as too much value. But we saw, didn't even have TF2 yet. Upgrades are now starting to come through, so maybe more so thinking the immediate spike from that he could get. Just use these rolls, get the upgrades, clear some of this bench.
Yeah, I know Kaylin on the board, so you would have delayed the value from it if you're not rolling this turn. So and again, maybe he wants to make his life a little bit less complicated in a high stake game like this, and I understand that as well.
Yeah, I do think when you're looking at players at the top of the lobby like Jungler, who's just kind of running away with things, Klakonen has a clear setup for a comp which is going to cap higher than yours. One of these Anima Loose Street players is surely going to be able to put something together. Maybe he's just thinking about being as strong as possible right now, but do check back in with Jungler. As I said, what you want to be doing on this Jinx line is just running over the lobby, just putting down as much damage as possible. When there's open forders, make it as difficult for them, give them as few lives as possible to turn their games around, and that's exactly what Jungler is doing here, just applying so much pressure.
Ooh, what's going on here? A tsunami wave has hit. Jungle is bored, everyone's drowning, but a Jinx 3 has been found in the wreckage. I think you're going to be quite happy with the results on these rolls here from one Jungler.
And just a reminder, this is our lowest point player in the lobby. So you might be Jungler, you might be thinking, okay, this is a player that surely he's sitting fine in the standings. Actually, no, coming in needing this performance. So being able to get the heart of the cards there, pick up the early Jinxes, get the 3-star already. Comes up against one of our many weaker players, so didn't necessarily need it just yet, but does allow him to sit pretty, should be able to econ back up, and shouldn't have any threats for the next few rounds, we'd imagine.
I am very worried for Lakoko, to be honest. Kalklos, Open Fort, playstyle is a little bit harder to pull off when the patch is balanced, right? When you have something like Corki that is just so strong off of, like, I have infinite gold, I hit everything on 4-1, I can guarantee I win stage 4 no matter what. In this case for Coco, there's other players who might have these crazy spikes if they get their Anima cash outs on time. He had the Anima in late as well. I'm not so certain he has a guarantee of stability in stage 4, even if he hits whatever he's going for.
Yeah, it feels like the likes of Losha, Klakonen should be all spiking around then. Thank you to the observers for just showing you what exactly is going on here, and there's very little. There's been nothing on the board. We've been trying to play Deny, but he's
already rolling
out Anima. Yeah, he took out Anima to try guarantee losing to Para, but both Para and Coco have avoided each other the whole time, so Para, as of now, has been able to put together a decent anima cash out potentially, but still needs to avoid Coco for a few more rounds. As you can see, doesn't want to make himself too strong.
I think Coco understood he couldn't really just continue losing these next few fights again at 33 HP and with the kind of lobby we're in. But we're seeing again Para versus Volta. Yet again, Para had no anima when they first met in stage 2. Volta was forced to take the win there. It looks like it will not be, or it will be the case here again as well. Volta getting another win, and Para on the 9-loss streak now.
Yeah, it is on the 9-loss streak, but only up to 300. Didn't have it in since right at the start. Potentially 2 players angling a 10-loss, which I think if you're Coco, the entire stage, you're thinking, I must tag this guy at some point. Didn't happen, as you've said, now went to 7. Has rolled very, very deep to try stabilize. Winning the last round still, and it's an expensive board to try put together, and is already level 8, but trying to roll ahead of the rest of the lobby, but still going to be a difficult game to turn around.
Might be his only real out in terms of the 1v1 versus Para, assuming Para's also going to be going for the ASOL, the mech build off after the cash out with the JG already slammed. It could be the case that Coco says, hey, I'm just going to roll now, use all my calculus rolls, hit mech 2, ASOL 2, and hope that Para can't hit and just dies because of it.
Yeah, if he gives him especially if he tags him when Para's then stuck on pairs, for example, could really benefit from that. Jungler on this streak, going against one of our stronger players in the lobby, but still is Jinx 3, just about doing enough to take out Klakonen here. Our 2 lose streak players. Para did win this round, I believe. No, Para got his 10 loss. That was Coco picking up that win there. So Coco has stabilized just a little bit. Para keeps the anima loss streak going.
For anyone that is rolling on this round or on 4-1, I think there's a very big incentive to hold on to copies of Mech and ASOL, because you could take down 2 or 3 birds with one very well aimed stone.
And Para is just the 1 life as well, so if you can tag him this round, if like as you said, if you're able to play Denial, this is the player with the highest upside as well. Coco was just lose streaking. He didn't end up having any potential anima coming in, just the calc loss. So it's not like he has a lot more power potentially, whereas Para, if he's able to hit enough to stabilize, could then become a threat at the top of the lobby. As you've said though, pretty easy to play Denial, it's very obvious. However, the Mighty Mech coming through is massive for this board. That will just give him so much frontline.
The most important upgrade, I would say. You can do a lot with Mighty Mech 2 and the ASOL 1. Yeah. Might have to force to build adaptive potentially. Not a single copy of ASOL is definitely a problem here. 11 HP could be 1 life in stage 4. We'll see who ends up facing. It will be Coco. He's on ASOL 2, but only mech 1 for Coco.
Down. Slams the Void stuff as well, so Para really throwing everything he can, and it's just the battle of the Mighty Mech versus whether or not the ASOL has enough, and it feels like Para's damage is just lacking so much here, relying on this Aurora. As we can see, the Mighty Mech survived quite a while. Para just stays alive, calculated, all according to
reinforcement, 4-2 into ASOL 2, into win out, into 1 HP in a dream. You heard it here first. Oh, we're on the rights. Oh, never mind. It's a booster pack instead.
We have the Aurora 3 angle. Suddenly the out.
I mean, Fifth Street did some work yesterday for Yosko on that anima cash out, so I believe. Oh, never mind. Para does not believe. Yeah. The Aurora gets yeeted out. ASOL pair for now. Is that going to be strong enough is a big question. Maybe Lico gets taken down in stage 4 and Para will have an easier time hitting after that.
Possibly the case. We'll just be digging to try and find this. Does get the ASL upgrade. Already had the camera as well. So suddenly, that 1 HP in a dream. We were worried about the backline, whether or not he could put this ASL together. Definitely still lacking a little bit, it feels like. But for the time being in stage 4, will be more than comfortable. The items have came through. And avoided a bit of a scare, but the problem is just 1 HP in a dream. There is always the threat of somebody possibly being able to outcap him.
Wait a minute. They did it again. Printerless Gnar 3 is online for Lusher Jewel Lotus. Last pickup. This could be a pretty tough fight here for Para. The Mighty Mech is being taken down by the Gnar. The Gnar is still alive, but I think a little bit too much to chew through here for that Gnar, for Lusher, and Para will stay alive for now. No healing, no Fiora. So it will just be that 1 life throughout all of stage 4.
Against the Morgana there. I think we just saw having the adaptive on on the Mighty Mech in the front line just made it go down a little bit easier than you would have liked. You do want these fights to go longer, so a little bit of a scare. Checking back in here with Opal, one of our players who was a spot we've seen before where you're win streaking and you're angling this Vanguard AP flexible line. And you look around the lobby and you think, okay, some players have some pretty high caps. I think we saw it yesterday with where just rolling to stabilize and try save HP. And Opal, similar game plan here, just knows that contesting the top of the lobby isn't really possible.
No Zaya, no Lulu, but still only 6 copies of Jax for BI with this for now. Could be a problem. Boards are starting to spike. You're going to need some extra fine here to buy time for the TF3 to do his thing. The early learning is going to be helping a little bit, obviously, round after round. It looks like it's enough for now, but I think BI with this, the next loss he gets, he's probably going to have to send it to 0 for that Jax 3 upgrade.
And Parrot drops down already, so a very early elimination. We said the risk of, even though he looked stable and he had a pretty strong board, unfortunately, when you're
I wonder who he faced.
100 HP.
Could it be Mr. Jinx 3 himself? And this is a danger of falling onto 1 life. It's a danger of playing the game, right? Of making your board weaker, of having 3 Animo players. You're sacking a lot of HP, get your cash down, and if there's any kind of Exodia or just very, very strong player, you're going to be in big trouble.
That'll be good news for Lococo as well. A player that was holding on to those Mighty Mechs, which is also important for him, and had hit a lot of his board already. But as we can see, until you get that mech, that front line can sometimes feel like it's lacking just a little bit. So Coco will be hoping to pick that up. But Parrot, big elimination early. And Jungler will be feeling pretty good about how this game's going. Not a single round drop so far. Things are going pretty comfortably.
Coco as well, double combat power with second wind and the dual load is going to help a little bit. Just having to have that one econ augment to hit most of the board, but really still needs that Mighty Mech too. That's the big thing.
Coming up against Opal, though, as we said, he's one of these players who's assembled a makeshift AP board. He's still got items on top of Victor for the time being, so will be one of the easier players to come up against at this point. And
let's check on BI list. I think he's rolling for the Jax. Yeah, he rolled down all his gold after this loss. And he did find it. So at least we're going to have the real test, Barry, of how this OG 1-cost reroll comp is going to do in this meta. It's a really good setup for it, let's be honest. You have the burn hex on Talon is great. You have a fairly decent organization on the Jax plus the cryogenic, which is really good as well. And the early learning is one of the best reasons to play this comp in the first place, I would say.
And a big test coming up against the Coco on the other side, who has now got that Mighty Mech too. So he's really kind of hit everything he wanted to, having that dual Lotus as well. So we'll see exactly if Bialy's board is able to put up a fight. This Jax is living for quite a long time here, but the Blitzcrank doing what Blitzcrank does, disrupting just too much there, and Bialy does fall down, and despite the fact he has hit, he's still level 6. So it did take him quite a while to get to this spot. And the cap is just so much lower than some of these other boards that we've seen a lot of already this weekend.
And you want items on the Talon, right? We're on Stargazer. The Caitlyn is not really doing too much outside of the early learnings. You do have Salvage Bin for BIW list, so he can try and break down that Kraken and try and build 2 or 3 item Talon.
Volta here. Not the most exciting spot. I think we've seen some of these Space Cruise lines where you end up just kind of not in a position to reroll like either the 3 cost and you're just carrying Nami. However, this time around, TG's on the Riven are looking pretty good as a secondary damage dealer, but we can see for Volta, I feel like maybe going to be limping across the line in this game, just hoping to etch out a few positions.
Yeah, I think the game just did not go as Volta had planned at all. He's done an okay job of adapting to some degree on having his anima streak broken 2 times, and just the way this lobby showed up in stage 2 and 3 in particular was a huge detriment to Volta's game plan.
Yeah, and it does mean we have Bialy Liz, who's not really in a position to push levels, Opal and Volta kind of putting together whatever they can. We do see the TF on the other side loading in. We have some items on top of Talon finally, which we were lacking in the previous round. Yep. Has made it to level 7 as well. We'll be able to add something in there. But will the Talon be able to do enough here, Panda, on top of the Nami? hopping around, spreading the burn. Nami does drop down, and Bialylis barely loses this round. Pretty devastating loss, all things considered. Feels like one of the opportunities to pick up a rare win in this lobby.
It was much closer than I think we saw from the last fight. So definitely the move on the items to Talon. Talon did a lot as well. Actually in the backline pretty early on. And just barely a win for Volta here. So I think it's not over for Bialylis. Let's see if he survives a few more rounds, getting more and more value from early learnings, right? From the scaling. So
checking in here with Klukonen, who always was angling some kind of conduit board. Unfortunately, when you're stuck level 8, that is Asol, and we had Para holding Asols earlier. Coco has still been, but Coco did drop the last round, so Klukonen has been able to put together a pretty good front line here. But we're seeing a lot of players stuck on level 8, maybe not the highest cap lobby, which is maybe why Jungler was able to take this game so far, but has now started to drop rounds.
will be another big test, and maybe the last test for Bialylis here. We'll see the Battle of the Burst coming out from the TF and from the Jinx here with the Flicker Blades now off the Portable Forge from one jungler, maybe helping him maintain that win streak. For now, it's going to be enough for Bialylis, and as I mentioned, the more fights that Bialylis survives, the stronger he's getting. So if he has a chain of good matchmaking playing against other players, he can potentially become one of the stronger players, maybe even go for a top 4 in this game off of this early learnings TF comp.
And as we look at the HP now, there's a lot of players just desperate to try claw out one position. Coco coming into this one, our highest points leader in the lobby, has put together a really strong board, but is 1 life and was on a tear through the lobby until we got to 5-1. Volta, Bialylis also 1 life. So I think for Coco, if he's able to just survive 1 more round here, potentially get himself to level 9, but coming up against Jungler on the other side, I think we saw Jungler's Ghost last time and potentially again here loading in.
Coco's in contention for finishing in the top 4 after the first 8 games of the tournament, the first 2 games for today, and that could directly qualify him to tier 2, not having to play the rest of the games for today. So he has obviously the reasons to take big risk here. I think if he falls short, like he almost just did, he's okay with that. He's still alive in the tournament, but if the risk pays off, he can suddenly find himself already, you know, without that stress for the rest of the day, having qualified to tier 2. Or to tier 1, sorry. He doesn't want to qualify to tier 2.
Some of our players already have that we're not expecting to, so no, he certainly will not want to be. Opal here ended up on this Nami. We saw him stuck for a while, playing around. Victor is his primary carry. Has ended up with a Jhin on the board, so Jhin 2. But the whole game was angling this kind of AP flex, so just has no items to go on top of it. Has a TG potentially loading in, so fingers crossed it's something good for him. But a lot of players just ended up on a similar plan where they were leaving themselves open to flexing around a variety of different AP carries.
Yeah, Paul having the Jhin just for the Gilded Steel, again, trying to activate that. Everyone is meeting the Exodia Grim Reaper here. Some players are surviving, others might not fare so well. We'll see for Volta. On his very last life, 2 HP, 1 life for 4 players in this lobby, maybe 5 for Cornin as well, and looks like Volta will not be surviving the onslaught from what junglers, Jinx, and Primordium board. He's been taken down here. Bialylis does survive here, and Coco also taken down, so this was not the lobby to play Anima, it looks like.
No, it certainly wasn't, and the big winner so far, the players coming out of DAC. Jungler and Losha, 24 points coming into this, both exactly on that cutoff point for elimination. So we will be losing our bottom 4 in the standings after these 2 games. Our top 4 will be progressing. And in this lobby, Coco is a player at the top of the standings, Jungler and Losha at the bottom. So the big players that needed the big results to potentially qualify themselves or keep their tournaments alive are in a position to do so.
I did see someone not believing in this TF reroll comp. It's a top 4 for Bialylis. I hope to see an apology in our chat from our non-believing viewers, because Bialylis is proven from the right spot with early learnings, with a lot of early copies. You can definitely play TF reroll in this meta.
I think what we've learned from the right spot, you can pretty much play anything. That's what we've learned over the weekend. So
Alan's TFT, love to see it.
Some of the viewers may be thinking, okay, I haven't seen much of this, it can't be that good anymore. They don't know we're in a pretty good spot. It's pretty balanced, everything has its niche set up. and that's exactly what we want to see. Bialylis falls out into 4th place, which is what we would hope for, really. It's still 1 cost reroll. I think, considering he hit quite late, he was stuck level 6, good top 4 for a composition we haven't seen basically at all. So those doubters have been proved wrong.
For the most important and most valid stat of the tournament, of course, if you print, or if you don't print Gnar and just hit in 3-star in stage 3, you will top 4. It's happened every single game up until now. Lusher was well aware of this stat, and he went for it. A clean top 3, I think a very easy game, to be honest, for Jungler and Lusher. Just with the way the tempo shook out in the lobby, right? So much free wins, so much, just a very easy ability to play for that HP and win streak in stage 2 and 3, which just sets up the rest of the game very easily.
Yeah, I think especially for jungler, this line has been popular, but I think as soon as you look around in those, you can be considering it. In those first 3 rounds when you saw he essentially has 3 free matchups at least, suddenly this becomes so much more viable because it is a very snowbally composition. But Coco was the player on the other side that had a very difficult early game, had very little going for him, didn't get the anima going, so just had to go for the old reliable Calculos, sell your board the entire game, and put himself in a position where he really had to make a lot of stuff work with very little time to do so, and has been able to put together a very, very strong board here.
Really interesting blitz build as well with the double Nashers.
True Biss.
True Biss. And the burn hack as well.
Through.
He's finding ways to make just have a second duo carry outside of something like a Karma, for example. It's not going to be that impactful in these fights.
And I think we've seen this particular composition be nearly on the verge of winning some of these lobbies, but often there's one player that's managed to make it to 9 or has assembled Exodia. But as you said, Jungler and Losha were just playing tempo, 2 cost boards. So Coco's survived this point of the game where he's now on this line, which does have a very, very high cap. However, 1 life potentially can get wrapped in some particular fights, so we'll have to be a little bit wary.
Can Lusher or Jungler cap their boards any higher? That's the big question to stop Coco from taking over this lobby. Coco has made it to 9, has hit most of his 5 costs. Looks like this fight's going to be quite close. It's just the Ace left alive now, so that might be, yeah, that's going to be it. In the road for Coco. The duo carry from Lusher with the Corki being added in is going to be enough here. And I'd have to guess, I think Lusher might take this one then. I'm not sure Jungler's going to be able to do much more to cap his board.
Yeah, it feels like as soon as you get to this 1v1 stage, often Primordian, you can potentially scam around. Akali, you can get to the back line. However, when there's just 2 of you left, it's quite easy to position against. It feels like there's a reason it's only won the 1 lobby. It's been very, very reliable at getting into these top 4s, but second, for the most part, has been about as far as it can go. However, we'll see if Jungler is able to do anything different here.
It's a big result that Lusher needed as well. The power-up on second augment risk into the Radiant Lotus is, I think, one of the big difference makers here in terms of the combat power that the board is getting here for Lusher, the duo carry edition as well. Just enough time is being bought here by the Rammus against that Jinx, despite the Flicker Blades not really stacking as much. The fights are just shorter and shorter as they get into the late game. So a pretty clean, decisive win for Lusher here. The 2 Germans battling out for the first win of this day 2.
And we just saw it there. Ultimately, if your frontliner is a Rek'Sai 3, it's not really going to survive much at this point in the game. It just kind of instantly gets rolled over, doesn't have the best defensive items anyway, and just not being able to put up much of a fight. And I don't think Jungler can, as you said, really do much to get through here. But he'll be satisfied with this one. I think both him and Losha and all the DAC viewers at home will be thinking, okay, you scared us a little bit in day 1, but this is more like it. Saving a bit of face for some of our veterans out of Germany.
Yeah, there's not much more that Jungler could have asked for, even on this 13 win streak, 100 HP on stage 4. He, I think, quite realistically knew that his best possible result in this game would be a top 2. It's just the case for this Jinx comp, as you're mentioning. Some of the units just don't scale very well into the late game. Things like the Rek'Sai, as you talked about, being the main tank here. And yeah, we're seeing here yet again another decisive win for Lusher.
Yikes.
No gold, not much to do here for Jungler. I'm not sure if an FF is allowed, but otherwise we will just see one more spanking the next fight. Oh, Jin 2, maybe, diff.
Oh, that's big hit. A little bit more front line. Put him up there. Maybe he can live a little bit longer. Now, I'm wondering, Panda, the debate of some of these printer or reroll lines of what you call them. Gnar printer, Gnar reroll. I guess natural Gnar is the new renaming for for this EMEA variant, because nobody at any point has ever had to dig more than 1 or 2 rolls. They've just spawned in every time. So, I mean, I think it's an indication that if Nari's coming to you, if you get 1 or 2 copies early, then it's you've got the Nar spot, and you should believe that he's going to just spawn in himself.
Especially when someone's playing Jinx as well in the lobby, it's going to help, right? Taking out some of the 2 costs from the pool, even more so. But clean win for Lusher here. Both Wet Jungler and Lusher with very good results in this game 1. They absolutely needed it in terms of their spot in the tournament. Both were sitting at 24 points, so probably the more desperate players in this lobby. And both succeeded. I think a very good results here, very good momentum, very good just inertia in terms of coming in, dominating the early game, executing your game plan to perfection on both sides in terms of the tempo game plan. Being favored that there was some anima shenanigans that they benefited from, but all in all, a very strong first game from both players.
Yeah, very strong first game, and we'll have to see exactly how the rest of the lobbies have shaped up. So, Analyst Desk, take us away.
All right, thank you very much, Barry and Impetuous Panda. What an incredible way to get started on our second part of the main event of week 1. I mean, of course, we'll be bringing you the standings in just a few moments' time. But before we do, just want to talk a little bit about what happened in that game. From the beginning, of course, we knew we were in for something special when we saw open forting anima all over the place.
I literally saw Volta with 3 anima, Para and had 2 out of 3, and Coco had 1 out of 3. And I literally took a screenshot of that, and I was like, okay, here we go. Let's see who's gonna grief who. Volta did Escapeus, of course, and he tried to go for the hundreds cash out to try and get a bit more efficiency in his goal to try and hit his board. Unfortunately, he got stuck in flex AP hell where he couldn't hit many units and couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, the flex AP hell is definitely real in this lobby. Volta, Kikonen, and Opal not making it to that level 9, not finding the bards and the sonas that they hoped for, being too weak in the front line, and getting dunked on by, well, the players that had such a strong early game as well as such an easy one. With just a few upgrades, they managed to steamroll over everybody due to half of the lobby not playing a board.
Well, I think one of the balls we really need to draw some extra attention to, of course, despite the fact that he only ended up coming in 4th place, Bialylis, with the early learnings in there, not something we expected to see at all, particularly with Bialy being, 5th place in the competition. He's got a lot at stake in these 2 games.
Yeah, it gets kind of I think this composition with early learning is probably the harder one to play compared to Vigar or Lissandra, because you have so many of these potentially good 1 cost, but Caitlyn with no items does nothing, Talon with no item does nothing. It's only if you manage to itemize them all that the composition starts to take over, which we could see a little bit at the end, and that's what got him his top 4.
Yeah, and honestly, if you think that, hey, people are tryharding, man, like all 3 of them trying to grief each other because they started with anima, then there's another player who's like, hey, I'll try something more juicy. I'll try to play like old school 1-cost rerolls and try to like spurs it up with the oh, no. The easy solution to actually top 2 in a lobby is to just hit straight up. Gnar 3 without printer, Jinx 2 on 2-1. I'm telling you, if you actually are looking to win in competitions, you don't have to try hard. You just have to hit.
Yeah, just believe in the heart of the cards is
right.
All you need.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it certainly didn't go very well for our AP flex players, Volta, Kikonen, Opal. I mean, sure, there were extenuating circumstances, but ultimately, all we're coming through there in the bottom 4, just send a chilling message going forwards that maybe there are just some circumstances we shouldn't be going for this.
Yeah, I feel like the whole AP, soup, flex, whatever you want to call it, I feel like it's either a stepstone or it is a let me salvage as many possible placements as possible in this particular lobby because it's looking like it's going to get out of hand. So maybe a 6th, a 7th, a 5th, maybe in the best position possible until other people hit or they get to their fast 9s. However, I feel like in lobbies like the one that we just saw, where a lot of the boards were completely accelerated and you're stuck in that level 8 playing LeBlanc and Nami and Victor and Aurelion Sol, it's just not going to be great.
Yeah, the problem is not in damage dealers. The problem is that the front line just ends up being so lackluster, with Eloy being the only true tank that you have access to, Morgana not being able to carry there, and she's also so contested, especially by the open forters. You end up with players that are stuck between a rock and a hard place between Lusher and Wet Jungler with the Nars and the Jinx, and on the bottom side, the mechs that are going level 8 on 3-5 somehow.
Yeah, just astonishing stuff. And as was noted in the game itself, particularly for our players, the German players who finished in the top 2, Wet Jungler and Lusher, both of them were on 24 points respectively. So just getting the top 2 is hugely important. We talked about the opening of the day trouble, just being able to get out of that danger zone before the next game's eliminations kicks in is so important.
Well, it's actually so scary because seeing 3 people so dedicated into going anima, it shows you how the players are sink or swim, right? Specifically for Para, who's like at the very bottom of the standing and he's trying to claw his way back in. Like, this is the way you kind of have to play. You have to play for either 8th or 1st. And sometimes when you're playing these sort of compositions, you end up going 8th more than you end up going 1st, right? Because other players will have that in mind and will make sure that you do not get your streak.
Yeah, and that's where the Jinx, because it's Wet Jungler that drove the final nail in Para's coffin, is super important to have spiked early in the stage 4, because that's the final moment when you can punish somebody like Para. If you let him live for a couple of extra rounds, then suddenly he's going to be so much more dangerous. If he finally rounds out this composition and then is allowed to be level 9, that's when it's the point of no return, and you cannot outcap him if you're somebody like Jinx.
All right, guys, we're heading into game 2 of the day, game 8 of this particular section of the competition. And Trouble, looking at the points in this lobby, we've already got players with, so much to potentially gain here.
Hey, listen, I'm looking at this lobby and I'm like, I'm just about to watch a Batman film, You've got Dasik, who's your classic villain, stopping anyone from having any fun, the viewers from experiencing 3-star 5 calls. You've got Aaliyah, who's like so emotional, and it's absolutely incredible to look at his camera while the games are going on, and he is the hero that everybody deserves. And then there's this wild card, Giosko, where you just throw anything at him and he just cooks in game. He just makes it work. And obviously sprinkling everyone else who have been incredible throughout plenty of tournaments. But these 3 names are the ones I'm looking at, and I'm like, I could make a movie out of those 3. Like a
this is a high points lobby right there. Even with Giosko being at 30, he's not. I'm double checking my what I'm saying, understanding. Yeah, with Giosko being at 30, he's not in danger of relegation. Obviously, if he goes last or second to last, he might end up being in trouble. But all these players have been doing fairly well for now. So you have to realize that they have been doing something right. And I'm sorry, I broke because I'm seeing Elias' hair being. Tousled by the wind, truly giving him the heroic air of the defending champion of EMEA, fighting for his title,
this is a movie.
His realm.
That's right. He is the hero that this lobby deserves.
All right, guys, let's get into it for the next game. We've got Petrus Panda and Barry Bannon to show us what's going to happen, the cutoff after this game.
My first thoughts, Barry, is that Elia is aiming to go Super Saiyan in this game, and he might need it if he wants to stay alive in the tournament. So he could be in trouble, as well as Giosko, on the lower 30s in terms of their point totals.
That fan was a paid actor, I think. I think highlighting our former champion, kind of needing this main character run up the standings to make himself back into pro circuit, and I think just... As the guys touched on the desk, he is one of our most emotional players on the cameras. And I think already stepping up here and kind of... You can see how focused he is. He's ready to deliver for us.
Talking about emotion, I think he broke 3 bed frames throughout last set in the combination of his regionals run and his Tacron run. So hopefully... I think there is no bed anymore in the back. So I think he might have... decided to learn to sleep on the floor to just save the furniture during his tournament runs.
Nothing left for him to break, except for his potential pro career if he doesn't make it through to the pro circuit. But checking in here with Blasted Moon, a player who has been in TPC before and then has dropped away, and also a player with very high highs, winning Tacticians trials this time round. However, when you're coming up against the tier 1 players, suddenly the competition is a lot higher. However, as they touched on, in this particular lobby, no one really at the bottom of the standings, Glasgow on that 30 points. So a lot of these players really do have everything still to play for.
Checking on the conditional elements of this game number 2, the Stargazer will be the altar. So again, same as we saw the last games. I think pretty open for both Zaya and for maybe TF reroll, as we saw last game from Yaoi list, but does depend on having the anima early to get the altar sacrifices going for that big spike in stage 4. And the gods will be Varus and Evelyn. So especially for Varus, I think a little bit more open towards playing reroll lines here for most of our players.
Yeah, and we see just the silver augments coming in, as Observer just shows that Caretaker's Mordecai is quite a good pickup here. I feel like any of those AP flex lines, Vanguard front line, could potentially solve some problems, or the classic Darkstar variant. We see Bensak, one of our players, leaning towards potential just full open into reroll off the back of the Patience of Virtue. So we'll have to see, as you said, if any of our players do opt towards rerolling this time round.
And Patience of Virtue, yeah, a little bit different. We're seeing here the rolls from Bensak. It used to be you pick Patience of Virtue, you leave the room, you have a snack, you have some water, you come back on 4-1 with 73 rolls, and you play for a 4-cost comp and hit everything, and then just stabilize off of that. In this case now it's a bit different. You get a lot of rolls immediately, so a little bit more instead of I think around 1-cost free rolls like the Lissandra Cho, for example.
Yeah, and I think instantly kind of pulling the trigger to see if you get any clear direction. Maybe the next shop is instant upgrades and you know exactly that's what you will be playing. So I do quite like that. As we see Dasik here, one of the better emblems he could have got coming through. Darkstar, always pretty solid, and just gives you so much clear direction early. So Dasik, player that is on the verge of getting into that top 4. We'll have to keep an eye on where he does finish at the end of this game, because he's just 2 points behind securing his TPC future for next season.
Darkstar, not really a comp you can force. Obviously, the emblem is what really enables it, but very, very good in the stats across the last 2 days. A 4.0 ADP, so definitely a line that if you can play into it is going to be very strong. And I think there was patches where Darkstar was very, very prevalent, so every player in this field has a lot of experience on the line, knows exactly what kind of variations you can play around, what units can fit on the board on level 8.
Yeah, and as we look around, we see Elia here, risky moves, so that's why he's down on 80 HP, but actually quite a lot of upgrades coming through already. So he's got a Pike 2, there's a Jinx 2 waiting in the wings if he does decide that he wants to play that. So I think Struck potentially in 2 minds here, could potentially go for this Pike reroll line alongside the likes of Gragas, or could just be tempoing with strongest possible board.
A lot of Primordial players we're seeing, so I think Elias maybe not certain he's going to have the open lane to play into a game like Wet Junglers last game, where we just saw a huge win streak off of the Jinx reroll. I do like risky moves a lot this set. You have the guaranteed better Pengu offerings on stage 2, and you have the chance of just having cleaner items as well going forward.
Yeah, and I think because you have so much gold coming down the line, it also does allow you to make these kind of decisions where normally you would not be holding upgrades of 2 costs that are completely different lines, but Elia knows that potentially missing out on 1 gold at this stage, if it does give him some clear direction or some clear tempo, won't be a problem at all. So we do have 3 players already keeping the 3 win streak and 3 loss streak players, so we'll be able to see if any of those players can maintain those going forward.
Team roll was one of the options for Evelyn, so Dasik and Blasted Moon potentially considering trying to go for this, win out option. If you're able to get the win streak going from the steamroll pickup up until maybe the end of stage 3, for example, that is just so much extra gold and resources you're getting. You can really snowball the game.
Yeah, and checking in with one of our players who does have anima ready to go in. However, we'll be looking around to see if some of these lose streakers are going to be causing too much of a problem. The likes of Cheng Yang doesn't really have anything on the board, so do need to be careful here for Glasgow.
I mean, he has something on the board. There are
Yeah.
there are
Yeah,
4
that's-
Dark Star tank units. I was expecting an open 4, Bear. You're lying to me.
No. Barely anything on the board. Okay. But
That's better.
not full open, and we have seen not the same shenanigans we saw last time, where 3 players were essentially not playing anything at all early on. As we see Cheng Yang here coming up with, even though he's trying to keep this loss streak going, shows how weak some of these boards are, because not like he's getting rolled over here, and at least be able to pick up a few wins, a few kills.
I will say Dasik is in the lobby, so Gil Squad does have to be careful. If
True.
Dasik loses his win streak and loses his steamroll, if he picked
Which
it,
he has.
he'll say, you know what? I'm going to be the hero yet again. He's the villain and the hero. He can do it all with Dasik, apparently.
It really depending on who you ask. Often the case, a lot of the villains are viewed as the heroes, and I think Dasik, if you're maybe the viewer at home, denying some of these for fun spots, view him more so as a villain. But if you're the rest of this lobby, I think definitely has the more of a hero energy.
Yeah, they pick up Steamroll, pick up the Evelyn boon, so has lost that. Unfortunately, it's just going to be Blasted Moon. If he was the one who also picked it up, who has that extra gold generation going for now. It will be Dasik facing off against Blasted Moon, so a very important round here. Blasted Moon might be running away with the lobby with his Primordian setup otherwise.
I'm surprised that Dasik did drop the round, because it does feel like he looks pretty strong, but maybe just lacking a little bit of damage. And similar setups early on in terms of some of the units that are being held here, but Moon, I don't know if we'll have enough here. It's pretty damn close, and we see that Urgot, the Darkstar Urgot, though, just having enough here to take out Blasted Moon's board. So interesting who Dasik did drop that round to, because it feels like both of our players that looked at like angling those win streaks, unfortunately, weren't able to keep it going.
Might have been Safo. Safo has a Jinx 2, Talent 2. Yeah. Elia as well has a very strong board. I mean, there are a few players who, with the right fire RNG, Talent getting to your backliner, for example, or onto Urgot early, Jinx, bursting your main damage leader. It could swing some of these stage 2 fights in a pretty drastic way.
Elia, off the back of Evelyn and off the back of risky moves, is the lowest HP 5 win streak that you could possibly be, I think, at this point in the game. So, sneaking up the standings there, actually, maybe just hiding how far ahead he is over the rest of the lobby. But both of our 5 lost players kept that going. We can see very, very rich down there, both sitting at about 60 gold. So hopefully for Safo, he'll be able to push on now. He has put together a pretty strong board in the early game and is able to pick up a few wins through stage 3.
No item slams yet for Safo, so I think he's still trying to keep the door slightly open in terms of where he's going with this line. He has the Stargazer in early. He can go for some kind of Xayah board. He still has the Jinx angle, but so does Elia. So I think there is still some uncertainty with the game plan for some of our competitors on 3-2. Once they get their augment selections, they'll have to decide one way or another.
Yeah, and those
I think Safo's playing Xayah
head-to-head here. Yeah, Safo angling towards that Xayah. Elia playing a lot more heavy tempo. Slams coming through. Just in such a commanding position. So many upgrades on this board that really nothing anybody can do against it. And we can see he's feeling himself on the cam. He knows this early game is going extremely well. As he lets out a little emote there for the viewers.
Listen, Elia, it is 40 degrees. We are on a 3-2 fight in game 2. You are not allowed to be this excited. You might have a problem with your heart rate and your general temperature. If that's the lengths we're going into already in game 2.
It's okay. We got another silver augment, so they're trying to calm him down. If it was prismatic, he might have just blown out. So they were like, no, quick, calm this guy down. We'll just have some more silvers. Otherwise, it's going to get out of hand.
Maybe he just really does not like Safo. That could be an explanation for such
True.
enthusiastic celebration there.
Yeah, maybe there's some beef that we're unaware of how extreme it is, so maybe that was the factor. But checking back in here with Dasik, had to rebuild his board, has opted for taking the dummy here. So a player that did have his streak denied early, still has this Darkstar emblem though, so is still likely wanting to angle towards it, but knowing that just getting so much frontline coming through from this, didn't have a lot going for himself, so I think more than happy to take this pick up and rebuild his board.
As far as I remember, the Demify will also greatly enhance the Black Hole HP with the 6 Dark Star with the Golem HP onto the board. So pretty impactful for Dasik as well. Starting to set up for a very, very strong Dark Star game.
Yeah, and still sitting at 40 gold and able to actually put something together. Sometimes you have to roll a little bit or you're not too satisfied with what you picked up, but Dasik already had enough to be able to pick some things up here and be more than happy with his spot. So sitting pretty. Blasted Moon levels to 7, so despite the fact he did get his streak denied, still going for heavy tempo in this particular lobby. And another player, as you touched on, has this Primordian, so much gold coming through, and using it to just push ahead. Potentially will pick up some 3 stars on the way as a little treat, but not the main focus here.
Yeah, correction from Kenobi. It is just the Dark Star unit's HP. Misremembered, not the just overall HP on the board. So augments that give HP to Dark Star units, yay, but Demify itself, not so much, other than just giving a massive meat shield to buy more time for your DPS in stage 4.
In terms of a massive meat shield, this Gragas is just not dropping down here, and despite the fact Moon has just leveled to 7, comes up against Aaliyah, who is still feeling himself. He's in such a commanding position in this lobby, and I think a little disheartening to push on to 7. You've got to feel, okay, strong enough to pick up a few wins, but instantly dropping the round here, as we do see what our players will opt for coming in.
Not the most impactful Varus Spoon again in terms of trying to play reroll, getting duplicators, trying to accelerate the rate at which you're hitting your 3 stars.
Yeah, I see a lot of players leaning towards just picking up some extra gold coming through from Evelyn as well, so neither too impactful for this point in the game. But Aaliyah still on this big win streak, running away with things. Got his cash injection came through as well, so his econ's looking pretty damn good. And still leaving himself open. He's got the 6 copies of Pike, so this Pike Jinx Gragas variant that we've seen a little bit of. He's definitely making it work, keeping the Primordians in. But all about tempo for Aaliyah here, and he is going to be spending some of this gold to try Spike now.
6 copies of Jinx for now. Very close to the Pike as well. An interesting combination. The Pike
And the Gragas.
Here. Oh, a lot of burst. And a lot of problems for positioning as well, coming to stage 4 with the Pike in particular.
Yeah, we can see it will be difficult for him to get some access onto these backlines, but for the time being, did roll pretty deep and won off, as he said, a few things, so was hoping to spike there, and unfortunately didn't find what he was looking for. So Dasik will be able to pick up this win. But Aaliyah should be okay for a few rounds here, just doesn't need to panic. It's close to hitting quite a lot still. But obviously sacrificed HP through Evelyn and through his first augment pick, so despite the fact he's been tearing through the lobby, is still fairly low, all things considered.
I wonder if there's a consideration to just roll a little bit deeper, at least for the Pike that last round, a little bit higher APM, and just stop rolling once he hit, maybe even the Gragas 3, depending on who was in his pool, alongside Blasted Moon. Someone who does have to maybe wary is going to be Giosko. 9 loss streak, 21
Yes.
HP. We've seen the spot time and time again. Anima is back on the menu. High-risk gameplay is back on the menu as well, especially for someone like Giosko, who's on 30 points coming into this game number 8 of the tournament. He knows he might be in danger of getting cut off, and even if he isn't, he wants to continue climbing up the standings, right? He needs to be playing for a first or a second here.
Yeah. Positives, we've already got a copy of Mighty Mech and Assault on the bench. We are down 2 augments, essentially just pure gold, but it is silver augments, so econ only, not as impactful. If he gets an anima cash out in double silver as well, a lot of the other players' caps are just a lot lower, so should be able to stabilize somewhat. However, we've seen you do often need at least 2 lives to be able to really get things going. Giosko here will be selling off a lot of his board, knows he needs over the next 2 turns to be pretty clean here. He cannot afford any slip-ups.
That's a good start. Mighty Mech 2. I don't know if there's any way he can fit in a 3-star 3 cost with the duplicators, if he can roll for that as well, if it's too complicated because of the cash outs. But just going to sacrifice the Alawi for now, just going to proc Expedition. 400 cash out plus Expedition cash out should be enough for a pretty stable stage 4 here for Giosko.
Copy of Fiora coming through. We'll be able to throw that in for the time being. This Front line's looking
high
good.
value.
That's the main thing.
Be able to heal to like 15 or so, be on 2 lives just in case.
He's hitting a few of the units he's looking for here as well. Really wants to try get the ASL2 though. That is so important to hit right now. Potentially for a few rounds, or at least for 1 or 2 rounds, he should still be okay. Has to get these slams going through.
Sword Reforge.
And is no
Morello.
upgrade on the Mighty Mech. We just mech. So we are in 5
That might be a problem.
That
I
might
think he
be a
just noticed.
problem.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Should be okay for this round. Thankfully, he's coming up against one of our players is not too strong yet. Said it needed to be clean. He got away with one. It was not so clean. But now can hopefully solve that as we do get prismatics coming through. So hopefully he can get quite a bit stronger if he can just fix that slight issue with that.
I think Yosko's wearing a Brazil shirt in the World Cup spirit. I will say that was not some Joga Bonito, but maybe once he mechs the Mighty Mech, we might get there. We might see some clean, creative gameplay here, trying to survive after the anima cash out.
Sappho's the Samba style player. That's what I've heard. So actually, maybe playing it in the same lobby as wearing it in the same lobby as Sappho, not the best idea.
You want to move the Morello here. I think we're might be some stat checks going on. I have to imagine between Bloody Jewel and Varus' Obsession. I don't blame him. As long as he slams items in time, there is a fight starting off against a Spanish compatriot in this lobby with Sappho loading up on the Xayah Flicker Blades, i.e. Red Buff will be the build here with the Focus Fire as well for Sappho. Is Giosko strong enough to survive here with the Bloody Jewel pickup?
Sappho has rolled all of his gold as well, so the fact he's getting ran over so easily here. Yes, you're coming up against that anima cash out. Sappho now dropping down to 1 life. Will not want to have seen this particular Mighty Mech board loading in. And now in a pretty difficult position. Does get the Nunu upgrade, but not having Nunu 2 last round, not having Xayah 2. Still a very difficult spot to be in.
Some regret maybe, right? We're going back to that 3-2 loss against ELIMINATION. I think both players were open to the idea of playing into Jinx, a very consistent line, a line that you can play from high tempo, a very kind of safe line. Instead, Sappho said, okay, Elia, you can take it. I'll play for just a stage 4 roll down, and it hasn't quite worked out for Sappho, unfortunately.
It hasn't quite. Loading up as a Yi board coming on the other side, who has hit the Yi 2-star, and it's on the right side to potentially cause some problems here, Panda.
The Nunu is very, very far away from the Yi. If the Yi clears out everything, the fight RNG might have him swing into the Xayah with a pathing, but no, it will be for now. The Xayah on the Yi. Instead, the Edge of Night has proc. Does Xayah have enough damage, enough time to proc the Flicker Blades to get the damage rolling onto the backline? The stun comes through off the Nunu. That could be it, but she is now being targeted. Sappho will be going down 8th place. He's on 35 points coming into this game, so he should be safe, obviously, from any kind of elimination. But loss of momentum here for the Spanish player.
Yeah, loss of momentum. You don't want to be getting eliminated this early on. Just have to sit back and watch the rest of the lobby. Aaliyah here, sitting at 58 HP, still digging. Did finally hit everything, so the Jinx 3 has finally came online. He's holding a Kindred, which will be his next in if he is able to level. But this composition isn't the point of the game where it will start to fall off slightly. We know that it can run over early, and that's exactly what it's been doing. Or similar lines can run over early. I think Aaliyah knows that he just has to play for strongest board every time here.
A Nightmare with a positioning, of course, with that Pike as well. Looking at Cheng Yang's board, all of a sudden we're looking at a fairly cracked board here. Sonatu on level 8.
Mordekai's
have a Bard online as well.
Mordekai's at 3 will, coming in as well. So frontline is not a problem. And we loaded in Panda, and I thought this is a level 9 board we're looking at, but not the case.
The Bard is 1-star. You just have Giant and Mighty, so he looks a little buff. Yeah. But do not be tricked. I have to, look too tiny. It can't possibly be Sonatu and Bard 2 at this point.
No, but still having a pair. Level 8, still pretty good. As I said, Mordekaiser does make up for his lack of frontline a little bit with the likes of Nunu, hard to find. But we see Mordekaiser falls down pretty early there against the Yi board, but just too much damage behind it. and making pretty quick work here.
Yeah, smart decision with the Giant and Mighty for Cheng. I think he understood, hey, my front line's pretty weak. I have Ascension as well. All I need is to buy enough time to get my damage going in a longer fight. So really want to try and index on his Treasure Dragon itemization onto that front line. Potentially getting a Vow for the Nunu as well to buy some more time, and that third tank item for the Mordekaiser.
Checking in here with our Yi Marauders setup. It's been not as fancied as it has been in previous tournaments. We see Zebroisin here. It's all about positioning. If you can get your Yi on top of their carries and you can be on the right side, but unfortunately, through his augment, he does really have to position as this full clump, so it does make it a little more difficult to do these last second swaps. But up against Bensak, maybe we'll be able to get on top of this LeBlanc.
Also, we'll also have a bit more combo power, I would say, for a board like this one, where you should be able to hit quite easily. Only has a group hug, the silver augments, with the investor pickup on his 4-2 augment round. We'll be winning these fights, but I think the cap is overall going to be a little bit lower for the Yi, unless you're trying to play for like a Yi 3 or something.
Yeah, something you could attempt, but I certainly think when you're sitting on 1 gold, not so likely. But as we look around the lobby, Glasgow, 5 win streak now. So the player that we were a little worried about, he had to have some clean rounds at the start of stage 4, and he got away with 1 of them. But now has assembled this Mighty Mech board, which is so strong, and has been picking up some big wins here. But still sitting at 13 HP, cannot afford to drop a single round. As Bensak, one of our players, though, angling towards trying to get to level 9.
Starting to even out a bit at the lower end in terms of the HP totals. Delia and Dasik still very far ahead. Dasik is on a 3 loss streak though, so potentially is losing some steam near the end of this stage 4. For Giosko, I still think he probably wants to move the Gunblade off of the Acel and go for a JG with a Radiant Radiant Cap setup.
Yeah, ideally he would be in a position to do so. For the time being, just slamming what items he can. Trying to make sure he doesn't accidentally drop any rounds, doesn't get out positioned, doesn't get wrapped. Coming against Alia, the pike can cause a problem.
We went for the triple stone plate setup instead onto the Mighty Mech. We'll see if the decision will pay off here. He's going to face one of the stronger players in the lobby. In terms of the Leo on a 3-win streak now, off of the Jinx 3, off of the Pike 3. The Acel has managed to dodge the Pike. For now, the Gunblade is all going to help with any kind of incidental damage coming through. But still a pretty decisive win here for Giosko. Has to feel pretty confident, now 15 HP, so has kind of healed out of that 1 life zone.
Yep. And our player that needed a big result, reminder for anybody tuning in, we are losing our bottom 4 players after this game, and he was only 2 points above the cutoff. So could not afford to drop out into the bottom 2 or 3 positions here. That would have been the end of his season. So to be able to stabilize and put together a really strong performance here could just be a massive momentum shift for the weekend, as we see Bensak upgrading his front line. So many players digging for the same Vanguard units. Often takes a long time for them to find it, but does manage to get the all-important Nunu, getting that 5 Shepherd online as well. So should have a little bit more survivability. Coming up against one of our Marauder players.
We'll see if there's going to be enough frontline to buy time for this LeBlanc to scale just the LeBlanc as a damage carry coming in stage 5. A little bit worried the Nunu is just being bursted down so quickly by the Kindred, by the Master Yi as well. I'm not sure if the front line is going to be strong enough here for Bensak. The Yi is onto the LeBlanc, but the LeBlanc does survive just barely. Huge win for Bensak here.
And just the Kindred one there. Kindred's been the main damage dealer, it feels like, right now instead of Yi. It's so important to get that upgrade, and as we saw, just didn't have quite enough there for Blasted Moon to go through. And you touched on it, Panda, the HPs have really closed up here. Bensak sitting at 10, Chen Yang all the way up in 3rd at 19, so really facing elimination. If you're the likes of Blasted Moon, who's on this 2-loss streak now, and we just had a glimpse of his board, not really an awful lot going for it, potentially dropping that down into 6th or 7th place here.
This lobby might even out more and more. The bottom 3 players are all winning. The top players are all on loose streaks now, except for Cheng Yang as well. So we'll see what ends up happening here. Boys are going to be up against Blasted Moon, Yi on Yi action. And right away, Royce and Z is already being targeted. The Edge of Night is going to proc here or has already procced, it looks like. And Royson's E is down for the count. Not the fight you were hoping for in this E mirror match.
No, and did get the Kindred 2 coming through for Blasted Moon, and just more combat strength from the augments, those extra swords coming through. You touched on before, this composition does need that little bit extra power from some combat augments, and just unitemized Kindred on one side, whereas 3 items on top of the Blasted Moon, making the difference there. And unfortunately, Zabroyson does fall down. Chengyang, his streak is stopped, so also down to 5 HP. Glasgow just tearing up the standings, now completely at a second life for himself, is sitting very pretty in this game.
Exact loss for Boyson as well, pretty tough, considering he had a chance to still survive on 1 HP potentially after that fight. Maybe killed 1 more unit. Yosko definitely the Grim Reaper now, as you mentioned, Barry, in this lobby.
Now you said at level 8 it wouldn't be the Sona and the Bard 2, it was just because Giant and Mighty, but now it is. So it has been donkey rolling on 8 the whole game for Chengyang. Was able to put together this legendary bot. Watching the front line though, lacking a little bit, and Yi is exactly where he wants to be. On top of this, Sona takes it down with ease. Next up, Bob is the Bard. And Blasted Moon, the Yi composition thrives when you can get access onto that backline and wrap around, and Chengyang, despite having a very expensive board, drops out into 6th place. Aaliyah, also eliminated, falls out in 5th.
Donut 2, Bard 2, giant units. Does not matter if Yi comes knocking on your door and your tanks are not there to protect you. A very, very good wrap from Blasted Moon, who just off of these 2 positioning advantages in the last 2 fights is able to secure these 2 wins and lock in the top 4, maybe even the top 3, considering Dasik has been free falling in the last 2 stages, now down to 1 life.
And potentially another possibility is Yi, looking like in a similar position, maybe is able to get onto that back line. Mordekaiser and the rest of the front line from Dasik has wandered away. Yi, though, this time round, not being as much of a sniper and accessing that back line easily, and falls down pretty quickly. So Blasted Moon just barely survives. Dasik lives to fight another day. Bensak, though, does drop out in 4th, so Blasted Moon securing a top 3. Which I think, all things considered, he'll be pretty happy with.
And Giosko now on a 10 win streak, most likely going to be the clear victor in this game number 2. You have to imagine the flashbacks back to that 4-1 fight, the mech not meched up, just sitting there and just barely able to win that fight, and because of that, able to win the game once you manage to stabilize fully. So Giosko must be very, very happy when that fight results in 4-1.
And for the Spanish scene, they had to sacrifice Safo. You had to give him up for this one. You had to be like, okay, Glasgow needs this result more than anybody else. He's near the bottom of the standings, and a worthwhile trade, it feels like, to keep the whole scene alive.
There is some shenanigans, of course, in the Yi versus Carrier Asol matchup. Asol sometimes decides to, walk right in front of Yi right as he is switching targets and aggro, and that could lead Yi to just, wreck the entire backline and just ignore the Mighty Mech itself. So we'll see if that ends up happening here once that matchup comes through.
Has made it all the way to level 10 though, so where a lot of these players have been stuck rolling on 8, it feels like at this point in the game, as you said, unless a wrap can occur, we just see the power of this board. Day6 frontline really lacking, getting rolled over here and will be eliminated. We'll see if elsewhere. Blasted Moon also drops down. And a clean win for our Spanish star who needed this big result, Panda.
I take it all back. It was indeed Joga Bonito from Giosko in this game number 2. He risked it all. And once again, Barry, Anima seemed to be a pretty big star in terms of the results in the game. In this case, because Giosko just completely took over the 11 win streak to win it all in the end. We're going to go to a very quick break as we settle our excitement after that Anima win. And we'll come back with a bigger breakdown later on. Or we're not going to break. Or we're still here, Barry.
We're still here for now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the desk. We've got so much to talk about. Of course, we know that our first eliminations are coming up officially, but we've also got things which we need to say about the last game. We know we've had some heated words behind the scenes, so let's just get out of the way. Start off with Chen Yang, a pretty impressive high roll game. Trouble, what are your thoughts?
No. This was like, okay, I'm gonna give you all context, okay? We're behind the scenes, we're trying to figure out what we want to talk about, you know, what are our highlights, okay? And Kenobi comes up with the genius plan. We have to talk about Chen Yang. What about it? That was the most blatant high roll I have seen this entire weekend.
But is it even high roll if it just goes sixth?
Deserved.
It is. That's not how it
No,
works. It's not
absolutely
high roll
deserved.
then. What's the point? What's the
You know
point
what
of
was
getting
even
two-star
better of him?
legendaries?
You know what was even better than him going sick? The fact that he got wrapped by a Yi, which is the most uncharacteristic unit. You can never guess the actual movement of this particular champion on the board. Like, Master Yi can go into your backline like an assassin, and he could be stuck in the tank that's literally placed on the other side of the board, and he has no business going there. Absolutely mind-blowing.
Well, I think we need to, get an outside source of this whole situation. So maybe let's see if one of our players has got the right perspective. Production, if we can have a quick word from them, and we can check in. Liam, obviously, he was in the game himself, so perhaps we'll see after this round is done if he can communicate through the power of his physical movements exactly what he thought about Chen Yang's game.
That is true. He's going to be having just a little bit of moment if you missed it. This is what it looks like when you're in the vibe, in the zone.
Sorry, I tried my best beatboxing.
Yeah, that was
That's
pretty
it.
good.
That's it.
Good.
That's as good as it gets. That's as good as it gets. You requested
boy.
some techno. I tried my best.
Yes.
Kenobi.
No,
That's all I could do.
It was between the lines. We knew it was there. But I wanted to, of course, get to draw some of the other parts you mentioned before. Of course, we had the Marauders coming in, Blaster Moon, managing to pull off, especially bending it with the Primordian emblem to start us off with. Kenobi, Trevor was mentioning about the positioning being so important in there. How well do you feel like Blaster Moon managed to pilot that one?
Well, obviously being able to take out Chen Yang was the big thing, because it's like this Yi Kindred composition is so strange because it struggles against so many of the comps, but it's the absolute bane of AP-based comps where you have the opportunity to wrap around, and the front line is really not up to standings. It's just pretty tough for this this composition to match so many, but against this one specifically, it's so great. Unfortunately, it's either at some point the mech just gets too thick and the rest of the board is just too good, and Yi cannot wrap around and kill the backline fast enough.
Well, we've got something else to wrap our heads around as well. Our standings are here, remembering we have our first eliminations, the top 4 promoted, the bottom 4 out of here.
No!
So we know our first players are gone.
No, Volta, no! You
Unfortunate.
guys take it away. I'm
7-8.
devastated. I'm devastated. Absolutely not.
Complete slip up from Voltarix, starting with 30 points today and just getting 3 points in 2 games here. Complete heartbreak. Also loses on the tiebreaker to Shred in here. So that's gonna be Voltarix out of TPC.
And for these players, of course, a little bit higher up. Trevor, we were talking a bit before about trying to get yourself into a secure position. Remember, of course, the players on the, at the top will be getting promoted as the day goes on. So you being in the center is a great place to be. See Skipairs just outside of the top 8. And honestly, we can see the score here is extremely close towards the top end.
Yeah, and specifically for our players who are at the very bottom, at the very top, if I'm not wrong, Arzu, Dasik, Nuri, and Hypno have actually qualified to next week. So that's pretty huge for them. We had 4 players eliminated and 4 players advancing straight to next week, which is a huge deal. And I just want to remind everyone that from now on, the next 2 games, we're going to have another 4 cut off and another 4 promo, and then this is where it gets cutthroat. We get each game 4 players eliminated until we have the final batch that's going to be moving to next week. So from here on out, no mistakes, no 3-pointers in 2 games. This is just not gonna cut it.
Yeah, and looks like Arzu heard Brix's message, said, no worries, man, I got you. First of the day, going to TPC. So huge accomplishment for him. He went to Tactician's Crown once, and I believe it was Inkborn Fable. So that was, well, I want to say a while ago, but every time I'm thinking, well, I'm counting sets, and that was so long ago. No, it was a couple of years. So time flies. Yeah, time does fly a little bit too quickly here. But congrats to him. Congrats to the other 3 players as well. And unfortunately for the bottom 4, they will have to pick themselves up for next set.
I just have to say, I'm so happy Dasik made it to next week. Obviously because he's a great player, but now we get to see 3-star 5 costs, man. 3-star 5 costs and 3-star 4 costs. The world is just our oyster from here on out. Viewers are gonna eat good.
Absolutely. As I said, having them out of commission for the next game to come, I think it's going to be a blessing for everybody else. I think Nuri and Hypno came in today as our top scorers. We were talking about this yesterday. Having that momentum means they have shortened their day dramatically. They could spend the entire thing preparing or starting their preparation for next week right now. And for all of our players, particularly the ones towards the bottom, they need to reveal every trick in their bag just to stay in the competition.
Well, talking about tricks, the next 4 players that will be quote-unquote on the chopping block, because from space 17 to 28 that I can see right now, the points are super close together. We're talking 33 points to 38 points, so this can swing massively in the next 2 games. But particularly for the bottom 4 players, which is Shredding, Kevin Parker, Zaza, and Chen Yang, this is a huge deal. I'm looking particularly at Zaza. He wasn't even supposed to be here, okay? So it's a huge feat so far to not only have made it into the day 3 of week 1, but also potentially qualifying and getting into that week 2. Trying to compete to get to the crown, to be an EMEA champion as well. So that is huge for Zaza if he actually manages to get through.
Yeah, still has to claw back 4 more points across the next couple of games, which is no easy feat. Gotta get some very consistent high tops if he wants to make it there. But honestly, getting there, getting to the place where he is right now in and of itself is already, as you mentioned, a pretty big achievement, considering the low amount of TFT prep that he had done. Obviously, he had done some FPS prep, but that wasn't really relevant to what's going on right here. Unless maybe headshotting the units in shop is important. I don't know, guys. You tell me about it.
I mean, maybe we'll find it turns out to be the most relevant thing at all. But one of those players you guys were mentioning before, Kevin Parker, on 34 points. He is very much in the danger zone. As you said, Trouble, we've got 2 games grace before the next cutoff comes in. For Kevin especially, and honestly for most of the players in this lobby, they're still going to be just above the line at best.
Yeah, and this is where things get kind of dicey, because usually when you're at the very bottom, you want to play a 1st or 8th kind of play style. And we actually had a pretty good representation of what that looks like in lobby number 1, in game number 1 that we had, as we slowly but surely are going to get into that game 3. No one's changing. It's going to be still us, guys. Trouble, Counterfeit, and Kenobi that are going to take you through games 9 and 10. And yeah, we saw basically a lot of anima and a lot of people trying to grief the anima and back and forth, so it's gonna be quite difficult to play that 1st or 8th playstyle here.
Indeed, a composition that can definitely go first basically gets the beginnings of Handed to Zbrojzon with the Lulu and the Maokai. We're gonna give you what the Stargazer constellation is in just a moment. And the map being Prismatic Party means we're getting some crazy stuff. Ooh. And the constellation is the boar, so definitely playable from a high roll early game to get that extra economy, but not one of the premium ones.
At least this does mean we're in line for a huge amount of variance going forward for our players who can find their way forward and get those potentially very, very high placements they absolutely need to happen. Of course, For our players towards one of the top, Motive is the leader in this lobby, one with Scapeus and Blast at Moon just behind. They, of course, have got an extra opportunity now to try and leap forward over these next 2 games. Currently, it's just, Trouble, as you said, there's not that much difference between where they are and the now top of the tournament anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. 17th to 28th place are super close, and I think anything can happen in the first 2 games. Now, I really want to focus on the augments right here because Build a Bud has been absolutely dominating in Prismatic parties. It feels like Prismatics I will say obviously stronger in power than the gold ones, but when it comes to economy, it feels like the Prismatics, because they do spike earlier, the games are just much more cutthroat. So playing a super loss streak condition might not actually be the best when you're moving into a Prismatic party lobby. And I mean, come on, Kevin Parker literally put his hands up in the air. He just pulled out a clap. What is this trade tree? It's literally just handpicked.
Yeah, that's gonna be a pretty nice Space Groove game. The only issue for him, no Space Groove units just yet. And as well, Motive here, the hard commit on the Darkstar line is probably something he's rubbing his hands about. On the other side, we have Wet Jungler getting the Deathblade, trying to replicate Nuri's performance yesterday, maybe, with the Mr. 100 HP win, thanks to that Jinx, but we'll see if he manages to do it. You mentioned blue streaking. We've got the Forging Strength from Blast at Moon probably gearing towards the mech line already.
Yes, and at least in this lobby, we don't have it being overwhelmed by everyone else having enforced losses put upon them. Do you want to take note as well for Wet Jungler and the Enhanced Deathblade in place there as well? So I think in this lobby, you've got the potential for some players to get very aggressive very early.
Yeah, I feel like this is the whole point of the Prismatic, right? We had a chat with Kenobi, yes, then we're like, hey, it doesn't look like the economy is like as strong with Prismatics as it is with gold augments, and that's because the Prismatic augments help you push your board so much harder in the early game that you don't really get a chance for an error to be able to burn through your HP so you can push easily towards that level 9. So yesterday when we had a lot of Prismatic party lobbies, we saw a lot of people bleed out trying to go to that level 9 with, the big econ augments, but because they bled through that early game, it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, definitely right. Here, we're not seeing too many tempo augments, like true tempo augments, something like the Build a Bud.
Yep.
We're gonna get a little bit of acceleration with the Tactician's Kitchen, giving that Tactician's Crown to get 1 extra unit on the board. But besides that, there's just Wet Jungler trying to apply some pressure, stacking that Deathblade as early as he can. But yeah, it's gonna be a sort of relaxed early game all around, waiting for the conditions to stack up, the trait trees to align, the flexible to start giving out emblems. There's just gonna be a lot of waiting for this early game.
I do want to check in with Bryson if we can, because there was not just 1 player who brought out the trait tree, but 2. So we've got a second Space Groove emblem in play. The Shepherd as well. If Bryson doesn't want to try and contest things with Kevin.
This kind of looks like it could be a Shepherd line. You could move towards something like the LeBlanc. You've got the extra Arbiter right there. You can use the Space Groove spat as it is. It's okay-ish, but he also does have the Reforger if he wants to play for a different emblem right here. He's gonna get the level up going. Motive is only level 4, so I'm pretty sure that his win streak will stay intact right now. Having that Lulu early on does pretty much boost your board very much when you are playing towards the Stargazer line.
Well, Kenobi, I wanted to put it to you. We've been discussing this before. As Trouble says, we've got some potential for some LeBlanc action here. If we don't necessarily, if we got the Prismatics coming in, do you think this could be another game where we could see the LeBlanc really shine?
Definitely with those emblems, because you have to remember the Space Groove is gonna get valued through the Blitzcrank anyway, so he could just keep them like this, get a 3/3 Arbiter, doesn't even need to keep the Leona. The Shepherd emblem is actually quite powerful, as the 5 Shepherd summon is one of the ways to solve the tanking issue of this Shepherd board, and don't need to talk about how strong the 7 Shepherd is. That AoE wave stunning the entire board can swing fights, especially in the mid game in stage 4. Does get weaker in the stage 5 when you have to pay the price of having Teemo on your board.
And everyone here clicked on Evelyn, except
But
for
one.
Sappho, who's on a loss streak and couldn't click on Evelyn. Everyone playing for the steamroll. Zoe too for Lusha, when he's already kind of on the arbiter line right here. So that's a pretty good hit. And let's see which one of them will be able to
Not-
utilize that 2-star 2 cost.
Yeah. Everybody is spiking. Remember I said we're going to be chilling around, waiting for a little bit. Everybody say, hey, wake up, strongbolds right now.
In a prismatic lobby. Double down.
Oh yeah, I mean you've got to absolutely make it happen because there's the power built upon power. Well, of course, we know Motive has got his future secured for the time being. Of course, Motive, again, on the 42 points, the points leader of the lobby. Just a couple of good results over this next round, and he will be secured in week 2. Everybody else, though, fighting to stay alive. Luscious board, not as strong as it will be later on, farming up as much gold as it can.
Hold on. So, last up moon, no, he's loose streaking. He's gonna be making bank, making sure he has enough money to, I assume, play towards mech. That's the composition where it's so easy to make use of all the emblems, just like it is for anima. You can use the AD, the AP, no problem here. It's the same reasoning.
I am not gonna lie. I have a feeling he might be angling Mr. Master Yi from this line. Especially with the even shroud being slammed and the mittens. It can't tell him that he wants to play towards Master Yi. Obviously, getting the AP artifacts can very heavily hinder your ability to snowball. However, we have talked a lot about Marola's not necessarily being the 4-cost pivot line that you want to be playing towards. But if you have really strong artifacts to slam on things like the Master Yi, Fiora, potentially even Graves, right, later on, this might be an avenue where the composition shines.
I'm intrigued to see where it goes as well, but you're right, having that direction from the first artifact is definitely going to be giving you a lot more reassurance. At least you've got something relevant. Checking back in with Scapeus, of course. He's got some more business to try and figure out himself. I mean, right now we've got Blaster Moon and Sappho both controlling the loss streaks in the lobby. Of course, we know Blaster Moon is trying to drop HP as much as possible. Sappho, of course, with the Time Breaker emblem, also looking to farm up rerolls.
Yeah, just chilling and waiting to see the second emblem coming in right here. Well, Nova, Brawler, sign me up. I know where we're going. This is a pretty decent combination, especially because he already has, well, nearly all the Novas that he needs to get access to that very powerful Nova strike, especially on somebody like if you get the Maokai here, the ability to stun the entire board is pretty valuable this early on in the game.
Yeah, I feel like Escape and Blast are heading to the same destination. 5 Shepherd on 3-1 is a pretty huge hit right here for Zebroison. Slams the Arbiter as well, so this is most likely going to be an angle for LeBlanc, potentially turning it into a Sona board.
Yeah, well, as you said, tremendous late game potential. And honestly, given how strong the late game potential is, it's very fascinating to see how strong Zebroison has been so far. I think he's been able to keep his 5 streak into a 6 streak. Kevin Parker winning as well, so currently the two of them ruling the roost in the lobby.
And the second Prismatic coming in, we're getting some very powerful AD and AP options with the Baron's Lair, with the Hold the Line. Hold the Line being so popular in this kind of composition because the Shepherd summon is going to count as 1 more unit, and then you're getting so much extra damage once he gets the items for going for the backline. And
Here
oh my
is.
god, Wet Jungler.
Here
Yep.
is.
See, told you it
This
was
looks
replicable.
familiar.
The Holy Trinity, the triple DB with a double prismatic. It's exactly what we saw from Nori yesterday. Unfortunately, Wet Jungler will not be able to finish this lobby with 100 HP, as he is minus 19 already, but it looks pretty promising, especially since he has already hit that Maokai 2 with a Gargoyle. That will prove to be a pretty formidable tank, at least for that stage 3, but damn, if you're looking to play Jinx, then this is definitely the angle to do that on.
I mean, you couldn't ask for more of a win-more situation. The more units where jungler gets killed, the stronger each of these death blades become. As you see a little taste of how strong there will be as Kevin Parker gets swept aside.
Now, what else did we get? So, because we focused there. Oh, Skippers went for the min-max, giving him access not to the components. Well, obviously he got 4 components and the golden remover, but the golden remover gives him infinite reforgers because he turns every other remover into a reforger, giving him so much control over his flexible.
Oh! Sappho with the double meeple here.
Oh. 10 meeps?
We could potentially see a world where we can't get to that 10 meeple since we've got the +2. But the most important part about having the 2 meeple emblems right here is that 1, you get to the 7 much faster, which means you start printing much earlier, and 2, you can actually keep the 7 meeple in and keep printing other units whilst not sacrificing strength on your board.
And you mentioned that he has the 2 emblems, but most importantly, he has the Tactician's Kitchen, meaning he does not need level 10. He just has to get to level 9. And furthermore, if I might add, there's a 3rd prismatic coming in, which means that if he gets new recruit, he could hit it on level 8. Just like that, you know? Just saying.
Good grief.
It's
Well, I
unlikely.
mean, Sappho does need to recover from a very low HP total. I mean, yep, he's been lost streaking, he's been scooping up the money, but his window of opportunity to pull off something magnificent will be limited. So Bryson still controlling at the top of the lobby as things have started to break up a little bit more, but Sappho's lost streak is impressive. His potential off the charts.
Yeah, he's 37 HP. However, it doesn't necessarily really have a cash out on the way. Okay, it's gonna get that Rex hero here. And here's the Corki. And he has the Veigar. He's missing Fizz and Rammus to be able to start printing right here. Either or will actually make it. I wonder if he's actually gonna level up here to try and
You're forgetting about
start printing. Poppy as well, yeah.
He could level in 3 rolls here.
Yeah, he was 1 off, so I was expecting at least to see maybe a level up coming through just for the sake of starting to print already. He is going to protect his lost streak here, primarily, which is exactly what he tried to do. He leveled after the combat started.
Yes, well, we can see Blast the Moon could presumably be moving to that space himself. I think anticipating, Sappho and Blast have been at each other's throats through this game, both trying to keep their lost streaks intact. Blast the Moon trying to get access to his extra artifacts from the Forge in Strength as soon as possible. As Sappho's streak comes to a close, Blast will get that cash out soon, but Sappho is moving forward in power right now.
Yep, still no 7 meeples here. We're just gonna wait and see if any of the free rolls get used. Looks like the answer is going to be no for now. I mean, his ball is pretty strong right there. Having to move to the 7 meeples might force him to make some compromises, and I think he cares more about winning next round, saving his HP to be able to think about maybe going 9.
Yeah, it might be a case right here for exactly you said. He plays more of the traditional Riven Corki line, especially since he's hit some pretty okay items for Corki as well, and just try to play on those on the 7 meeple to try and duplicate to even get some coins out of it for his bag. Try and get to that level 9 for the 10 meeple. Obviously needs to hit the Bard as well as the other meeples, but that will be secondary as slowly but surely we're heading to yet another PV round, and a bunch of those boards have just gotten embellished with a 3-star 1 cost. A lot of them are using it very, very well, such as Zaborison here, which this Cho'Gath fits just perfectly in his AP line for the time being.
It's real nice, and handed out Blast at Moon his loss that pushes him across the Forge cash out, so he'll be getting stronger. Something he did pick up from Blast's board actually as well is that he took the trait tree, ended up with Primordian, Anima, and Darkstar, if I read those ones correctly. So I'll be fascinated to see what Blast does in stage 4.
Yeah, and we're coming back around to see how Wet Jungler has done. Unfortunately, a little bit of waffling, back and forth, winning, losing, winning, losing. What matters is that he keeps on killing units as often as possible, and now he needs to remove all the brakes, go full throttle forward, hit his board, and start the snowballing, because yes, the triple death blade has incredible potential, but so far it's just that potential and he needs to turn it into actual stats.
All right, well, Blasted Moon with what looked like being a potential Master Yi board turned into, for the time being, a little bit of an AP soup, as we like to call it. A bit of
Hello?
a bit of
Yeah, we've got something a little different.
IE even
we've got-
Shroud for Replicator. Hello? I think we got lost somewhere. I see the vision, I see the Riven maybe holding the fort here, but well, this is not what we expected at all. Can he pull it off? It's going to be a tough setup here, honestly.
I mean, we've got decent enough tank items. I think it should maybe just about pull this one off, especially if the Ogre doesn't hit onto the backline. Having the Dawn Core is fascinating, and it's down to the wire, but unfortunately, last one to go, Blaster Moon takes another L. He's got no money left in the bank trouble.
The worst part was that was Kipeus's board on level 7. He hadn't even gone 8 to start rolling
forgot
down.
you recruit-
Oh, he got it!
Can get 10
One
people.
bard! One bard!
Wait, Poppy. There she is.
Poppy!
10 bard. Oh yeah, right.
We need bard, 100%.
He doesn't.
But currently, his board is strong enough to sustain him for the time being.
Is it though? Well, it's not weak. You're right. It's
I
not.
see it half full. I see it half full.
All right, all right.
I mean,
all right.
we've got the 3-star Rek'Sai to at least, buy a little
Most
bit of time.
important
Yeah.
part, guys, both of you, Daysik is not here. He cannot
no.
hold our bards.
I like to think that Daysik is just kind of floating above the convergence, like, just stuffing bards into his pocket as he watches on. But yeah, we've still got a little bit more time before we see any potential eliminations coming in. Sappho, Blast Moon boasts 20 or less HP. Blast coming up against Kevin Parker in this round, and he's going to try and make his fascinating pulled together board work somehow.
And you know what's crazy is that KP thought he was completely uncontested on the Space Groove, scouts around, see Blast at the Moon with this board, and goes, man, really? You gotta do me like that?
I feel like I'm gonna take it over to our NA boys, and it's like, how? How do you angle Space Crew from that angle? Look at your emblems. Sorry, I just turned into Soldier for just 3 seconds,
no, that was
but
pretty good.
I'm pretty
No,
sure that would
I
be the casual reaction to how in the world are you playing Space Crew from that angle, and he would be right. He would be right.
Oh, I was wondering where Soji was, so thank you for letting us
Where's
know.
Soji? Right here.
Soldier
Well,
plays soon,
motive.
guys.
He's just want to take a second just to recognize for motive in this. He's started to slip down. He's our points leader in the lobby. The 6th Dark Star is in place. She said we're seeing more contests across more lines than would seem reasonable. He's up against Sappho this round, who only has 7 meeple.
Yeah, it just needs to find one bard. I believe he's going to be donkey rolling for that one bard instead of risking it and going to level 9. Definitely have to respect the attempt here. It's for sure reasonable to think with a triple prismatic lobby. He's not that strong currently, right? So trying to get to 9 is super risky.
Quick reminder
trouble.
here that he can get the legendary from here. Oh, he just gain 2 random legendaries. Here it comes.
All
Click
right,
it. Bard. No, that's Motive.
he's gonna do it.
That's motive.
We just need to believe harder.
Oh my god. If he was in the bottom 2, that's what I was trying to say. If he was in the bottom 2, he has the chance of hitting a 5 cost through the Pengu God. But Blast Out Moon with 19 HP, only 1 HP less, steals the spot. And let's see. I think Sappho did hit on on Evelyn. So let's see if he's able.
Come on. Come on,
Click it.
baby.
Grab it. Oh, he got
He
it.
gets it.
All right, hold on, guys. I wanna hold everybody's horses though.
Okay.
Okay,
This is
horses
not
are-
a
Horses are being
guaranteed
held.
This is not a guaranteed win at
Oh,
all.
yes, it is. Oh, yes, it
No,
is.
10 meeple.
Don't listen to him. Chat.
Can
Don't
lose
look at them.
to
Just
so
look at them.
much.
Chat, don't listen. Don't listen to
No,
him
I
at
mean,
all. Watch. Just
it's-
watch.
They're so big. They're so green.
Yeah.
What could you ask for more than this, Kenobi? Sappho's on 36 points right
Everyone
now.
is just
He needs an escort up the table, and these 4 little green guys are the way there.
Absolutely. He got the security he was looking for, you know? Security escorting him all the way to that top 4. And even though those meeps are definitely beatable, I think he would need an exquisitely super strong board or a 3-star 4 cost to take down those meeps.
And I'm happy to see as well that these meat lords have been inspired by Alir to throw out the victory dance at speed. I think Sappho is going to be just wrecking through the rest of this lobby. Kenobi, I know you want to raid on this parade a little bit. Why don't you explain to us how that could happen?
Well, all right. Let's say you're playing a 4v4 tournament and your victory hinges on the one player hitting 10 meeples, who then killed everybody on your own team. Then now he has to win. Loses to
Sure.
lose. Eliminated from the 4v4 tournament. Heartbreaking.
Okay, so it's personal for you. I
It
understand
is
now.
so personal. I still haven't gotten over it despite it being a month ago.
Well,
Okay,
Kevin Parker finally hits his space group line. Might be a little bit too late right here, as actually the Master Yi gets absolutely assassinated by the Nami. I'm not sure this is going to be enough, because still there is a Fiora.
Kindred,
And
most
a
importantly
Kindred.
in the backline. Yep. And KP.
yeah, she's not taking remotely enough damage. Kevin Parker
7.
takes a hit. I think he's out of there. Motive is as well, though. Kevin out in 8th. Motive in 7th.
Motive out in 7th. Kevin Parker, despite the bespoke emblems at the start of the game, just doesn't manage to stabilize at all in stage 4. The Ornn wasn't tanky enough. The Tamkench was not tanky enough as well. And just no reason there to go with it.
And honestly, I don't think, like, you see the difference between everyone else playing TFT, like High Challenger, whatever, and pro players. Blasted Moon is absolutely cooking here. I have no freaking idea how he saw his augments, and he's like, you know what I'm gonna play? I'm gonna play 6 Darkstar with Nami carry, a random Riven, a random Tamken, secondary Kaisa, and just roll from there. And so far, it's been working. He's on a 4-win streak.
Yeah, that bot is looking
know.
thick. But can it beat 10 meeples? Is the important question, right?
That's a no. That's a no.
I have to think.
I'm sorry.
that there's
I know
no
it's
way-
personal, but that's a no.
I mean, to be
No,
fair,
so far.
I think
No,
you're
I
on
wouldn't.
Kenobi's side here with that angle. But yeah, for Blast the Moon, it's unfortunate. You would never reasonably expect this to be possible, but in a prismatic party, anything can happen. He ducks, at least for another couple of rounds, or, you know, avoiding going into Sapphire on those peoples. I think if Blast can hold on for just a little while longer, unfortunately everybody else in the lobby is in 30s plus for HP, so I think Blast will be lucky not to run into them before he runs out of time.
Ooh, and Skipay is very crucially right here. He can get rid of the super weak Nova units, because he did hit double Nova emblem right here. So that's pretty huge. Hasn't gone the Yi or the Fiora too, so he is missing that melee carry.
Yeah, he used the reforgers that he got thanks to picking min-max, and then managed to get another couple of emblems because he got Nova, and now he also has Challenger, thanks to all these reforgers, well, not guaranteeing, but giving him so many more chances to actually hit the emblem. Oh, sorry.
Whoa!
No Kindred O.
Now that
I mean,
could be 10 meeple. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm here for it. I'm here for the brawl. So Bryson on the other side of this one is not up to 7. Shepard is right now is stable on the 5, but yeah, we've got the enhanced Kindred newly buffed, so she's going to be doing quite a lot more damage. And notice the Fiora before just walks straight into the backline and wrecks absolutely everything. It doesn't even matter what the Kindred is doing.
The problem usually with the AP lines is the majority of them are burst kind of champions. So LeBlanc deals 3 very heavy bursts of damage, same as Kama on her ultimate. And the problem that those AP lines have with breaking through that front line is that there's usually like healing involved and abilities that heal or shield, which means that those AP units don't burn through the front line as fast as a consistent AD damage that comes from Kindred, Master Yi, Fiora, etc. So this is why we've been talking a lot about the lack of front line for this sort of compositions, because it doesn't give enough time to the backliners to burst through enemy front line.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're seeing Lusher and Brojan fighting each other. Both could be eliminated. Well, Lusher has a little bit of margin for survival with 15 HP. He would die to 5 unit loss, which feels impossible given how strong he's gotten. Now the Vex is online. The Bard pair has been found for him. It's going to be a little bit closer than I thought, but Brojan, despite the pretty strong board, is going down, and so is Blast at Moon. No success in the end for the cooking with the artifacts and spats.
Was that plus 74% AD, plus
Nice.
96. Wow.
But it's not enough.
Wet
It doesn't
Jungler-
appear to be enough.
Yeah, we were talking before about how this led to an unblemished record before, but maybe for Wet Jungler, it didn't quite come together as firmly as it could be. We see Sappho is fishing for a Rammus 3 as well, so I don't know. Wet Jungler sold 38 points. That's a solid enough position, but he may not be able to get any further.
You see the meeples on the other hand.
Oh,
Love
sorry,
that you mentioned the
Sappho is
Rammus as
printing
well.
Rammus.
Yeah.
Sappho is printing Rammus 3 as well. Just
Yeah.
to make sure. He knows he could be losing.
He knows it's beatable,
Nobody-
you know?
Yeah, he knows it's beatable, but Wet Jungler is not the one that's going to be able to do it at all. He's hedging his bets, which is a very smart move, honestly. Coming back down and dropping the jokes about the 10 meeples, he is hedging his bets, giving him an extra out in case something crazy happens on one of the other boards.
For Sappho and Lusher, this is a big game for them, making it into the top 3. They're on 37 and 36 points respectively, so barely above the line. This is one of the the multiple strong finishes they will need, but of course they're now fighting each other for every spot, and Sappho should be unbeatable.
Dude, now up to 9 Rammuses just in the blink of an eye. So I think he's got this one in the back. I don't think I'm cursing anything. I think now he's got this.
He just tried to make you a believer, right? Because he said, hey, you know what, this 10 meeple line is beatable. He's like, what's this? What's this be beatable? Rammus right here will be printed in about 2 rounds. Printed the previous one, this one, and the next one, which means that after 6-1, there will be a Rammus 3 on the board as well. I don't think it's going to be needed, as Skipeos will most likely be dead after 6-1, but we'll see.
Yeah, switches to Poppy printing to get that extra gold. He's gonna do it. He's gonna hit it just for us, just for the broadcast, hitting the double win condition here.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna make a case that you deserve to be in week 2, you deserve to have a chance at the regional title and a chance at the crown. You've got to make sure you absolutely run over everybody, not by an inch, but by a mile. Sappho, just victory lap after victory lap. I think he deserves it, honestly.
Right, here's Mixi 2. Just checking his final boxes. One after the
He's
other.
holding Yi and Kindred very strategically to not possibly allow Skipeus to hit any of them. I'm not sure how many copies Skipeus is holding, if any at all. But very strategically holding the 2 Forkos that could potentially end his run. Oh, he was holding 2 Yis extra, but that's not going to be quite enough.
He was preventing Skipeus from even thinking about trying to get 3-star Forkos. Just killing the enemy's win conditions before they even start materializing is the
Before
way
the
to
day
do
sick.
it. Yeah, and honestly, clean. The thing with Trade Tree and with Tactician's Kitchen is that there is a decently high likelihood that he gets 2 emblems or 3 emblems from the same, and that it gives him a victory thanks to the new recruit on the back of this. So really absolutely devastating play from Sappho. Claims a dominant victory here.
And that's such a good follow-up as well. Sappho trying to build some momentum, claw back from the bottom of the table, build on his Paris experience from before, and hopefully continue to be a really, really strong competitor. I mean, games like that are not going to come along every single day, but he saw the opportunity and absolutely ran with it.
Yeah, not very replicable. And honestly, props to Kenobi for predicting the future. He's like, hey, watch, he's going to hit exactly the augments he needs to hit 10 meeple on 8. And he did.
I mean, that's just basic stuff, Think about what Voltarix would say. You have to visualize the most high roll scenario. That's how it happens.
And he did.
That's why he's there.
That's right.
Why he's there.
All right, well, fortunately, we've got some high-rolled analysts as well in Petrus Panda and Barry Bannon to help break down just quite what happened there and where we are in the tournament going forwards.
What a recovery game from Safo from 8th place in the last game we saw on broadcast. Finally able to get really the Exodia going. Level 10, or rather, sorry, 10 meeple on level 8, something that I did not expect to say out loud coming into today. Barry, outside of the meeple, any boards or any kind of strategies that really caught your eye in this last game?
I think I do want to touch on Jungler. He played this Jinx Primordial line already today and played it from high tempo spots. It's triple prismatic though, so you're a little worried of how much this can contest, but he went triple combat. He just tempo combat, knew that he could potentially eke out a top 4, so I think a solid result there. But we saw Panda a little bit of a mess at the bottom of the lobby where everybody playing around these 4-cost AP lines, everybody had ended up with Karma, but unfortunately didn't really get anything going. And then Safo, as you said, just played Grim Reaper in this one, knocking them out one at a time.
One of the big winners of this AP contest was someone like Scapeus, right? He goes into this Kindred line, fairly uncontested outside of the jungler board, obviously with the Jinx, and says, you know what? I'm going to hit all my units. I'm going to have no problem stabilizing in stage 4. Everyone else has the most paper-thin, weak front lines ever, so I can just burst through them very easily. And all in all, I think Triple Prismatic really offered a really good insight into how players of this level adapt well, playing around all these different emblems, trying to really make the strongest board possible coming into stage 4.
Yeah, and I mean, Kenobi predicted it. The Meeple line just enabled by Triple Prismatic. Kind of sad to be watching that one, you know, that did look like a ton of fun to be a part of. But I think for some of these players, they'll be hoping for business as usual as they get into this do or die game that we are approaching now. So if you're the likes of Kevin Parker, you were already below that cutoff and you've just went 8th place, so you need a bit of a miracle result to turn things around. Whereas other players that were the likes of Blasted Moon, they were just above the drop, middle of the pack, and they've started to slide down there. So as we said, it really is the pressure day, and Triple Prisma for Safo was fun. Everybody else a little bit stressful, so they'll be hoping to return to normality.
I think stressful is the right word, especially at this stage in the day as well. You are pretty much one step away from fulfilling your mission for the set. You've played hundreds of games of this Space God set 17 in all its different forms for all the different patches to make it to this point. Are you going to choke now? Are you going to let the nerves get to you? Are you going to fumble a game plan potentially coming into this next game and lose your chance to make it into tier 1? That's, I think, the question on a lot of players' minds, especially those players who have been, you know, qualifying through tier 2 and had this very hard path to make it to this point in the tournament.
Yeah, and I think if you're someone like Scapeus, for example, who's got so much experience in the past but hasn't been consistently in the top tier and now has the opportunity to get back to TPC, it feels like you really have the opportunity to remind everybody of you were one of the OGs that everybody highly respected. It feels like when EMEA had a little bit of a drought, where there was a lack of solid performances at Crown, and Scapeus had that one real strong showing. And now he's put himself in a position, as he said, off the back of a solid placement there, already coming into that game with high points. He's very, very close to getting himself into the pro circuit, potentially just one game away.
Even last set, he was the Bilgewater God all throughout those early patches. Yeah. He was very dominant on ladder. Everyone thought, you know, this is the return of Scapeus after these 4 sets. He's been kind of disappeared or kind of gone from the S tier level of play in EMEA for TFT. Didn't quite manage to find his way into TPC last set. Now, again, he's in that same position, just so close. Day 2 of week 1. It is really hard, of course, to get into the right mental state to deal with this pressure coming into this game, I would have to say. All lobbies now have finished up. Looks like Coco did get another big win, and Gyosko a 2nd place finish. So that is one player we have to look at as someone who is really streaking and making the best use of this momentum going forward in this day.
Yeah, 2 players finishing 1st and 2nd, as you said there, Coco and Gyosko, who are at different ends of the spectrum. Gyosko needing this miracle run up the standings, but Coco, that you'd feel should about do it. He was coming into this already right near the top of the pack, getting a 1st place. Not all secured yet, but has put himself in a position where if he can just get it over the line, a middling performance in this potentially final game should be good enough. And I think for the French scene, they do want to see this. I think if Double and Le Coco both failed to qualify in the same set for TBC, it would be a huge changing of the guard in EMEA.
My lips are sealed. I am not cursing Coco. A few sets ago, he was a 7th place away from making it to final lobby and attack round. He got 8th, and he finished 9th. So I'm not going to say anything around the Coco's qualification.
I'm happy to
lack
curse.
of it.
I believe in like a Coco believer.
All right. Standings are ready. We're going to check out the updated scores for all of our competitors coming into this pivotal game 4 yet again. Pretty much every second game today is going to be very important in terms of the stakes, in terms of the cutoffs.
Yeah, we saw our bottom 4 there that were already gone, but we are now looking at the players who are just above the cutoff. We're losing again 4 from the bottom. So these players, as of now, are safe, but just barely. So one more game to keep eking the way up the standings as we do start to get an idea of the players that could potentially be qualifying for the pro circuit. We're seeing the likes of Bastida, who touched on the emerging player from Spain, it feels like. Our interviewee from yesterday, Yakumare, who had such a strong showing over several sets now, again has a chance to get in there for one of his minor regions. And we see our top 4 players who've already made it. But as we touched on, the chasing pack there, nearly Panda over the line.
Really strong results here from Coco and Biawi, who needed it. They were both coming out from bottom 4s in their last games, but for Skipeas, also similar to Giosko, that positive momentum going forward. First place into a second place, now just one strong game away from potentially qualifying and finding a spot. Finally, in Tier 1 for the Czech legend, who has been around for so long, I think is deserving of being that menace of creative play in the absolute highest level of TFT here in EMEA. So fingers crossed for all the Skipeas fans that his game goes well, but I think it's just so hard to deal with the pressure at this point in time, Barry.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think that's when maybe it's a bit of a test for even the likes of Coco, who is in that strong position, but has a little bit of a reputation for when the most pressure scenarios have arrived, that's when Coco's play has dropped. So I think he'll be certainly hoping to get himself over the line. And sometimes even for the newer players, it can end up being more of a positive that you're in this position because you're kind of satisfied regardless from this point on. So some of those players like Bialy, as you said, maybe he's just thinking, oh, I'm suddenly in with a chance here. Even if I don't make it, I'll be really satisfied. So I think it can be a little bit of a positive for newer players not having the experience and expectation.
Yeah, if you're coming in as a favorite, you have almost this necessity to guarantee your slot back in Tier 1. If you don't, everything else is an absolute failure. Where if you're coming in with just the idea of, I'm happy to make it to week 1, I'm happy to have a chance to even make it to Tier 1. I played well enough throughout the set. I made it to the gauntlet that is Tier 2. And anything else that happens from here is a cherry on top, or is kind of this extra credit I'm getting for my results this set. I do agree. I think there's quite a big difference there in possibilities. And I think also you're mentioning it. Coco has had past experiences where he's been in a situation like this and he's dealt with heartbreak, and it's hard to just erase that from your memories. Once you've had that happen once or twice, you might think, am I cursed? It's going to happen every time from now on. So it can be even more dicey coming to this game 4.
I think when you see someone like Double fall away, the players that know each other so well, that can also play on your mind thinking, we're the two that everybody pretty much forever in EMEA has been, name your favorite best player or favorite player, and it's one of those two. So that also might play a factor. Do you want to just give a nod to the Spanish contingent that are surviving right now? Not just surviving, but thriving, Panda, all within a shot of getting towards those top positions. Bastida in 9th, Glosco now in 12th, Sappho up to 13th off the back of a bit of a fortunate spot to be given, but you know, every player is going to have those high roll games and you have to see them over the line. And I do think after losing Revan, the Spanish scene needed this big boost. You predicted big things for the region to knock on the door and crack the top 3, and I feel like maybe starting to step up.
And looks like game is ready to go. Action is ready to be unpacked by our commentators. Take it away, friends.
All right, friends, Romans, countrymen, ready yourselves for game number 4. This will be our second big elimination once this game is done. And trouble, Kenobi, there's not a lot in it for these players between where they need to be and where they want to be.
I'm particularly looking at Zaza, 35 points. I feel like in this particular game, you're gonna be aiming to win. Same for Chen Yang. Only win is the option right here. The next game, actually after this game, is going to be another cutoff for our bottom 4 players. Both Chen Yang and Zaza from this particular lobby are in the chopping block.
Yeah, they're gonna go full ham, send it, go bananas, go absolutely bonkers against their opponents. I have many more loaded in the back, and I will be using them as we go on. Everybody else just has to try and make it something consistent, something regular. Doesn't need to get some incredible finishes, especially with such a lead. Lekoko just needs a respectable fourth, you know?
Yes, and I mean, that kind of really throws it back to what we've seen from Coco before, where his performances have just been so good he can get away with it. But of course, Trouble, we're talking a little bit about Kokona before. Of course, he had his set of absolute glory. As you mentioned, hasn't necessarily had the chance to step back into the spotlight again. 44 points, it's not a bad place to be right now.
Absolutely not. I feel like top 4 in the world is absolutely insane. And currently, he's in the top 15 of this weekend as our first augment start coming through. Does have the Gnar pair as well. So he could be looking for anything that will boost him to that level 8 to start pinging. There is a Gragas hero augment being picked and a 2 tanky. So some of the lands have already been pre-decided for our players.
Yeah, I believe, I imagine Bensak would have been the one pinging that he's going for 2 tanky. That's what would make the most sense, not wanting anybody to...
Oh, Warpath.
To get in his way. Yeah, Kaiser going with a statement of strength, but his board did not look that impressive. Well, the Gwen is going to go great with his 1 upgrade, so that's definitely great news. Now, the question is, how will he able to get to the 80 damage that he needs?
Yeah, it's such a narrow line to run, but I guess when you are on the slightly lower points, as you are in this case, 40 is not a ton. I mean, it's still a little bit ahead of the line, but remember, of course, our eliminations will be stepping up in the games after this one as well, moving from every 2 games to every 1 game. So even if you're not necessarily immediate threat in this game, you still need every point you can grab.
I feel like what I'm seeing right here is a very specific trend, which is give me my line from the beginning so I know that I don't have to like rack my head the whole time to know what I'm playing. Zaza with the Water Wave, then you have the Warpath, then you've got the Gragas augment, you've got to tanky. We did also get Darkstar Singularity, the Ezreal over here. So it gives players a very easy track on what they should be playing towards, and that kind of makes the think load a little bit less on them. They actually know what they're moving towards, and it's a much smoother sailing early game where all they have to focus on is, hey, how's my econ gonna get me there? Hey, what items do I need?
Yeah, you're 100% right. It allows them to focus on hyper optimizing this one line that they have chosen, and in the current meta, that's what works, because most compositions are around the same power level, same-ish power level. Obviously there are differences, but once you've picked your line and you've made your spot, the only thing left to do is to hyper optimize it and make all of your choices for just making sure you get the most power out of your identified spot.
I do want to take a second to, as absolutely said with these narrowed down lines, Bialalis on 50 points right now. He is tied for the remaining players on the scoreboard with Coco. Again, for such a new player, it's an amazing stuff to see from him. Slim Shady, from the Turkish side of things as well, has a cluttered mind, so he's got the chance to move up. At least he's not quite as locked in as the players are.
Kraken Slayer looks a little bit locked into Zaya, right?
Oh, I suppose so.
Zaya to me.
Fine, you got me.
Yeah, you won't fool us. It's the altar, so he's gonna be sacking those deaths as early as possible.
You know what? Peter's an entertainer. He's trying to get the viewers the wow effect. He's like, ooh, what could he be possibly pivoting into with that Kraken Slayer?
I'm only full of lies.
I respect that, dude. I respect that. It's you're giving the viewers what they want, which is a little bit of a inconsistency, the wow effect, maybe some plot twist at the end. Joke's on you though. It's gonna be Zaya most likely.
Here's the first God boon selection. Echo giving access to a potential second artifact on top of what the map is going to be giving players. One Anvil on 3-3 and one completely random on 4-1 if the players so choose. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a mix and match. Half of the lobby opting to get anvils every time they would get components, and the other half opting to get artifacts in a while longer.
And mind you, a bunch of those players are either reroll players or we have a worth of weight, so you inevitably end up with a 3-star 1 cost, which means that both of those gods are incredible. A second artifact will definitely make a reroll line that much stronger. We commented on it yesterday and how much the strength pretty much tips towards the reroll line when they've got an artifact, but also Kale giving you more tailored items is definitely helping those reroll compositions that want to have absolute biss on their champs.
Yeah, and of course, if you don't have the right items, you're going to be much less strong you would be otherwise. Chen Yang, one which I want to really bring up as well, managing to find the early Kaiser. Of course, if we're going to stack up that Luke Singularity quickly, you're getting a lot more stacks with 4 Darkstar in place, as long as you can actually be, getting the kills in the round.
Yes, and it's looking like Bensak, despite not initially wanting to win rounds, the double Briar, double Talon with the 2 tanky is going to be enough to get a few wins in a row, and Chen Yang just missing out on this 2 streak. Gonna make the spot look a little dicier. Win-lose is never something you are happy about.
Ooh,
At the very least, that's 5 Lissandras for him, and with a tiny duplicator coming in soon, it might just be a free Lissandra on tempo.
do we know also what the psionic is here for the Gragas? Because that could change a lot of things. I feel like the line goes from an A. Oh my god, it's the implant. Okay, so that goes from an A tier to an S tier. On the Gragas is by far the best psionic item you can get, especially when you're playing the hero augment for Gragas. So I feel like Bastida is doing the right thing right here. He's making sure that he's full loose streaking. You want to get to that 3-2 with a bunch of gold so you can roll level 6. Make sure you hit your 2-star Gragas and a bunch of your other upgrades so you can smooth sails through the stage 3.
Yeah, having that true damage in the tank for later on is going to be absolutely fantastic. Taking a quick look across some of the other boards, though, which are also brewing right now. Of course, the other list with the Brawler emblem will be maybe taking some of those Gragai for himself. Does actually drop his win streak very close to running it all the way through stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, nobody on a 5 streak, nobody even on a 3-win streak, just Bastida is going to be pulling ahead of everybody when it comes to making money. And I've just had my eyesight cursed by reading what Trouble just told us about the, what's the plural of Gragas?
Nobody knows.
No,
Science
the plural of
hasn't
Gragas
delved that deep.
The plural of Gragas is Gragusis. Everyone knows that. It's just known.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. It's an educational stream. I'll add that to the tags.
Yeah. If Oxford wants to hit me up to add things on the dictionary, they can.
Language is ever evolving. After all, Saza's going to be getting that 3-star Ezreal. Not a great stage 2 for him. Maybe he can stabilize here. He's got a 2-star Pantheon to go with it. And the items, IE and a Last Whisper, I would imagine coming in, might allow him to stack up enough of these little drones to do some decent damage in the late game.
Yeah, this is such an interesting one, Joel, because with the worth of weight, we don't necessarily need to hang around at the lower levels remotely as much as we were doing before, and now we can be farming up XP with the Time Breaker as well, find us an early Riven, and really get off to the races. They're up against Bialy in this round, but presumably Sasa in a good spot to start really building some momentum.
Usually when you get the Ezreal, the Lissandra, it's kind of like a double-edged sword because Lissandra, Ezreal, and Cho'Gath kind of go hand in hand. If you want to play for the Lissandra Cho'Gath reroll line, you get some AD items, you stack them onto your Ezreal ends up being 3-star as well. So it's a win-win scenario. However, right here, yes, you get the tempo of having the 3-star 1 cost, but Ezreal is not necessarily a 1 cost that is super desirable, scales super well. Now,
Well,
I think pro players see dice, click dice. That's what I've heard.
See dice, click dice. Yeah. See dice, click dice definitely is an accurate statement. He's just hesitating here. I don't see the misfits really coming into play. That's more usually set up for the legendary board. In the meantime, we're getting the initial stabilizing rolls from Bastida here, hitting a bunch of Gragas without having to drop too low in economy. Board's looking decent enough, but we're missing Victor to get the 4 Psionic, and we're gonna have to content ourselves with having hit a Tamken, which is in fact pretty huge.
Yeah, checking in with Bensack. Of course, we've got the forward thinking. We've talked before about how expensive these Samira boards can be, so that's a good investment in his future. Even if he's falling out of frame right now, he's got his plan all laid out.
I'm actually kind of worried for Bensack right here. Usually when you're playing for 3 cost rerolls, your whole point is that if you're loose streaking, you're gonna dump a bunch of money on 3-5 to try and stabilize your board. So find at least like a 2-star version of the 3 cost that you're rerolling. However, right here, Bensack's gonna have to wait until 4-2 to then start rolling to find his units. Yes, 2 tanky is very strong when you hit. However, a lot of those other units will already be way too strong by that point. So if he doesn't get to hit his 3 Sasamira and Ornn super quickly, then he will be bleeding out very fast.
Well, the thing is, with 2 tanky, we've mentioned it, the challenge is pretty tough in terms of economy, especially when you get econ augment and then 2 tanky. It's pretty easy. You've made your econ base. When you get 2 tanky, then you have to find a solution to have enough money. And sometimes the best you get is forward thinking, even though you're going to drop really low on HP. We know how powerful 2 tanky is. If he hits, it's going to be Gucci.
Yes, it will be a delay, but something I wanted to bring into the conversation as well, as we see actually on both sides, perfect timing. Thank you, Rush Observer. We've got a couple of players here in Chen Yang and Sunshedi who both decided to spread their route when it came to the second augment, and Chen Yang actually ended up going from Loot Singularity into getting a Dark Star emblem. Not too shabby at all.
Now we know what the pings were about. That was probably the one.
Shogas, Ascension, the Talisman.
He's so large!
I'm having Street Demon Mundo flashbacks, except it's so much bigger now.
Listen, back in my day, that talisman, when it proc, it was a win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so weak now.
Those zoomers will never know.
Street Demon Mundo. Absolute godlike monster.
They were the best of
chopping
times.
Everybody down. Yeah.
They were the worst of times. We've got 5 costs coming in for some of our players as well, so if you've high rolled already, maybe you can think about high rolling again.
Decent plan. Just, remember what was said at the top of the day. You just have to high roll sometimes.
Have to hit.
Just hit. And
Ooh. Warpather, if we can also get a check-in on how much damage has Kaiser actually dealt so far.
Gonna be on like 58.
20 gold! Level 7, 20 gold. This is not going very well.
You want to be dominant ideally, but instead we've got some very focused damage here, and at least we do have the hatchet in place for Master Yi to make it a little bit stronger, but you're right, it doesn't seem like the kind of board that's going to be rolling over the lobby and scooping up those remaining stacks ASAP. Bialis on the other side has also taken an interesting path himself. We saw the Brawler emblem coming in from the beginning of the game, has actually ended up on Asol with a mighty mech Brawler instead.
That's a very interesting approach, right?
Master Yi against Aurelion Sol is kind of annoying because Master Yi just gets in the way of the laser and gets absolutely murder here. Unfortunately, he managed to get the other way around. It's going to be super close, but it's going to be another win for Kaiser, who was only on 38 damage on his Warpath, which is devastatingly low.
Back in with Sasa again. We're getting the 3-star Israel in place from early on. As you said, Treble, this is a different path than we would normally see, so we don't have all those other rerolled units as reinforcements. Sasa, though, he's taken the immediate power, the Dawn Core in place. The Israel means that he is going to be hitting above his weight class.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the snipers that he's holding on to right here, having the Samira in, potentially if he picks up a pair from the Samira as well. Reminder that this denies them for Bensak. Bensak are at 147 HP. He's waiting for his forward thinking, which is going to be split on 4-2. So he's going to have to reconstruct an entire board and hit everything and re-equip all of his items all in one turn.
Well, if there's somebody who can do it, Bensak is extremely quick on the draw. If you ever watch him streaming in between games, he just opens up the fastest games possible. Stuff like shooter games, just whips out a few jump headshots in between the games to keep himself pumped up. He is one that can rise to that challenge, no problem.
Hey, after all, he was a pro in Call of Duty, so he would know about shooting games.
Yeah, you got to train your aim. You got to make sure your click accuracy is on point for when the moment comes of calling. But as we come out of stage 3, it's going to take the shape of the lobby. Sasa riding the roost. The Ezra board on a 6-round win streak. Nobody else even close.
Both stages have been marked with just having one big streaker. First in the loss streak department and now in the win streak department. Sasa stacking that Ezreal very high. It's excellent news for him because it could be getting pretty hard if he did not manage this. But now he's poised to go into the game. The question is, who is going to be paired with that Ezreal?
I'll tell you who's going to be paired most likely with the Gragas. I feel like we're angling for a Pyke secondary carry here. For Bastida does have the Tam Kench as well to start throwing up some of those extra loots. Hasn't hit, found the Victor for the second psionic item plus the upgrades on the already existing ones.
Yeah, we're waiting for that true damage to kick in. We can already see even before that happens that we've got the big potential there. What you said, one Gragas away, we almost got a Pyke 3 as well. Bastida is just waiting to ambush the rest of the lobby with a huge surge of power, but it's not quite here yet.
Doesn't buy the Victor just yet. We're going to be taking a look at Bensak's forward thinking. Gonna go really quickly. The second wind is a no-brainer, making that on super tanky. We've got 150 gold to roll.
Go!
Do it!
All right.
Make sure everything is marked up as well.
Keep your eyes peeled. Keep your eyes peeled. So far, no misses. We are hitting every space between it. It's going pretty quickly. Already 6 ons there and still 70 gold to roll for. All the upgrades are coming through. We're missing the extra Samiras. However, here's the second one. Taking a breather. All right, everybody. That was intense. And now we're going to be waiting. Yeah. That was 100 gold rolled with 15 seconds to spare, by the way.
That was an absolutely insane turn right here for Bensak. And also, Samira 2 Ornn 2 with 2 tanky and extra copies on the board actually stabilized the board. And it's not like he's on 1 HP. He's got 36 to burn through with his combat augments as well, double of them. So I feel like he's in a pretty good position right now.
Well, speaking of boards that have gotten stronger, Slim Shady, of course, can be using the Titanic Hydra. That was his artifact that kicked in. We've got the Kraken Slayer you guys mentioned before and the red buff as well, so a pretty solid pickup. We've got the Ascension to kick in as well, so this board might still not quite be enough. The 2 tanky provides a little bit more time for Samira to stay up, but Xayah, she's hitting real hard. I think it's going to be just good enough.
Yeah, the Soren unit with 2 tanky is just way too strong, and when it looks like it's dying, unless you actually see him dead, he's not dead. Now, the difference with Xayah and the Hydra is that prior, the Hydra used to proc on every single feather that would even go in the backline, as Bensak right here hits the 3-star Ornn. However, right now, it only procs on her auto attack. Now, it's still fine. It's not as insane as it used to be proccing on every feather that deals damage around her auto attacks, but because he's an auto attacker, it still does a bunch of damage on that area.
Keep in mind, it is also the Altar Stargazer, which means extra flat HP for the Xayah to increase the damage from the Titanic Hydra. So definitely pretty good. Just needed that Xayah to be 2-starred if he wanted to inflict another loss on Bensak. Unfortunately, only 1-star Xayah will just barely miss it. Now, Chen Yang has hit a bunch of 3 stars, and now Cho'Gath with the Talisman of Ascension is just not going to be proccing it, eh?
Of course, we did have the changes to the loot singularity to give a little bit more in terms of the components coming out earlier on. So Chen Yang, I mean, maybe low economically, but in terms of items, you said he's looking real good.
Now,
Final god selection.
this decision, yeah, might be a double-edged sword because your board might not necessarily need the attack speed that Echo gives, but if you really need the anomaly later on, you're gonna have to click on it. So for a lot of champions like the Xayah, for example, that we saw earlier on, Echo will be fantastic, and anomaly works incredible for frontliners. So we'll see what our players choose to go with. Chen Yang right here also went with the attack speed buff,
beautiful.
and
Nice.
extra Mordekaiser.
And you know what's
Hey,
very
you never have
important?
too many.
He does not need to roll anymore because there is a lesser duplicator coming in, if my memory serves right, at 300 stacks. So Mordekaiser 3 is happening.
Yeah, and if we, I mean, certainly for Darkstar, that's always going to be their kind of missing piece a lot of the time, is having a good enough front line, even in the trait. Very close to Darkstar 6. Of course, having that high rolled emblem means that Chen Yang's got a lot more power waiting.
Bensag is 2
Looking
on
at both
Samira as
Giga
well.
tanks. One's a little more Giga than the other so far. The Cho'Gath is still not going to see the Talisman of Ascension doing anything.
It's a shame, really, isn't it? Because you'd think it would be the one opportunity to really make the most of that, but that wasn't even a little bit close on the round.
Yeah, the problem with it is it's good when it procs, but having the item on the Cho'Gath prevents him from being tanky enough to live for the 22 seconds. The item is causing the problem, which is maddening.
I have a feeling that maybe Vanguard would have been a little bit more useful on the Cho'Gath for the time being, as he is lacking a lot of that frontline power. Only Tamken Chuan doesn't have the Mordekaiser 3 as well. So it might be a bit better for Lysandra to be able to get more of those hits. We get in the intel that Warpath is only at 57 and you need 80, unfortunately. And Bastida was the one that I wanted to talk about, because out of all the hero augments, this particular Gragas augment with Sympathetic Implant is the strongest one out of our hero augments. But hero augments in general actually suck this patch.
Well, yeah,
in this
he's not
particular
able to
round,
take
it's
it down.
not done well. The Hextech Gunblade able to heal up all of that chip damage. Bastida, he's going to be so frustrated. He will be the first one out of the lobby. He was on 46 points coming in. He was in a good spot, but that was very disappointing.
Yeah, and I mean, he hit on decent tempo and had good items, had the pipe free, had a decently upgraded frontline, a decent artifact, and it just felt like a weak, a small little wet firework just not doing anything.
And as we're seeing, even though this lobby is full golden augments, we don't necessarily have any players that are rushing to that level 8, as Bensak is looking for literally his last piece, which is that Samira 3 to finish the puzzle right here, sitting on 23 HP. Yes, this Ornn is tanky enough, but one Samira 2 is not going to be able to output enough damage to get through. But a Samira 3 on his last possible roll to hit it will make it work. Now, if I can have a look at Zaza's board, he's about the only one with 53 gold and level 8. And I just want to commend this board because this is one of the most typical frontline backline boards. I don't know if you guys remember, like, back in the day where we were like Cruiser board with AD carry in the backline or Sentinel board with AD carry backline. That's exactly what he's utilizing right here. He's using all of that frontline with a very simple sniper backline to get to that level 9, potentially play his Jhin, and so far it's been working.
Yeah, standard TFT, you know, I've got a carry, now I need to find frontline, and then he just assembles a bunch of things, makes use of the fact that Morgana is now a decently usable tank, and you can see the Ezreal Xayah duo is just absolutely ripping through Shenyan's Bard. Still not in 6 Darkstar, which is what he really needs right now. It's getting harder and harder for him to get the loot singularity stacks, to get that 3-star Mordekaiser, and then find the 1 karma that he needs.
Yeah, he's been close to getting his board fully online for quite a while, but really has been stalled out while Sasa continues to rule the roost up the top. Most of the HP around the 30 to 40 mark right now, but Kakonen and Chiesa down at the bottom, they do need to be careful.
Interesting, I thought Kakonen was actually on his way to playing some sort of mech line, potentially with Urgot having that Trinity Force there, maybe a Fiora down the line. He did have that Gargoyle early on, but he did choose the Spark Augment, which then kind of threw me off playing those soup 4-cost AP lines that haven't necessarily been doing well. They literally just salvage a couple of positionings.
Yeah, I'm not convinced with picking the Ionic Spark Augment and then not winning the early game. I'm already not convinced with this augment in general, but picking it and then losing the early game, then playing the balls that are very famous for getting stuck there on level 8, especially with artifacts that are, like, it's super hard to do anything there. It is going to be quite close. The Karma just shy of the final cast that would have taken the Zaya out. And Kikonen down to his final life. It's so is Kaiser with the Warpath that is Warpathent, if you get my meaning.
Thank you, Tom Kench.
Yes, that was, we could say, we've really been on a journey through the English language into this lobby. But for a little bit of context as well for our players in terms of the points overall, just talking to our admins, as of this round, the cutoff that is coming, around 40 points or so is where you're going to want to really be above. So Chiesa, of course, is on 40 points already, so probably will be safe. But for Sasa and for Chenyang, for them, they're currently below the cutoff. So if they can finish this lobby well, this will be huge for them.
They're both at the bottom 4. Right on the cutoff, as you mentioned as well, but they're both doing well. Both of them are the lobby leaders right now. Sasa at level 9, 16 gold as well. So he is the one with the most econ, with a really nicely constructed board. And then Chenyang, once he hits that Mordekaiser 3, might find that stability that we've been talking about, both winning these rounds as well. And, actually, jinxed it, my bad. Chenyang lost his round.
Chenyang did lose this one round despite going with the 6 Dark Stars. The 3-star Mordekaiser has not happened yet. It takes a while to get to the 300 stacks. Once he's there, might be enough for him to start winning again, but it's getting harder and harder. Lissandra is kind of alone in her as a damage dealer here, and it's not being enough.
No, it's always painful when you get to the point where maybe it doesn't even matter anymore if you do hit the unit you've been waiting for all game, because the game's just moved past you. Chenyang, at least, he's trying his darndest. Will have a good amount of damage, very focused on the left-hand side of the board. They will get all knocked up at the same time. Chenyang really needs to start turning things around. He's on the lost tree right now. I think he might just be able to punch
5
through
seconds
this time.
for Cho'Gath? Wait, Cho'Gath ascended!
Yes!
Doesn't make a difference, the run was already won. That's the other problem with this item. The only times it procs is rounds you probably already would have won without it, so...
I take your point. I'm still going to celebrate the times it does happen as Chenyang, because of that talisman
right.
ascensioning, did in fact get the Mordekaiser 3. Were these things connected? I like to think so.
Oh.
Okay.
Here's Big Morde. Oh my god, can we get a count of the HP from the black hole? This looks like 5 to 6k extra HP on each. Looks absolutely ginormous. Actual supermassive black holes here. With the
Going up
full
against
destroyed galaxies. 5.2k, thank you, Observer. So they are quite gigantic. Can the Ezreal and his army of drones, look at how many there are. He's just chewing through. Oh my god. Hello?
That's crazy.
You need infinite damage. Ezreal's going to provide it. Salah's been stacking this all game long. I just don't think it matters how much HP you have when Ezreal does that much damage. We see at the top right, 13,000, nearly 14,000 damage in that round.
And honestly, we said at the very beginning, Ezreal is probably one of the units in Worth the Wait where you're like, what exactly do I do with this unit? Yeah, okay, I can snowball the early game, but then you definitely want to be playing towards a Xayah, towards a Jhin. Getting the artifact right there, which helps Ezreal cast so frequently, has skyrocketed the board of Zaza, who's now sitting level 9, 43 gold, just pretty much cruising towards that level 9, and no one else is anywhere near.
Cruising towards that level 10, you mean? He's,
Level 10, yeah.
Yeah, he's got... The Ezreal has 98 takedowns to his name, so that's 1 extra drone every 8 takedowns, so we're 12 drones, each adding a percentage of his AD to the spell. So the spell is like twice as strong now, so he's absolutely insane.
And again,
just to add on top of that as well, I was just going to say, the trouble, we're talking about what we would normally expect from an Ezreal board. Being able to get to level 10 and put a Jhin in as well is so out of line with where we'd normally be.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like for Zaza, this is so damn important. He's currently sitting on 35 points. He's bottom 3 on the board, and honestly, he was not supposed to be here. He was not supposed to be playing in this tournament. He actually was a replacement for a player who couldn't make it, and Zaza is making the absolute most out of it.
Yeah, and Byalilis is second in HP with 17, just gets eliminated, and that's, I believe, complete heartbreak because Bensak also fell at the same time, so 2 tanky faltering in the end. Byalilis just ekes out a 4th place here, and Zaza looks like he's holding the lobby in the palm of his hands.
No trouble. You called it out before. It was a risk being taken to try and delay a little bit of that power on Bansak's side. Comes back to bite him. Also, again, to hit on the low points players, Chen Yang did start to drop off. He could have lost in that round, and that would have basically been it for him. Instead, though, he holds on to a top 3. Both of the German players do. This is a huge lobby for both of them.
And what's also really cool is that in the other lobby, there's Kevin Parker and Shredin, who are also in the bot for cutoff. So far, for Chenyak and Zaza in this lobby, they're doing absolutely insanely well, playing for the top 2, top 3 that could potentially save their lives for the rest of the tournament today.
Yeah.
Talisman?
The curtain...
Talisman?
The curtain is not being called just yet for Chen Yang, but it's just up to the Cho'Gath. The Xayah has cleaned up the backline, and I don't think the Cho'Gath, without any regen,
takes so long.
Wait, whoa, no, he beat the Xayah, but the Jhin was still up and still in shady. With the altar, Xayah is gonna sneak into 2nd place here, but I believe his time is about to be broken by Zaza. Get it?
I got it. It's one of those ones where you really wish you didn't get it, but I got it.
Yeah.
Chen Yang, at least he's bought himself a few more moments of tournament safety, even if he won't be safe from these jokes. For Zaza, though, he's on a 9-round win streak. He's put together a board which should not be working as well as it is, but this is the ultimate form of Ezreal, who just cut through absolutely everything.
And we're just watching him. At this point, it's not an Ezreal, it's an orbital weapon space platform. Like, it's just... Yeah, it doesn't feel remotely close.
There we go. The victory in play. Zaza with Worth the Wait Ezreal. He was on the wait list, and now he's going to be headed for the Greats list. A fantastic showing that keeps him alive in the tournament and does it in style.
Absolutely classic textbook TFT. You choose your backline AD carries. You choose your frontline tanks. It doesn't matter. It was very, very textbook. Like backline carries, frontline tanks, and that's it. And that was a fantastic play from Zaza. I did not see this Ezreal making it to level 10.
All right, guys, we do need to head for a break because we are reseeding and we are eliminating all in the same round. So stay tuned. When we return, we'll update you guys as to the state of the competition. 2 more rounds to go. We've still got players to qualify, so stay tuned.
I wish I was Kenobi. He just gets to see his favorite unit, Ezreal, star of the show, both in the play-ins and now also on the final day of week 1. What a pleasurable life he must be leading.
Yeah, and it feels like Ezreal stepped forward for Kenobi there, but also for Zaza, the player that piloted, as they touched on the cast, a very familiar way of playing TFT. Oh, I'm going to get a bunch of sniper units, and I'm gonna build a big beefy front line. But that doesn't tell the whole story. It was all about tempo. But as we look across the rest of the lobby, I do want to touch on the likes of Bensak, who had this game plan of going all in on this 2 tanky composition, which is so good. But he essentially played down his first augment for the entire game, which is never great. So until he got to that point, bled too much and unfortunately fell away. And I think Chiesa, a similar spot, took that warpath early and just was never able to really get going.
I think for your tank in particular, if you can find ways to play around it in stage 2 and 3, I've seen from this entire set, like 2 Talons, 2 Jaxes. It's quite easy to win streak. It's a very powerful combat augment early on as well. And you get into a position where you can roll on 4-1 because you're just already playing from just a high tempo spot with just a random assortment of units. That's the ideal, obviously. Not quite the case as you mentioned here for Bensak, who was very close to maybe finding himself qualified through if he had a better result in this game.
Yeah, and actually from that lobby, a player that did manage to get over the line, as we will not long until we have those standings ready for you to see. But I can spell one of them, is that Slim Shady was one of our players that we were keeping an eye on, and that second place is enough to get him over the line. So it shows that at this point, every game is do or die for these players. One position can just leapfrog you over another player and another player in the standings as well. So much to play for. Even as we go on, it's now even more cutthroat. Every game we're losing players, and it really is brutal for some of these players.
Sad to see for Bastida as well. He was tied with Bensak, 9th place in the standings. A good game away from making the TPC, which has been his goal for over a year now, where he's been taking TFT that much more seriously. Once again, Gragas hero augments, not really up to par. Yeah. We saw it in play-ins. It looked a disaster, especially if you hit a little bit late. Once again, for Bastida here, just not really being able to make it work. This was kind of the augment to pick in terms of hero augments 3 patches ago. We slowly saw the devs realizing that in high elo, it was just way too powerful in terms of blowing up boards and there being no counterplay. It was toned down again and again. And I'm not sure where it stands right now, but it's not looking too hot.
Yeah, it feels like it's really struggled. We've only seen a couple of games though, and it is when there's only one hero aug in the lobby or only one person potentially rerolling at 2 cost, it does make it quite easy for everyone else to play spoiler, as we saw the first time round. I think the only hero augment that has really been consistently stepping forward is Jax, where has its spots, pretty reliable. Other hero augments so much harder to pull off, and we've seen maybe players will have been aware of this, and from now on will be a little bit more hesitant to pick some of them up.
I think also Jax, most of the constellations that favor Jax don't favor Lulu and Xayah as much, so you're a little bit more guaranteed in terms of being contested, because Jax contested is just a nightmare. You really need to hit that 3-star in stage 3. But yeah, I agree with you. I think Jax has been one of the standouts for sure. Any other comps that you want to touch on from this last game? Anything else that jumped to mind in terms of this last result?
I think just we saw the size of that Darkstar board when it can get going. It wasn't enough in the end to crack that top 2, but feels like we've seen Cholis be consistent the whole weekend, where if you can get going early, it can get you a solid result, as we do have our standings loading up here. So unfortunately, we are saying goodbye to even more players. So we see Chengyang, Tamino, and Shredding and Kevin Parker, the most recent 4 to drop away.
Really tough for someone like Kevin Parker. He has been on the edge of qualifying pretty much ever since CPC has existed. In terms of his tier 2 performances, he's always been just 1 step away, and yet again it happens. Day 2 of week 1, just 1 or 2 big results away from making it through, not quite able to do so. So it's just a tough position to be in for these consistent tier 2 players, because it is just so hard to make it out of that tier 2 circuit.
But we do want to shine a light on the positive side of the standings. Vialilis, Scapeus, Coco, and Salim Shady getting themselves through to that pro circuit, so securing their competitive future for the time being, as we are ready for our 5th game, and we will be joined by Kenobi to take us into the business end of this weekend.
Hello there again. on the standings, just one last thing to mention. Scapeus has been unshackled. He has escaped the tier 2 jail and made it through to the TPC. Very, very happy to see a player of his caliber with a chance to fight in that tier 1 system next set.
Yeah, he's back in the tier 1, and it's such a treat to watch him because he's one of the more creative players, always has been, and it's something he cares about a lot, not playing only meta lines and having some extra hidden techs. Now it's up to the rest of the players to qualify themselves with, in this lobby, Elia in particular and Lusher at 50 points, all potentially qualifying after this game if they get a good top. And on the other side, you're gonna be getting, if I'm not mistaken, wait, I cannot read, it's terrible.
And as we get into this, as we do get into this game, I do want to remind though that we are actually cutting players every game now. So we've had the 2 games cut. We're now at the point where our top 4 and bottom 4 are going, and then our next game we are just 8 players. So as you mentioned, Kenobi, the points being so tight together for some of these players, and the likes of Blasted Moon, the likes of Clickon and Basida in the middle of the pack, it now is just really pressure's on. Get yourself over the line. You are so close to making the pro circuit.
I have to imagine players in a spot like Elia's will just try and go for consistent results here. No need to play into any huge risk. Potentially a third, a fourth will be good enough to move you forward after this game and go for the immediate double item slam Shojin Rabadon onto the Lissandra. We'll see if this is going to be maybe a potential for Lissandra Cho. For now, I imagine just playing towards AP in general.
Yeah, it's the one spot that constantly keeps me on my toes because we've not seen success from the AP boards across the days. Very few players making it to level 9. Mostly everybody just staying stuck on level 8 and just ending up in this really tough position where you just can't find an answer to somebody going for the mechs, somebody going for the good Saya balls and the reroll lines, and you just end up not beating anyone and bleeding out so quickly.
I think they've been looking around and they're all looking for potentially similar front lines, and then they look at the Zaya board and they already have the Nunu 2, for example. You're thinking, oh, that was my front line. Okay, I'll play around, maybe I'll play around Karma, and then the Darkstar board just has it on the board with no items, or same for some of the anime cash outs. So it feels like those forecasts, a lot of them are just trait bots in other comms. It's so difficult to get yourself off the consistent building the front and the back line.
We're back.
It's gonna happen again.
Printerless Gnar
every
is back
time
on the menu. I think it was Sasa as well, right? One of the last playing games in the very first day of this weekend.
Yep.
Who played into this Gnar line as well and was rewarded with a Gnar 3 in stage 3. Very high tempo, similar to Jinx. You just take over in stage 3 and it sets you up for a very consistent top 4.
The lobby has a pretty interesting god selection in Soraka and Varus. Generally, Soraka is considered as one of the weaker choices unless you're playing something like the Anima where the HP is going to be so valuable. And the fact that everybody's going to be basically locked in Varus if you want some extra econ value means it increases the odds of us seeing the printerless Gnar 3 once again if the duplicators start coming through.
We also have Caretaker Gwen elsewhere, so that's just going to help even more. So feels like potentially the hearts of the Gnar cards are once again lining up, but we'll have to see if he is able to do that. As Zaboristan here, getting that Arbiter early, getting that additional emblem coming through, already has the 3 enabled, so we'll hopefully be starting to get this printing himself going pretty quickly.
A little bit awkward with the Arbiter +1. Will help obviously get the Leonas earlier, but not really adding that much more power. I wonder if we will see a Reforger in stage 4 and a potential move towards the more traditional path with this Leona print, where you're just able to play around a very strong front line and just fill that in with backliners on stage 4 with Aesol.
Honestly, if I'm ever getting an Arbiter emblem, I'd rather it be from the Silver Augment, because that's where you're going to be losing the most power compared to, the least power compared to everybody. And if it gets him the Leona 3 earlier on, all the better. I think there's potential there. I think that's the one way the AP boards have a decent, consistent shot at making it to level 9. especially with the extra econ that Leona keeps giving. Once she's 3-starred, you just keep selling the extra copies.
It's okay. We get the Leona, and then it's a Reforge into Voyager, just the 100% of the time.
And I wish that were the case, because that would make everything so easy. And we're seeing the 3-cost shop, so no help to Zaza's spot, unfortunately. Everybody, no, not everybody actually, 5 players only clicking on it. And the rest going for the Soraka boon, the shield for the first unit that died in the previous round.
In terms of 3 costs, Samira jumps to mind, Lulu as well, of course. It is the altar in terms of the Stargazer, so if someone has not been working towards those sacrifices early throughout this stage 2, I think Lulu's not really going to be an option. I think there is no player that has Stargazer active for now, so will be a more contested lobby overall if comps like Zaya and Lulu are not available.
Unfortunately, on double, Samira, no use to Kaiser here with the items that he has slammed. Looks to be going for another AP board, which I'm seeing so many of those, and I don't like it. I'm
immediate ping. These guys are too on top of things. They're too locked in. Clicornin did not even see self-anima.
They know how warping this can be, so just gets it in for 1 round and already insta-pinging. We cannot let him get away with this. But even from this spot, we've seen you don't have to have it in at 2-1. We've seen even the 400 caches be pretty reliable if you can get there. So Clicornin, he's well aware of how shaping this can be for just your late game setup.
It doesn't look like anybody's going to be threatening that loss streak, because I'm looking on the side, and the only weak-ish player will be Lurcher, but he's not going to be selling the Gwens. He's going to be keeping them and trying to replicate what Dasig did with the 3-star Gwen playing vertical space groove, I believe. And so Sproyson is not going to be selling those Nasus, the Leonas. Like, there's nobody who should be threatening that loss streak.
We also saw the stone plate already slammed from Clicornin, so very clear path forward. The same path we've been seeing all weekend long, off the anime cash outs into the mech line. Usually with 4 mech, but we have seen some early Fioras come in, and the traditional kind of OG 6 mech is still being played.
I think the one difference we've seen from maybe the start of the weekend is it felt like players, if they could get it in the first 2 rounds, were very comfortable putting it in. Now it's if you get one of the 3 costs, you leave yourself open pretty much to putting it in at any point through stage 2. So I think players have started to realize that even if you can't get the full mega cash out, you don't need to get there. It's still reliable.
So
really important fight here for the
yeah.
4-win streak does become a 5-win streak for the German player. So really important result for both Sasa and Elia. Looks like both on 100 HP coming into this next stage. For Sasa in particular, Kenobi, we have to do a NAR check to see how far along he is on his dream. Only 3 NARs? No, this is pathetic display, Sasa. Come on.
Disgusting low roll, shaking my head. But this is an incredible position still.
We have Bastida playing spoiler though. He had at least 2. He's got the 6 copies of Poppy coming through. So maybe there won't be the as free pathways we've seen in the past, and one player would likely have to decide, okay, I'm getting out of this, because it feels like it's performed well when it's been handed to them for almost for free. But if another player's angling it, definitely makes it a lot more difficult.
Definitely does. Still no more extra NARs, and the items are a little bit rougher to play with. Gonna have to make the redemption, I believe, if he wants any improvement for his front line. In the meantime, 7 Leonas here, 4 Kaiser playing the 3 Arbiter, 4 Conduit to try and print. And yes, Broyson should be getting close to his own 3-star Leona. But there's going to be so much contest around the AP flex boards in the mid game. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Not too surprised that has been the case throughout most of this weekend in terms of not having a clear direction into a more uncontested line. Your default just tends to be the AP flex on level 8 or level 9 even.
Interestingly,
it definitely feels like these AD lines by comparison are so best in slot reliant. If you really haven't got certain items picked up early, you've shut yourself out with them. Whereas we see these AP players, they slam a Morello, they slam a Void Staff, and they're like, okay, I can I can still play any of the lines. But we do get into our second argument here, as it is gold, so we'll spice things up
Divine
quite a bit.
Amendment? For the Brosian with the spatula, you get the possibility of a Divine Amendment. I don't really believe it's going to happen. But it's a possibility. Maybe.
He's thinking about
it's thinking about it, and it's going to be selected when an arbiter attacks 3 times. We will keep you updated on what the choice is. The fact of the matter is that it gives him Zoe 2, which is so key in stabilizing that stage 3 and arriving into the mid game, into that stage 4 with enough HP to have a shot at going 9.
Especially on a 3-win streak, and especially if you're able to take
Attack
down
speed,
one like
thank you.
Leah from his win streak as well. Great optimization as well for the Zoe. You get the Void Staff, you have the damage as well coming out from the Jewel Gauntlet and Striker's Flail combo here. Really strong board. I would not want to face this from any player, but this is going to be one of the big tests. Leah is one of the stronger players in the lobby as well.
With the Spirit of Redemption, Elia is going all in on item. That's something I really like. If you're going to be playing towards that AP flex line, I think the #1 priority has to be the amount of items that you get, because you want to be able to itemize the Karma, the LeBlanc, the Nami, whichever pair of 4-cost carries. You want them both to be upgraded and then to have something to spare for the front line. But the issue with that direction is that you're then gonna have to find a way to make enough money to upgrade your units.
We check back in here with Clarnan. Our Anima player, we know won't be making himself too strong, has his clear plan. Taking second wind, which we've seen perform really well once you get to that cash out, giving you that mighty mech just even more time to stay up. But Chiesa has arrived at Leona 3, also has the Zoe behind.
Not the Aris.
Hey, Kenobi, go ahead.
Not the corner.
Go ahead,
No,
Kenobi.
Please. Oh, it's so painful. You could be doing so much more damage.
And this could be a fight that it might be a difference, right? So one of the stronger players,
yeah,
person we saw just beat Leah, is facing off against a Zoe 2 as well on the flip side. Leona 3 should be pretty impactful here in terms of just buying a lot of time, unless the backlane just gets deleted, but it's like just barely going to be enough here for Kaiser. Positioning is fake. Nothing matters in TFT.
It's my personal pet peeve for this entire set. I don't understand how the community as a whole hasn't realized that we're just shooting ourselves in the foot by keeping the Ares aura in the corner.
Ooh,
After week 2, you've got to get these EMEA players prepped for crown. You're gonna have to, in the DMs of everyone, just make sure.
Gonna be shouting it from the roofs, and Zaza gets an opportunity to get 3 more Nars here. Just saying it. Starcrust upgrade, pull 2-star 2-cost shot.
I wonder if Corrin goes for the health. Pretty healthy right now, going into 3-5, 39 HP, because I think he's an Anima player. I wonder if he can push for another 1 or 2 losses in 4-2 with a 12 HP here.
Considering he didn't get it in for the first 3 as well. Maybe we'll be
No
considering that.
Nars. Unfortunate. Low roll game.
Still only 3 Nars
Only
per
natural
puzzle.
did at the beginning.
We might actually be forced to see this poor Nar being printed over 1 million turn in stage 4.
Like the olden days, having to actually print your units instead of just hitting like an absolute madman. But so far so good for Zaza. He's win streaking still 100 HP. So he's just chilling, and Kaiser has level 720 gold here with a 3-loss streak. The board is getting pretty good. We've got the 2-star Ilaoi, should let us do some cool stuff, but the future for him looks grim with being so low in econ.
And it was at the Soraka pickup for Corrin, and we saw 1 ASOL on his board, so slowly moving towards that stabilization on stage 4. For Bastida, I'm wondering where he's going with this recurve bow pickup. It's not Zaya, obviously. We haven't seen the altar being worked towards at all from the early game. I guess it's just some variation of Corki. Do you guys have any ideas? Maybe, I mean, it's a Kraken build, though.
It might just end up going towards the Zaya, but
Without altar proc?
but we have 1 Nar, so is Nar 2 like is being so far from the 3-star Nar? Does it sound better to you? I don't know.
Kraken Corki, it's time.
Kraken Corki, you heard it here first. do not replicate this at home. This is being done by professionals. Kikonen should get an easy 400 cash out. I'm just going to be praying for him to not get the cyclonic slicers because it feels like that's the only anima items we've seen the mech players get, right?
It's been a while since we saw the Ice Path armor.
Yeah. It's so game warping when you get them.
Should get his easy 5 loss, as you said. Bastida, I think when he slammed his items early and he had the early now pair, and maybe hadn't envisaged that potentially contested or just no others would arrive, as he said, and the possibility of maybe playing some sniper shenanigans that we saw last time round, obviously having worked with Ezreal enabled that, but maybe there's something he can do where he just plays around a Jhin and throws some of his spare items onto a Xayah, but as you said, doesn't seem to be too satisfied with any of his options at this point.
Yeah, he's preparing the level 8 roll down a little bit ahead of time, already leveling to 8 here. Sacrificing just a tiny amount of economy to prepare and make it easier for him. I expect him to prepare his board here and then lose the final round.
I think one copy of mech at least and get all the mechs done. Just help some APM. I don't think you have to roll all your upgrades either, but just at least one copy of the mech and most of your units on your board.
Oh, Fiora. That's there's something I need to address with the new way of playing around the mighty mech, especially when you're cashing out from anima. Is not buying the Urgots is a bit of a risk because some of these anima items work well only on him. So yes, it's become more popular to play with the Morgana and the Rast and the tankier versions, but it's also a big risk if you get something like an AD item, then you have nobody to use it with and no Reforger to work with. Are we not a little bit too strong here? Are we okay?
It is a Morgana too.
The
Alright, Zoe, we believe in you, Zoe.
He's not killing the Aurelian Soul.
We do not believe.
The anima incident. I'm confused about the slamming of the items on the Morgana. Seems like the exhaustion of the having played so many games has
you're
on and the big blunder here.
You're on 2 lives as well. It's not like you're trying to min-max the loss you're getting to be on 2 lives regardless. I think you would still have 2 lives no matter the loss here.
Well, I mean, okay, so it's not as bad as it looks. He just kills 3 units next fight and loses, and he's still cashing out. Okay, so it's not the worst.
Bastida will be printing for a while here.
Yes.
Oh my god, he is. Yeah. That's not looking too good either.
I think we all thought that maybe he had something else in mind, but no, it was just okay. Unfortunately, my items have kind of locked me into this. I've got this very early Rammus upgrade, so I'm kind of in a position to do so. But as we look around the lobby, a lot of these players that are on the 4-cost AP lines are in a similar spot that we've seen time and time again, where they're putting together not the best boards, so potentially Bastida will be able to survive stage 4 and actually get this printed, but we'll have to see. It's still a long way off that.
Yeah, and we're seeing how important it is to have that 3-star Leona to hold on the line, but Elia manages to get that victory to hold the line. Triple combat augment for him, incredible amounts of combat power, but the board is just not fully assembled yet in the backline. We have the 2-star Illaoi in the front line, just the 1-star Morgana, and 1-star everything actually except Lissandra, so pretty tough spot if he doesn't manage to find any additional upgrades.
For either player, right? We saw on the flip side there, 1-star Nami, and for Boyson was a 1-star LeBlanc as well. Both players had rolled to 0 gold essentially on level 8. So it seems like the same tale, game after game after game. The level to 0 gold or the roll to 0 gold on level 8 for the AP players, and none of the boards ever really look all that strong.
Truly, they don't. The lobby looks really low power actually. Like overall, I'm just looking at the lobby composition. Lusher has the Gwen 3, and that's probably the strongest guy around with the Kikonen, I imagine. Kikonen won again, so he still hasn't cashed out actually.
Even Sasa and Bastida will have quite a few rounds in the stage 4 until they get the Nard 3, where they're going to be relatively weak compared to the rest of the lobby.
can Bastida even
Does feel
print extra Gnars? Because he only had the 2, right?
He did have one on the bench when we checked in, so I think he did get to 4. The sweet 4 spot. We're not like the Vigard printer we saw yesterday, where he never got the 4th. But as you said, both now players just really far off, particularly in hitting anything. His Call to Chaos was 6 components coming through, so not immediately, not like he's able to push levels and pivot out, kind of confined him to playing around that Gnar still. So, as you said, Panda, a lot of these players fairly weak for Stage 4 compared to what we've seen.
Yep. Gazer and Lusher being the 2 big winners there, with the 3-star Leona and the 3-star Gwen, respectively. They're pulling out ahead for now. And it's just, yeah, it feels like the same story over and over again, right? For these boards. You have to go full combat power if you want to survive on 8, but you also need so much gold. So much gold to upgrade all these forecasts. In the meantime, Kikonen finally cashes out, and it's the echoing Bad Blade, the worst possible. It's tough.
And Kikonen is maybe one of the players to benefit from the general weakness of the lobby.
Yep. But without it, he would probably already have been eliminated, to be honest. Saza working his way through the Gnar, has a bunch of HP to work with, and 6 of them already. So he's got plenty of time. The Morgana doing her best. It's gonna be enough for now, but you have to think that if the Gnar is 3-starred, it's going to be the end of the line for Kikonen.
Yeah, Kikonen, as you said, benefiting so far from the general weakness of the lobby, but still not at his strongest point. Does finally get the Mighty Mech upgrade coming through, and does have that combat power from his augments. So maybe will be enough. As we see elsewhere, some of these AP flex players, so Bryson playing around this LeBlanc, but should be able to do okay in some of these matchups. I think another player that should benefit from the general weakness of the lobby for now. But we know these AP flex players, they get stuck on 8 Panda for the rest of the game.
I really like Kaiser's approach. Just off of Leona and the fairly strong backline with the Victor 2 and the Zoe 2, he is sending it to 9. He is not going to get down and in the trenches with everyone else, desperately rolling for anything. He's going to try and, wait until some of these players go out. And on stage 5, have a really big roll down because he has the extra HP to trade off for this stage 4. So I expect a clean top 4, maybe even a win from Kaiser from his position.
Yeah, when you look at the pop-ups there and you see all the reroll players are still 6 out of 9, so, well, printer players. So they're a while away. You're thinking, even if I lose rounds on my way to 9, I'm going to kill units this stage. It's not like people have these unkillable boards, other than Klikonen's Mighty Mech. So I think, as you said, with the likes of Blast at Moon and Aaliyah, and both angling similar spots, makes it fairly easy to get to 9.
Yeah, and I really like Kaiser's approach of going into level 7 and at this point upgrading his board. He upgraded the Victor and the Eloy on 3-5, giving him the time to just roll through every weak board on stage 4 and then getting to 9, as you pointed out. Really like it, especially with the Leona 3. You don't actually need the Nunu as much. You can afford to cut him out, which is something that the other players without Leona 3 definitely cannot afford to do.
And the one overflow as well, to make sure he has both of those backliners, the Victor and the Zoe, itemized to get those kills you mentioned. Barry as well for the fight in stage 4. Saw 7 out of 9. Not quite the performance for him, but he's getting there.
I think a play we haven't touched on, do want to mention, Losha's just been chilling. He was Caretaker's Gwen, which gave him just a clear carry that he could itemize, got to the 3-star quickly, just playing the standard Space Groove variant. And everyone else has been struggling to really put anything together. So Losha's just been, okay, I'll just triple item Gwen. I know how reliable this is. Did manage to get to the Nami in pretty good time. And has been sitting pretty, and it should be fairly comfortable to top 4 from this spot on. You see, comes up against Zaza, one of our Gnar printer players, is still a fair way away from hitting what he wants. So Losha keeps this 10 streak going now.
Just once again, the ability to have one unit 3-starred by nature, thanks to the augment, feels like one of the ways to just get free games, basically. Bastida finishes the Gnar 3 before Sasa, somehow. That doesn't sound right.
In our whisper.
Oh, it's terrible. Well, Sasa has it next round, at the very least. So good news there. Feels like we've bled out the entire lead that Sasa had from the early game. We're now down to 23 HP, and click on and have lost a round as well. Fortunately, I don't expect Kieser's board with Victor and Zoe to have the damage necessary to take down the mech. Should be a safe-ish win for Click-On in here. With a double Giga Tank in the front line, the Orient Soul should have the time to take down this line.
Really good matchmaking to face Kaiser here before he spikes, but all in all, I mean, no one's even close to Corrin in terms of the HP, so Corrin has lost to win a lot of very close fights in pretty much every single fight in Stage 5 to try and find his way into the top 4.
Yeah, I think really favourable and just lobby overall. The fact that when he was a little bit weaker, he's had the opportunity to come up against some of these less than ideal boards, like we see from Blasted Moon here, who had this idea of playing around Victor as his carry, getting these 2 dupes coming through. But unfortunately, Chiesa carrying Victor all the way to 9, Elliot also playing around it, means that it's just not been able to arrive, and potentially a decent plan to as an option for this AP flex board with the Bronze for Life, but never been able to materialize, and now coming up against Losha, who is on this massive win streak.
Ilaoi wrong side as well. The Gwen might sneak into the back line, or at the very least the rest of the front line is going to melt first for Blasted Moon. It is not looking good. Lusher looks to be quite strong. Trio carry set up the Riven, the Gwen, and the Nami taking over the board here. A very unfortunate, I assume, 8th place for Blasted Moon here.
Yeah, honestly, just kind of rough seeing all the players angling for these AP directions. Finding the Bronze for Life feels like a moment where you can have an edge over the other players, but so many players are using Victor, as you pointed out, and we did not make enough money to get to a 3-star.
And it made that Chiesa taking his time and getting to 9, he was more incentivized to do so. He's thinking, okay, if I can just try cling on as long as possible before pushing, it means I'm not pivoting, I'm not selling this unit that is going to be wanted by someone else in the lobby. So his game plan makes even more sense, but we are seeing Elia here, a similar kind of sad spot. These level 8 AP boards, they're the most depressing of the weekend to see.
Definitely are. You can see Lusher just ripping through them one after the other. Everywhere we go, Lusher, Gwen comes in, just snips their hopes out of the game. Feels like the actual League of Legends Gwen. She's level 20 and coming down with a vengeance, just blasting through everybody. Elia gets eliminated. Klikonen, is that Klikonen eliminated as well? No, he won the round. It's Kaiser coming down to 1 HP. The level 9 just not paying off.
And Elia, 50 points. He had it in his hands to potentially make it through in this game. Not the results he was expecting. 7th place. Bastida also goes down, one of the NAR players, in 6th. So Sasa has the last laugh when it comes to his performance on the NAR line, at the very least, the top 5 here.
Sometimes you play some games and it feels like your board has no right to be just crushing everybody. And I'm not saying Gwen 3 and Losha's spot isn't nice, but it definitely feels like this lobby a lot lower cap than we've seen so far. And just Chiesa, similar position, maybe falling out in bot fall.
Look at the bar, Kenobi. Are you happy now?
Yeah, I am. I actually am happy. I'm also happy about that Blitzcrank. He's going to be doing the damage. There is hope for him, but the Leona is not actually tanky enough, and we're just getting ripped through. There's still a Poppy 3 to choose through. One more cast from the Blitzcrank. The backline is very low HP on both sides. It's going to be a nail biter, but in the end, no upgraded backline carries for Kaiser after that level 9 roll down.
And the AP flex, they're gone. Once again.
Nope, one.
One remains. So we saw 3 of them fall away. We've got one last fighter remaining. So shows there's maybe only room for one of them every time.
What a dominant run from Lusher for now for the footing win streak. On his way to level 9 as well. It's the biggest thing. Doesn't have a blitz yet on his board from what we saw earlier, I believe. So he still has a chance to cap his board even higher, especially with Kaiser going down there. Who was holding a few copies of blitz.
Yeah, they're back in the pool, and really heads up play from Lusher, picking the caretakers with Varus Soraka as the duo of gods. That means there's a very decent chance of him getting extra free copies of Gwen as he leveled up to have her be level 3-star, right as he's level 8 to stabilize on the cheap, but very consistently, no matter what happens in the game.
It feels like the big winners here so far. Lusher potentially now getting himself into this top 4 to make it through, and Chiesa unfortunately climbing a little bit in the standings here, but it feels like Zaza, big performance, as we do see Tactician going up against Lusher. Will anybody be able to break this streak?
Fiona is on the right side this time, tanking a lot of the damage coming out from the main carries on Lusher's side, but Blitz has been added to the board now. The win streak, I have to imagine, is going to continue going forward. Gwen is onto the backline now, just LeBlanc that's alive. A dominating win yet again for Lusher. Bjorsen out. Klikornen also out. The Enema player has been taken down. Sasa, a very strong top 2. Germany on top for this game 5.
Yeah, and Lusher playing double bubble, 6 Namis out of 9 could sneak something past his opponent if he needs. Both boards end up looking pretty strong. So many items, a couple of 3-stars thanks to the bunch of duplicators for Zaza helping the Poppy along.
Yeah, he held firm, Zaza. He could have been dissuaded from playing this line. He could have been potentially thinking, okay, what else can I do? But he said, no, I was win streaking earlier. I had enough HP to be able to get eventually to this now. But now the 2 win streak has finally come head to head. Lusher on the 15 win streak, coming up against Zaza, who has been on this 5 win streak himself. The Gwen does drop down, but we'll see this Space Crew board does have a lot of damage dealers and far too much for Zaza's board to deal with.
The Gwen drops, but she did so much before she got taken down. She bursted the entire kind of middle backline section of the board there for Sasa, and the Blitz as well, throwing the Poppy up in the air as soon as the fight started pretty much. It's just a really hard matchup, it looks like, here for Sasa to deal with, and the setup is too strong from Lusher. It's a 16 win streak, I mean, one of the most dominant runs we saw since Nuri's win yesterday on 100 HP.
Yeah, there's just too much damage. The front line is rather weak on Lusher's side, right? But there's just so much damage. You can see the squadron of damage dealer here. The Shen actually being so relevant with so many melee carries for Lusher. The attack speed buffs that he's going to be giving them is going to be so significant, going to amplify the damage by so much here. You can see the Gwen absolutely zooming through the backline, gets onto the bard, snipes him down. The Jhin is next. Who's coming?
Oh, it's the worst possible fight outcome. The Gwen just scissored her way to the entirety of that backline. Sasa taken down. Lusher with a huge and much deserved win. Really clean play from him throughout every single stage of the game. And props to Sasa as well for surviving a Gnar contest, coming out ahead, not being too sad to not hit it printerless and still finishing in the top 2.
Yeah, strong performance for Germany there. Lusher was coming in with the most points in the lobby already, so a huge result. And it feels like that's going to be massively shifting for the standings. So our analyst desk, take it away.
All right, guys, thank you so much. What a hell of a game we had there, coming very close to the end of the day. Of course, we'll be updating you guys as soon as the standings are ready for that round to confirm who is still in the competition and who is already making their way through to week number 2. But Trouble, we've been seeing Gwen throughout this weekend so far. She continues to impress.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the augments that give you a random 2-star or a 2-star 2 cost, it always somehow end up being Gwen. And I feel like a lot of our players throughout the entire weekend have utilized the power of the Gwen, even though she's not a traditional carry that players will gravitate towards enabling, towards rerolling. When they do get it for free, it seems like it can really carry them to victory. And I feel like one thing Lusher did so well here is that since he got his units for free, he just actually straight up itemized all of those units by picking only item augments.
But we have got a special surprise for you guys because we've got an ongoing lobby. We're going to drop in for the last few moments here. In fact, we've already got Giosko and Sappho still up and fighting, but we'll get
It's a Spanish fight.
One more round.
Yeah, one more round. Spanish fight right here. Sappho and Giosko. I'm trying to look at Giosko is literally at the top of the leaderboard right now. So that top 2, I'm pretty sure that it solidifies him being qualified after this one and not having to play anymore. Not that he would have to play way too much more. It's only one more game remaining. But I feel like for Gyosko, it would be a huge relief to just know that he's going into week 2 where he doesn't have to play the extra game. For Safo, this is very important. He's currently sitting at 50 points and he needs as many as possible.
Oh, for sure. And of course, we've got to consider this with Revan, of course, being knocked out in the play-in stage. You know, the player from the Spanish scene who showed that it was possible to break through their glass ceiling and make it all the way to the crown. Something we have been hoping was to see the Spanish players really step up into the space that he created, and it looks like it's happened here. Safo drops, Gyosko takes the first place. So as you said, he gets out of there like, you know, with incredible momentum. And I think for Spanish fans, they're going to be pretty pleased with how things have gone today.
Yep, the 1-2 from the 2 Spanish representatives, and I feel like Gyosko is at a pretty good spot to make it through to next week. I was about to say tomorrow, but it's going to be next week. And it was really cool what kind of happened with his board. I was assuming he was already angling towards a Cho'Gath Lysandra board, and then you get to 3-star 1 cost with a golden augment. So that makes things a little bit less complicated, especially if you have one of the 2 already 3-starred. You roll a couple of times, you find the other one, and then it's smooth sailing from there on onwards.
Yeah, and of course, we did see towards the tail end there, you know, seeing the Gnar coming through once again. At least we have had it, you know, be proven to us that we can still make the Gnar work, or at least our players can make the Gnar work, even if they don't get gifted unlimited free Gnars. But we'll drop back to our previous game, just so we got the footage from there to try and break down a little bit more. Again, you know, Lusher, a player we haven't necessarily talked about an absolute ton, but he's a player with, as we see, very, very high potential, a very thoughtful player. You know, he's been thriving in this competition, and this was a great game for him.
Absolutely. And I want to take it back to your Gnar point, because we saw it in this game as well. We had 2 players actually on Gnar. And I feel like Bastida being the secondary player, unfortunately. The first one I'm pretty sure was Zaza. I feel like Bastida, the only problem with Gnar is that now that he's nerfed, you cannot go through stage 3 without having at least a 2-star Gnar. So when we're talking about players quote-unquote high rolling, you need that 2-star Gnar to get you one step closer. If you do not have it, you bleed through stage 3, which supposedly your strongest stage, until you hit a 3-star Gnar through printing. If you do not have the print, unfortunately, it's a pretty quick bot 4 after the nerfs.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's usually a pretty good sign that we're balanced as far as Gnar is concerned, that we're not able to break those kind of normal rules. But you, from the big picture from that one, of course, you know, if you're staying in the green room, we did get at least a little bit of a taste of something different there, so close to the end of week 1. A lobby that actually started off a little bit more slowly with the silver ornaments coming in. I'd almost forgotten those were in the game.
I mean, we had players playing Victor. 2 of our players were stuck on Victor 2 playing AP backline soup. And that pretty much solidifies how slow and warped lobbies can get when you start with the silver augment, which doesn't have usually a lot of power, transition into a gold augment, and you've got really important decisions to make when you get a golden augment as your second augment after it's been silver. Because do you go for combat power? Do you try to go for econ? What are you missing the most? Golden augments usually sort of fill the void in what you need the most, and then you're lacking something else. And then for prismatics as the last one, this is kind of where it gets warped, but like majority of the bulk and the champions and the boards have already been formed, so prismatic as last doesn't really change much in that.
All right, well, we have got our big change coming in. One more round left to go. Our standings are ready. So remember, it's only the players in the middle who are safe and going to be playing forward. So everyone up to 21st point of place has been eliminated. And Blaster Moon, I saw his low finish last time around in the 8th place. If it had not been that, he would still be in contention. It is by the smallest of margins that Wet Jungle and the rest of them are still up there, still with a chance of making it through.
Yeah, and 24th to 21st place, unfortunately, are out. So Daikobo, Pal, Kieser, and Blasted Moon, as you mentioned, are going to be out. The top of the board right here are already going in. So Safo with a 1-2 together with Kiosko alongside Yakumomurai and Lusha are going to be making it to week 2. And our remaining 8 players that are sandwiched in the middle are going to have to battle it out in that last game of the day.
Yeah, a fantastic field. We've got also a reigning and defending champion in Elias still in contention. Because sometimes I remember from some of his early record in this tournament, it was not looking good for him at all. We've never had a champion defend their title in the regionals before, but he's still in with a chance of that happening.
Yeah, he's 1 point. He actually tied with Safo, getting that 1-2 with Kiosko, and they all tied at 52 points, and Elia was literally just below the cutoff to qualify into the next week. And right now, our players, they could not be closer. If you told me to guess, all 8 of our players are between 50 and 52 points. Literally anyone could qualify from the last lobby. Every single point matters. Every single one of our players are 2 points apart from each other. And I feel like I honestly have not seen a closest last lobby in a long time.
I mean, this is the whole thing with the tournament. You know, we're cutting away the best performing players, cutting away the players with the least points. And as absolutely said, you know, it leaves us with this incredible final lobby where the quality is off the charts. Of course, you know, you've got favorites like Wet Juggler and Sasa in there from the German side of things. You've got Motive Klakonen from the Turkish side. And Elia, of course, the Bryson just below. It will mean that it's going to be a very, very high intensity lobby for our players. As you say, dropping a single point here could be the difference between going onto the circuit and having to stay out for a whole season.
Absolutely. Again, reminder, only 4 players out of the 8 you guys are looking on your screens right now will be able to make it to next week. And solidifying also getting into the circuit for Elia as the reigning and defending champion as well. You definitely want to be getting there. 1 placement difference is what has forced him to play that last game 12 of the weekend. Folklikornen has been top 4 crown. Zaza wasn't even supposed to be here, but he's still fighting. And we're going to be handing it over to Akasa to take us through the last game of the day and the 4 last players that will be qualifying to week number 2.
Thank you very much, Trouble and Petrus Panda, joined by Kenobi and Barry. Once again, everything on the line, the points extremely close, guys. And everyone here is just fingers crossed, hoping, please, more dog. Give me a good tempo start in this stage 2.
All everybody is wishing for here. There's just so much potential in the 1 cost, in the 2 cost, but you gotta get them very early if you want to squeeze all the value you can from them and then get to the level 9 and win out. But it's, well, Modok takes and Modok gives, and we'll see how he's feeling for this final game.
I think as we look at how close this lobby is, it is ridiculous that there's only 2 points separating everybody. So it makes it easy for everyone viewing at home to kind of follow along. Just the winners here are likely going to be progressing. Essentially, we're in this pseudo checkmate final where it feels like you have to go do or die in this game.
Biggest thing to look out for, I would say, Anima. Is someone able to assemble an Anima star in stage 2? That could be obviously a major part of how this lobby shakes out. Second point is, can these players find direction in stage 2 that does not line them up for AP Flex? Because that has been usually the thing to avoid from the results in the last few games in terms of consistency. You do not want to be that 4 or 5 way contesting the same AP board in stage 4.
Well, let us see what we get here. Would you like Econ, or Econ is offered to Elia, going for the Cluttered Mine, hits with the 3 Primordian. So we're gonna be making bank, my friends.
Early learnings pick up from Sasa. We saw it once before from Biawi Liss earlier today, and it was exactly into this line. TF reroll is back on the menu. Biawi Liss got a 4th with it. I think he played it fairly well, in terms of kind of the OG way to play it with TF itemized and then Talon right after.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it was played on the altar, right? I
that's
remember Big TF and Big Talon. Now it is on the Medallion, which is quite different, and it's going to be giving a lot of damage potential, but going to make it a little bit harder as well for the Jax to tank enough. And slamming, going with the Murloc here, going to make it, might make it tough for the itemization later in the game.
And in contrast to the altar, Kaylin is going to be supported with the Medallion. As long as she's 3-star, she'll be as relevant as Talon or TF, so you have more versatility with the itemization. You do really want to go for an item augment on 3-2, ideally.
Yeah, we have seen a handful of setups that have pulled it off. Not just the one we saw earlier. I know through the weekend there's been a couple of games where, as you said, there's been something like a Caitlyn 3, often enabled though by things like Worth the Wait and giving you clear direction. So a little riskier, but we do see a player here who definitely has a very clear plan, Kenobi.
Yeah, there's going to be some fighting, some mudslinging between the Stargazers player, because Lulu Medallion, very powerful, gives out a lot of money if you manage to give her mana generation early on, but that means there will be some heavy contest around some of the units, especially the Jax. And the feud continues between Sasa and Bastida.
It was Nara last game, it's Jax for this game, and I don't envy either player's positions. A game as important as this one, so much at stake. You don't usually want to rely on who can hit, who can kind of outplace a contester when it comes to a reroll line. It throws me back to Honeymancy Vagar game in set 12 with Lelouch and Kuksin, I believe it was, where they both just held the line, and it didn't quite work out for either of them, I think, in a pivotal game. Fingers crossed for Bastida, but it's looking tough. Jax, of course, is the key unit for both of these reroll comps.
Yeah, it feels like the winner from this scenario is maybe everybody else in the lobby. So
Yeah, exactly.
6 other players are thinking, okay, I mean, it might work out for one of them, but I'm liking what I'm seeing. It definitely makes it a lot more difficult.
Yeah, you guys have fun contesting the Medallion. There's just we'll be doing our own thing. You should slow them both down and make it so much harder for them to hit their spike when they need to make him more expensive. It's going to be an overall nightmare for them. While player, oh my god, Elia is now playing towards the Anima.
Yeah, it does already have it in. So we saw the advantage of Cluttered Mind compared to some of these other econ augments is you do leave yourself more open to picking up things like Primordian and Anima, and that's exactly what he's been rewarded with. He's getting the Anima units in early. Unfortunately, he does pick up a win, but it's early enough that it's okay, Kenobi. It's not the end of the world.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure this is going to be some like tempo-ish Anima where we're going to be cashing 100s in a row because he's going to be leveling. He can't sell board. He's got Cluttered Mind, so it's going to be level 5 next round. So he's going to be playing 3 Anima, 3 Primordian. Just, stacking up, doing a checklist of, what can give me extra resources? Augment, check. Anima, yep, a little bit more, check. Primordian, extra econ, nice, check. We're just missing Timebreaker, I believe. And maybe some Leona printing sprinkled in there to just make sure we've got everything. But he's going to be stacking resources, and we're going to have to see how he brings them to bear in the second half of the game.
It feels like a player that did exactly this, that made it work so well, was Scipeus, where he was running just Primordian, Anima, and Kench, and that was the board. And he was like, okay, I'll see you later in the game. I'm going to have so much extra resources to work with. And he did play, I believe in that one, it was that legendary suit board, or one variant of it, that gets so expensive. So you do need every advantage to be able to afford some of these 5 costs if that's what you're leaning to.
Yep. And we're taking a look at the other boards, and this Brosian using the Stargazer board as a transition just to spite Zaza and Bastida. Feels like very rough, and we're seeing the 5-space groove versus Zbrojsen, the fight for the full win streak. Wait, no, not the full win streak. Sorry, Kikonen has lost, and Zbrojsen keeps the win streak going, and it's now going to be between him and Bensak for who gets to go 5 win streak.
Yeah, Zbrojsen, Bensak both keeping the tempo here. Zbrojsen is technically our points leader, but not the highest gap compared to the rest of the lobby, and so he will be satisfied to keep himself going here and keep setting the tempo, as we are joined by Trouble, who has been taking over for Panda, who is unfortunately having some technical issues.
Yeah, hello guys. I might not have the same narrative information, but I do have better dad jokes than Panda. So that's all I can offer for our last game of the day.
We'll take it. It should be enough and carry the day. So Explosion dodging Bensag, both of them having a shot at continuing their win streak. I'm super interested to see what Motive is going to be able to do with that Steadfast Augment. It has been like buffed a couple of times during this set because it has been basically non-existent the entire set. He's speechless, in fact.
Again, I'm just seeing a lot of our players just looking for direction. This is a do or die game. Every player is about 2 points apart from one another, as you guys can see on the right-hand side as well. You can see in orange highlight the points for each of our players. So that top 4 is going to pretty much determine which players make it through. So even if you're not necessarily playing a line that can win or can take top 2, anything that can get you in this top 4 will pretty much almost guarantee you getting that week 2.
Yeah, it feels like, as you've said, Trouble, any line should be okay because it's essentially even points. So the top 4, they're going to be making it through. But when we look at the actual players that we have in this lobby, the expectations for some of them compared to others, you have Aaliyah, our returning champion. He's desperate to get up into the pro circuit. The likes of Wet Jungler, a player that many in EMEA regard as one of, if not the finest. Some of these players have such high expectations, where you compare it with the likes of Zaza, who was here off the back of coming through the waitlist. He had a very good season, but just had barely missed out, and then gets this opportunity to go again. He's really proven himself so far. So many different narratives and so many different approaches from these players.
Yeah, he's definitely making the best of it and proving that he deserved his spot here, and that there's no discounting him at all. Zaza hitting a lot of Twisted Fates, but the items are not coming through just yet. He has to be praying for some extra juice when it comes to these items, something like the Shojin to help him get the TF casting more.
He does have the chance with the 3-2 turn. More augments are coming through, and a lot of our players already have their lines pretty locked and loaded right here. Second augment is usually one of the most important augments in the game. It's usually what you're lacking, whether it's combat or a few items. Construct a companion, usually after you roll down so hard on your 1-cost line, kind of feels bad, but if you really need it, big grab bag also, magic roll could be a huge power spike for the board.
Our players love magic roll.
Okay.
There is the potential for more components or tactician. You know what? It's one of the rare outcomes, but as I was about to say, it's not even high roll for him because what he really wanted was 4 copies of a component, I believe. And the big grab bag was the safe pick, and he opts for more risk and now has an extra problem to solve here, which is what are my carries going to be wearing at the prom in stage 4?
But a player without a problem to solve, Kakanen was already on the Space Groove line, and +1 Space Groove just takes this composition from, yeah, it's okay, it can do well, to, okay, you can have a secondary carry, it can perform super, super strong.
I'm gonna ask our observers right here to check out Elias' board real quickly. He's going pretty fast 9. We got the Cosmic Restart coming through from our defending champion, and this could be pretty huge. Getting the Cluttered Mind plus the Cosmic Restart, if you do manage to hit a couple of good emblems, this could be a very easy streamlined way to get to that level 9 and outcap other boards.
Yeah, and so speaking of streamlined ways, how about Printerless Vigar 3? Thanks to the Constrictor Companion. He just went and stabilized his early game board, so Nova and Rogue for Elia. Doesn't look like the hits that you wanted if you're Elia. And after going 7th in the previous game and just barely missing out on qualification, now you have to be starting to worry a little bit. I'm expecting some head-robbing action from him.
Sometimes the cam is very, very telling, and you can see if a player is feeling comfortable or they're pumped up by their spot, and then you get the confused cam. Yes. This is a player that is just as furious as we are.
Yeah.
And you can tell he's getting more and more stressed because it's getting more frequent. Yeah, no, I completely understand. The spot looks very, very hard to salvage here. How is he gonna make it? The Kindred, or the early Kindred, is good. but he's going to be needing so much more than that to get a top 4.
Yeah, he's got the 2-star Mordekaiser right here for the time being to tank, and I think he's been doing such a great job. And when you see ELIMINATION coming closer to the camera, that means it's getting intense, but he's a little bit more satisfied with what he's seeing. Now he's chilling back. Okay, he won, now he's chilling back. He's one of my favorite players to watch when it comes to the cameras, and I just want to bring back a little bit of the interview of when he actually won that championship, the EMEA championship, where he actually did not take a lot of the credit for himself. He credited a lot of his mates for helping him, and he said, I just put the pawns on the board, but this is a pretty big job to do. No other people are putting the pawns on your board, no other people are playing your board. You are the mastermind behind the win.
Yeah, it feels like he's always been maybe even too humble. Like, he's always been in these study groups, and he kind of sees himself as part of the scene, but maybe not one of the top players. But hey, buddy, you won EMEA finals, so you can gloat a little bit. You know, the likes of Double, some of these names, they've already fell away. You're still here fighting for your place as well, so giving himself a real good chance to defend his title here. But checking in with Bensak, one of our Fast 9 players, jungler, time and time again, also leading into this Primordian Jinx line. Some players really getting comfortable.
You're not happy, Kenobi?
We have 4 Jinxes and 20 gold remaining. It's a nightmare. It's a complete nightmare. Wet Jungler is going to be struggling because that means he's going to have a little bit of a harder time getting tempo here, especially if we come across the 3-star Veigar now has a Morgana to hold the line. It's going to make rounds a little bit rougher. Looks like it's going to be enough for now, but the clock is ticking for the downscaling of this board, and I think we might have moved the clock a little bit forward.
Yeah, and the booster pack right there is not necessarily an econ augment that keeps persisting through time and stages. It's a quick influx of gold, and once you use it, it doesn't really come back. Prior 3 is Prior 3. It's going to help a little bit in stabilizing the board. This is the board I'm most worried about. I feel like Kenobi, we're casting one of those boards yesterday where once you have a bunch of items, you can really see it pull through. But right here, we've got our tank on 2 items, Twisted Fate with just a support item with the anti-heal. So we're going to need a lot more than that to see that board actually come into fruition.
Yeah, and it has, as you've said, unfortunately coming online a little bit slow. And when you see Elio on the other side holding a new pair as well, for example, which is the type
you were going to say holding his head.
For later on. Holding his head and holding a pair. You know that maybe for Zaza, these units are not going to be arriving. For the time being, it does look okay, and we'll be able to pick up. Hopefully, if Jax can live long enough here, just barely. But I think the fact that was already so close, this composition isn't exactly one that scales super well into the late game. Very difficult spot to be in.
Yeah, having refused the big grab bag means like he's going to be desperate for extra items coming for the 4-2. And well, he's won the back half of the stage 3, but you mentioned it doesn't scale as well as it used to. Jax used to be an absolute menace of a tank, not taking any damage, but since he has had his little visit to the vet and not scaling his flat damage reduction with AP anymore, he's much easier to take down in the late game, and the competition is going to be struggling a lot more.
Motive, gain a couple of very crucial items, primarily a little bit more on that front line. He is going to be looking for potentially a Void Staff as well to try and get some shred for that Veigar. As we are looking at Elia's board, level 8, got a couple of those rerolls from Cosmic Restart to roll down on. Hasn't necessarily hit many units that he would be interested in. I am assuming he wants to play more towards like a Graves here with Nova could work.
He's stuck in between so many things, and that's the worst position to be in. Because he doesn't have enough economy to bring to bear, so he's having to make do. He's like, okay, I hit Eloy 2, Mordekaiser 2, that's upgraded frontline, we are playing this for now. But the backline is, well, a mess is putting it lightly.
Yeah, it feels like...
That's what they said about Picasso paintings, you know? And then they got...
True.
Recognized.
He's cooking something. This is one of these dishes, or one of these works of art that not appreciated straight away by everybody, but if he makes it work, we'll come around on it, that's for sure.
You know what? True artists are never appreciated in their time. That's what I know. Booster pack could potentially be it. No. He's going to choose to go with even more spats. The positive thing is that he did hit the Graves pretty early, which means you're gonna be able to get into stack that Graves through those early stages. As Bastida right here, bit on a timer, 32 HP, got the heroic grab bag as well with the 2 duplicators, trying to get to that Lulu 3, couple of frontline units, hits the Pantheon, still 1 Lulu off, 2 Lulus off.
He's got the duplicators, so he's greeding a little bit. Gonna make do with the Pantheon for now as his main tank. Not gonna be greeding it any more than this. This is decent, but it's gonna need some more rolling into Milio 3 and Jax 3 as stage 5 goes around.
And here's where I'm gonna say goodbye to everyone and invite back Impetuous Panda. I hope you missed him because he's back, and I'll see you guys later. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you very much, Trouble. The sun decided to cook my router, but nothing will stop me from seeing the conclusion of this day, of this tournament. I'll let you guys catch as I catch up and soak in all the action that just unfolded the last few stages.
Well, you returned in time for the Spanish representative hitting everything, so that perfect timing. Bastida was looking a little rough, contested on this Jax and some of these Stargazer units, but finally able to get things online. A player that also has had a little bit of difficulty finding his reroll spot though, Kenobi. Jungler still nowhere near this Jinx.
Yeah, only 6 copies. He's rolling down pretty deep. One off of the 3-star Rek'Sai, trying to get any kind of extended tempo here. That's 4 3-stars, but that's none of the most important. Oh, how do you even salvage this? He's 50 points, right? So top 4 is the bare minimum for him. He's not somebody like Elia who might be able to sneak in with the 5th place. So he needs something solid, a 4th or 3rd place at the very least to get to tomorrow, to next week actually.
It has the HP at the very least.
Yeah, he's played to safe HP the entire game. He's kind of aware that this composition does have a fall-off point normally, and we have seen a fairly weak lobby, so he has been able to just play super aggressive. Yes, he's stuck level 6, he's kind of donkey rolling at this point. But you look around the lobby, there's a lot of people that aren't quite putting together exactly what they wanted, and Jungler's just thinking, okay, I'll just try to bully as much as possible. The one downside though, we've seen if you don't have combat augments, it really does fall away this Jinx board, and he has lacked in that
Duplicator bundle is huge for so many of these players. Zaza's going to be able to hit the Talon instantly. Bastida is going to get closer and closer to Jax 3 now. And meanwhile, we're seeing Zaza is getting hit pretty hard by the fact that Bastida is contesting. And the Jax is so much more important for Zaza than it is for Bastida. If Bastida doesn't hit, it's not a big deal. If Zaza doesn't, it's a death sentence.
Yeah, this Aatrox 3 is kind of fake, let's be honest. The tank has been all set long. You really, really, really need this Jax. I would even say that Jax 2, I think, is tankier than Aatrox 3, but Zaza decides to itemize the Aatrox instead here. I think Zaza with pickup with early learnings, he had to have assumed that, Bear is going to work so well for this game plan, and we're seeing it here with the 1-cost duplicators in particular, so much value.
Yep.
Yeah, we touched on it actually at the start of the game that as soon as the rest of the lobby saw both of their spots and they're going to be digging for some of the similar units, especially that Jax being so important, we kind of mentioned, Panda, everybody else would be thinking, that's pretty good, you two can deny each other, that's fine, we're in a high-stakes environment, and ultimately they're both going to be not necessarily able to get to this spot that they would have liked, but Zaza has a lot of gold still to work with.
What is he hoping to accomplish with the gold is my question here. Is he trying to just get to level 8, sorry? How
no, still cooking.
The Cosmic Restart did not open any avenue for success for Elia, and we're just struggling, and it's going to get rougher and rougher because now Bastida has 3-star Jax, getting stronger and stronger. We're never beating this, and we're going to go down to the final life for Elia.
1 copy away from the Milio as well, so another big power spike coming out from Bastida. Could definitely be one of the stronger players in this lobby. For Elia, 52 points, you're coming to this one of the leaders when it comes to the point totals. It must feel very bad to be now in this position. You felt like you were just 1 step away But at the very least, guaranteeing your spot in tier 1. And now maybe at the mercy of finding some kind of 2-star 5-cost out of thin air on level 8 to try and stabilize here.
He left himself fairly open. His game plan never really committed himself too much. He always had this go level 8 and kind of see what he could put together. Kindred was always going to be a key piece for him. But unfortunately, we've got a lot of units here that aren't offering an awful lot. Maybe just left himself too flexible and cooked a little bit too much in this one.
And the problem of picking Cluttered Mind when you're not going to be win streaking is that you're vulnerable to staying stuck on level 8 and being down an augment at this point. And he doesn't even have an expensive board to justify having had an econ augment like the Cluttered Mind. And even though the Graves has reached the Void coefficient, which is when the caster Graves really comes online, 1-star Graves is just not going to be enough. And yeah, I see resignation on his face and the emotion of losing a tiebreaker in the previous round and then having this heartbreaking game. A 6th would have been enough in the previous one, and now everything's going wrong in the final one for him.
Because the points are so close, you know that an 8th here seals the deal. There's no chance for you to advance, even if you're sitting on 52 coming into this one. So it really is tragic. Aaliyah will see if he can win this last fight up against Sasa. Both Germans, both good friends. Maybe it's one of the best matches you could have hoped for on this round, but it looks like it's going to be a big loss as well. The Graves left alive. Aaliyah down in 8th place, will not be guaranteeing his spot in Tier 1, unfortunately, despite his run throughout this weekend.
Leah does drop down. Jungle's win streak ends. So unfortunately for the Dak players, things starting to go wrong. But Jungler does have a lot of HP to work with. But checking back in here with Kokonin, it was one of our players that had very clear direction early on. He got this spatula. He was already going Space Groove, and this was always the plan. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to hit the most important upgrades. We can see he's even got a Blitz pair on level 8. He's sitting on pairs of his 4 costs, which would be so impactful. So even though Kokonin had a very clear game plan in this game, unfortunately the heart of the cards has just not fallen for him just yet, although he does have a few rounds to find those upgrades.
Everywhere we go, Sasa is on the other side, waiting in the wings. The Veigar 3 from Constructor Companion has not reached level 9 just yet. We have a secondary carry. Is that going to be enough? The Rammus off to the side means the backline is a little bit exposed to the Twisted Fate. The Carls are going to ricochet to the backline, and the Rammus is now checking behind his own shoulder and be like, guys, where are you going?
Huge positioning misplay. The fact that the TF could get that card onto both of those backliners and Rammus is left alive is not a good sign for this Veigar comp. Really big win for Salsa. He's scaling, right, with early learnings. He's slowly getting stronger turn after turn.
Yep.
And a player that's had another really big win, Bensak, now on a 4-win streak, playing this Yi Morales line. Got the Kindred 2, came through, got everything he's wanted, really. And despite the fact he's not got necessarily maybe what looks like the strongest setup, a lot of players in this lobby are quite weak, and Yi is one of those boards that will just run over these weak front lines. And Bensak looking pretty comfortable right now.
Yeah, and somebody who is not weak, and we're going to be seeing more of him, is Royce, and he's got level 9. He's the only level 9 player that has a fully upgraded board. He's absolutely terrifying. In the meantime, Sasa against Kokonin has a bunch of upgrades. The Blitzcrank just sends the Aatrox back, and now it looks like the TF is going to be in a little bit of danger, but finds the Nami, and Kokonin takes a big loss here. Gonna go down to maybe his final life while Motif gets taken down.
I am shocked. That's a fight win for Sasa. I thought for sure with just the Aatrox in the front line and the Nami upgrade found for Kokonin, that would be enough. But surprising win there for Sasa.
Nami just vanished. She was just blip and gone. And just like that, we saw the power of this TF board. And maybe these last few rounds have indicated he has stabilized quite a bit. But Bensak made it to level 9 here.
Transforms the Urgot.
Mastia does go down, unfortunately, in 6th place. Really tragic. He tried his absolute best. I think that also will not be enough to find his slot in Tier 1, starting this round only on 50 points. But now 5 players remain with the hope of qualification still up in the air.
And with Jungler, from a position that looked so horrible at the back end of this stage 3 with so few jinxes, actually extends his tempo for so long. And the fact that there was no one on this mecha line from a comeback position, I think, has helped him so much. And you can tell he can feel the qualification coming. Winning one more round, click on and being taken down means that I think we're getting closer and closer to locking in our final 4 players. So
We might have some tiebreakers, but generally with a lobby as close as this one, if you're in the top 4, there's a pretty good chance that you're making it through, especially if you're in the top 3, I would say, for sure.
And Zaza making the miracle run a little bit here on that 4-win streak, on the TF, that we were unconvinced of whether or not, especially when he was contested on potentially his front line, he'd be able to get there. But so far, so good, as we do see Subroyson going up against Bensak. Bensak's positioned for this matchup, though. He's going to try work his way slowly to the back line.
See where the G goes. Was very interesting positioning from Bensak there with a Gian on the back left corner. But I don't think he's going to be able to wrap Kenobi.
yeah, and there's no edge of night, so that means that the moment he takes focus, he's gonna get absolutely squashed down like a bug, and Bensak is gonna end up in a 4th position and smash his camera out of frame. But unless I'm
I think he's fine. No, 51, 4th
Yeah,
place. That has to be
51.
enough.
51
He's just preemptively
has to be enough.
smacking his webcam just in case it isn't.
Yeah, or maybe he's happy, getting back
True,
to
it's a happy-
TBC is pretty important.
Poor webcam. Win or lose, it's
Zaza-
gonna get hit.
Zaza, as we can see, is maybe in disbelief that this game has actually went as far as it has. Aatrox still his primary tank. Doubt us to believe is a little bit on this line. I think we thought, okay, from perfect setups it can perform well, and this was by no means a perfect setup. And I think Zaza just as surprised to see himself not only in this spot in the lobby, in this spot in the tournament, and so far so good.
Yeah, really shown up big, and the Varus boon probably doing a lot of work with how many 3 stars he has, the amount of extra HP given to his board, and now he's reached the point where he has the 4-time breaker. That Tactician's crown that looked kind of mid in stage 3 is now paying dividends. We have a 2-star call key itemized, and both him and the Twisted Fate are gonna be dealing heaps of damage.
It'll be a big test now here for Subroyson. I have to imagine this board on level 9 with Ari Boon will be enough to handle a jungler's board, which spiked earlier, but should be falling off at this point in stage 6 now. And it looks like, yeah, it will be a pretty decisive win for Subroyson here with the AP Flex. The big question is Sasa skilled enough to contest a board like this one for the
Yes.
win?
Oh, sorry. For now, yes. We don't know who he's faced. He was a ghost. And every round that goes on, you have to remember extra stacking. And you said, the Aatrox is not as impressive as the Jax, but you have to remember with early learning, he's actually healing for a ton.
I take it
Easy
back
to
a little bit.
underestimate.
Certainly has been, and obviously with the second win proc coming through as well, just keeping this front line alive even that little bit longer. And Subroyson had his clear game plan. Fast 10 was always his approach. The rest of the lobby was scrapping for positions, but he always had that in mind. Jungler loading in on the other side. Maybe he's taking his game as far as it can.
Great positioning. Aatrox last minute in front of all the damage coming in, trying to burst through the front line from Wet Jungler. TF and Kaylin as safe as they can be on that bottom left corner. The TF cast comes through. The damage is insane. Wet Jungler taken down to 1 HP and a dream, but everyone is still alive coming into the 6-3 fight.
And Sasa is going to level 9 pretty soon. And you blinked and you missed the entire erasure of the backline from Wet Jungler. But the Aatrox did not make it to the second wind, making the fight look a little bit contested. In the end, the early learnings looks like it has stacked for a little too long, multiplied by the medallion damage amp. Means that when the units cast, everything just starts disappearing.
Level 10 for Subroyson as well. Full value from the Ari boon up against Sasa. These, I think, are the 2 stronger players in the lobby right now. This will be the final test. Is Subroyson AP flex board strong enough, or is it just, as you mentioned, too much damage coming out from this crazy combination of augments on this TF? This next cast will, I think, maybe decide the fight here. There's still a bit of frontline. TF is being targeted now. That will be Sasa going down. Sproyson wins a pivotal fight and wins a pivotal game as well. Qualifies to TPC in the best possible fashion, dominating the lobby.
So Preußen with a double elimination there, both German players falling down in the same round. And for Jungler and Zaza, we'll have to see how that all does shape out. So Preußen, one player in this game that just had the game plan. He knew that Fast9 was an option. He looked around some pretty weak boards elsewhere and he made it work.
Everybody being kind of weak, especially even Sasa, who hit so much, so many upgraded units early. With the early learning, so much of his power was backloaded into the game. With Jungler not being as strong as one could be on the Jinx, definitely not as strong as some of we've seen, gave the time to Sproyson to scale and bloom into that beautiful level 9 board that we've seen.
We'll hear a more in-depth breakdown from our analysts now, as well as the final 4 qualified players who have made it through to the TPC until week 2.
I think, Trouble, you put it really well with saying that we were going to get, the highest quality game towards the very tail end here, with the players playing directly against each other. I didn't really have on my bingo card the idea that the players would be like, you know what, Medallion, maybe now's the time in the most important game of the season. I'm going to bring out a composition that nobody is playing and still make it work.
I'm muted, sorry. The most important thing, I feel like in a final game where you really need to nail it, is having a direction. Having a direction from the very beginning allows you to focus on the details, such as itemization, positioning, scouting. You don't have to constantly be thinking what your next champion is, what you want to pivot towards, how do you want to save econ. It's just pretty smooth sailing. And I feel like a lot of our players, no scout, no pivot, construct a bud, getting the emblem at the very beginning, grabbing any sort of artifact that gives you direction, just makes the games that much easier.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly an astonishing one coming through, particularly from Salsa's side of things as well. Seeing just what it was possible to do with those kind of boards. We're to give credit, of course, to Wet Jungler as well. I think there wasn't very much optimism about his position for quite a while there, and I suspect he might have been feeling the pressure a little bit himself, but persisted through that game. And I guess with nobody else necessarily wanting to try and stop him, eventually found the jinxes.
Yeah, I feel like we had a lot of interesting Jinx gameplay, if you will. Some players suddenly spawned with the Jinx too, suddenly started getting prismatic, Deathblade plus BF Sword augments. This was a more standard game plan from Wet Jungler, which actually I feel like cannot be commented really well on. He was at some point on 3-5 with just about 20 gold and 3 Jinxes, so it wasn't looking very well. However, the one thing that was going in Wet Jungler's favor is that he had so much HP to burn through. So every single turn, all he needed to do is guarantee himself a top 4. That's all he needed to do. And I feel like he understood that more than any other player. And he just made sure that he just chipped in those points and used his HP bar basically as a buffer to get into that top 4 and solidify himself for next week.
And of course, we do need to pick up on the tail end of that one. Probably one of the most heartbreaking runs for Aaliyah there, as our previously reigning and defending EMEA champion. He had everything lined up to get to week 2, but you can only imagine what it must be like to be in that moment and just see everything so close evaporate.
I'm so heartbroken for Elia because in game number 11, he was 1 point off. He was tied with 3 other players and he was right on the cutoff to not even have to play an extra game to qualify to next week. And one positioning, one placement would have just made it work. And just going through the heartbreaker in the last game where he just played all in all, tried to get the Nova emblems and playing a level 9 board virtually on 8, just wasn't quite enough. Absolutely heartbreaker, not being able to defend his title that is for week 2.
All right, well, speaking of week 2, let's go and look at those confirmed final standings. We got a pretty good idea of what this would look like from what the game was in, but we need to confirm everybody who did make it and who didn't. So, of course, looking through the tail end here, it's been quite a battle to make it to this point, and you can see our final players. These are the 16 from the midpoint heading outwards.
Yeah, everyone you see on your screens right now, we will be seeing in week 2 joining our remaining players. So it's been an incredibly intense, I want to say, play-ins, but also week 1 of our regional finals right here. But I love the big names, you know, like Coco, Skipeus coming back, Dasik at the very top, the two-faced guy from Batman, you know, the scary guy, which you don't want to be going up against if you're on a 3-star 4 or 5 cost. And it's been a pleasure watching all of those players.
We see, of course, on the list there, Kakonalia just below the line. Again, that's the whole thing with these kind of tournaments like this. You have players who absolutely have it in them to go not just to the second week of regionals, but to Crown as well, to make these really deep runs. They've already proven that would be the case. But let's go and take a look at our TPC qualified players for the season yet to come, because that's of course what our players were playing for most directly in this week.
All right, let's have a look at our TPC qualified players, as Peter said, because we're gonna have our entire circuit pretty much completed right here. You can see from EMEA, we're just missing 4 last slots to be announced, but 28 players have solidified themselves for EMEA.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge sigh of relief for our players who have made it through. Of course, an absolute heartbreaker for those who just missed out on there. So we will be confirming.
Completed.
There we go. We got everybody there. Just a few missing touches. Of course, you know, having made it to TFT Pro Circuit, you've now got your future secured, and now the attention for next week is going to turn onto the regional title and getting to the crown.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really big hitters right there, and a lot of the big names, you know, Gobo, Experian, Enzo, Dalasum, Jeduzor, Og, like everyone else was just waiting on week 2. These are the big guns. These are the big people you have to go up against, right? However, I feel like a lot of the players from week 1 have a lot of practice compared to week 2 players that phenomenally, they are stronger on paper, but they didn't get to go through these trials in this week to min-max what their boards can do.
All right, well, we have got a special treat for you guys before we wrap up for this first week. Of course, we're looking out for the second week to come. We've got Bensak on the line with us, who did make it in off of that last round. So, Bensak, welcome to the stream. As I say, that last game must have been an absolute hell of a one to get through. How are you feeling knowing you've made it through to the TPC?
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm feeling really good. The last game was kinda crazy, you know. I feel like the boards weren't as good as I expected from the early game. But, you know, I played the comps that helped me grind the ladder. Mastery Kindred, you know, I was like the first one to play it, so it had to end like this. And, you know, focus on the week 2 now, and let's go to Worlds.
I feel like this particular last game, you guys had like 2 points away from each other. So if you made it to top 4, you were most likely guaranteed to make it through to next week, right? However, we've seen that Master Yi, not necessarily one of those 4-cost champions that people like to pivot towards. What made you pivot towards that line? Was it because it was uncontested?
Well, I took the augment into one that gave an emblem, and your 3-cost are more powerful. It gave me a Marauder. So I was like, either I kept the full streak and I go play Piba, or I play Mastery and I'm probably out of the tourney. But, you know, I top for the game. I had like a crazy matchmaking that I feel like in 9 games out of 10, I'm out 100% top 7, but, you know, it worked out. So it's Mastery, you know, like I said, it's my comp, so he gave back to me what I gave him in ladder, you know. It's just like fair and square.
Absolutely. You manifested it into reality. I want to ask you, there was like a very weird positioning that you did at the very end. I feel like it was the last round. Were you just trying to position your Master Yi at the very backline in hopes that he would wrap and get to enemy backline?
When I saw the Sprojan board, it was, I think, or Losher, I don't know. So.
Yeah,
I was like 100% sure that I was going to lose the fight. I feel like no matter what I did, I was going to lose, so I tried something. It was like 0.1% chance of working, but... you know, in the situation, I'd rather try something than just like lose the fights. So I tried it, didn't work out. Was pretty bad positioning, but you know, sometimes you gotta do. What you
But
gonna
now you know,
Oh,
because if it worked,
Yeah.
that would be your tech in the future. Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about your history because you've been a regional player, I believe, 5 times before this point. You're normally finishing around 15th or so overall, but it sounds like you're feeling relatively confident coming into the second week. Do you see this as being another time you're going to get back to the crown? And or do you feel like maybe regional champion is in your future?
Well, I feel like coming in from week 1 is always a buff comparing to week 2 players. Because like you play a tourney 1 week before, and I feel like it's the best practice you can have. And yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. Like being in Tier 1 isn't my absolute goal. It's like to win Worlds. So just being here, like making it into the week 2, securing the Tier 1 spot is good. But yeah, I feel like in the regional final, I have a big shot to play, and I'm just gonna play to go to Worlds anyway. So we'll see.
Bensak, I come from a League of Legends background. I've read that you come from a Call of Duty background, if I'm not wrong. Now, in League of Legends, usually when teams go through play-ins, what was this week, for example, for TFT, they say that they usually make the lower bracket run because they have more practice. Do you think that this week's official games will actually help you a lot more rather than if you were screaming to play for week 2?
Yeah, I feel like the buff from playing tourney 1 week before is always stronger than just like doing scrims, just watching games. Like the past 2 times I've been playing tourney 1 week before, then the tourney the week later, I've always been like performing really good. I feel like there's no better practice than to play a tourney 1 week before. You just don't gonna get burned out, but like it's 6 games per day. Even though in Paris it was really hot the past 2 days, now it's fine. So let's go to week 2.
All right, let's go to week 2.
Absolutely. Well, I just want to ask you, of course, you were saying, getting the chance to play in the tournament context, you're getting the real experience of playing these games. Is there anything that through this weekend, in terms of the meta or your assumptions as to how things would go, has anything really surprised you?
No, I feel like there hasn't been a big surprise compared to the comps. Like Space Groove was really good, Jinx Reroll was really good, even though I feel like people didn't really play it well. And the last thing, it was like probably like Flex AP, because I feel like it's a bit too reliant on the Leona Arbiter print. If you don't have it, you're like you have to cook. You play 5 Shaper or you play some mecha games, but it's a bit harder. I would just say like Flex AP, it's like a flip. You get Arbiter or you don't. Personally, I never got Arbiter Leona during these tournaments, so maybe that's why I did top 4 the last game. But I feel like there was no surprise on the meta in the past few days. Yeah, not really nothing yet.
All right, well, again, congratulations on making it through, securing a TPC spot. It sounded like you're feeling very optimistic, which is great to see. Just before we let you go for this evening and for the weekend to prepare yourselves, is there anyone you would like to shout out or recognize for having gotten this far?
Yeah, can I do it in English or I have to do it in French? Can I do it in French?
You can do it however you like.
Les mecs, le Discord, dédicace à vous tous, dis comme mon frère. C'était pas aujourd'hui frérot, mais c'est pas terminé ma gueule. Toi et moi on va y aller au bout frère, on va aller au World, on va tous les éteindre, je peux pas dire le mot ici, t'as vu, mais t'inquiète pas mon frère. Et dédicace aux autres aussi, mais allez vous faire un peu, t'as vu, surtout dis comme mon frère. That's all I have to say.
Listen, I come from Greece, they say we speak fast, that was mega fast, man. Your AP,
my French is like,
is crazy.
My French is really
Amazing. Bensa, congratulations. Well, you speaking fast in French is as good as you qualifying for week 2. So congratulations, man. It's been a pleasure chatting to you.
Well, Bensak, speaking as fast as his APM.
That was so fast, man.
That's what happens when you get to, when you can go through Paris as well. You just realize just quite how quickly the thoughts can go within the French players' heads and through onto the interviews as well. Honestly, astonishing stuff. I love as well that he was, that he's coming out of this one basically completely positive about the entire experience because he just went through a really tough 3 days to get to this point, and to be coming out of that feeling so positive and so upbeat, I think it speaks really well of his chances next week.
I feel like he's just so down to earth in terms of the format. He says, hey, instead of me screaming, I get to play these official games where I'm under pressure. I get to see exactly what works and doesn't work under official game environment. And that's what makes players super strong. Going through so many good players, leaving them behind, beating them, is just what's going to make you that much more knowledgeable. You're putting your knowledge on the spot versus other pro players in an official game under a lot of stress. So I feel like Bensak knows that, being a Call of Duty pro, transitioning into TFT pro, he knows the pros and cons of like being under stress and performing. And I think he's taking it really well.
Oh, absolutely. Well, being told, with apologies to our French-speaking audience, that was perhaps a little bit more colourful than we're expecting from Bensak towards the tail end there. So apologies in that respect. But we will not apologize for an astonishing run on so many of our players' parts. Of course, triumph and heartbreak is always on the menu here at the regional stage, but we are only barely getting started. This is just the first week. We've got the second week. We're bringing in the best performing players from the TPC to join the players who fought all the way through from today. So if you'd like to find out all about the details, head across on X to Compete TFT, on Instagram to Teamfight Tactics, Facebook Play TFT, YouTube Play TFT, and our social medias, of course. You can see ours on the screen, Impetuous Panda and Impetuous Panda, at Barry Baden, and for Kenobi, Kenobi_TFT. Thank you guys for watching. Again, we'll be back on next Friday. We'll pick up the competition again, and we will crown ourselves a regional champion by the end of the weekend, as well as the 5 extra players going to the crown. We'll see you guys then. Hope you guys have had a wonderful time. We'll see you soon.
Stay hydrated.